Asante, naomba tuketi. Asante sana. Now, nikiamini kwamba tuko tayari kuanza ratiba yetu ya siku ya leo. So ningependa nitambue uwepo wenu wote. Uwepo wenu wote, tunasema karibuni sana na ujisikie tuko hapa Wareng Powerhouse. Nilivyoarifu ni kwamba tuko na wageni mbalimbali hapa. Nikitazama mkono wangu wa kushoto naona mwenyekiti hapa ambaye amejulikana, jina imekuwa kama ni mwenyekiti wa Eldoret Sports Club, yuko nasi hapa, namuona karibu na mimi, tunasema karibu sana. Pale mbele namuona Evans Kili, tunasema karibu sana, mfanyabiashara mashuhuri, tunasema karibu sana. Vile vile katika upande wa judiciary tumemwona Mheshimiwa Honorable Justice Luka Kimaru yuko nasi na ametulia pale, tunasema karibu sana Mheshimiwa Luka Kimaru. Vile vile tuko na Mheshimiwa Jerono Kese yuko nasi, yeye ni principal magistrate na hapa Eldoret na ni deputy registrar, tunasema karibu sana. Vile vile tuko na Emily Gigen, mheshimiwa wote nimesema mheshimiwa Jerono Kese, mheshimiwa Emily Gigen yuko nasi hapa, principal magistrate pia Iten Locals, tunasema karibu sana. Pia tuko na mheshimiwa Barnabas Kipto, yeye ndio anasimamia koti mpya kule Moiben, karibu sana. Na wengine ambao nitawatambulisha baadaye, na wafanyabiashara ambao wako miongoni mwetu, wakulima ambao wako miongoni mwetu, nitawatambulisha tu punde nikipata. Na hapa on my right kuna our senior legend ambaye aliimba nikiwa primary. Nilisikia historia yake, kwanza nafikiri nilikuwa nursery akianza kuimba, na ndio hii tumeimba na yeye, na mimi naelekea kuseeka na hajaseeka. Pastor Joel Kimeta, wapi makofi yake jamani? Asante sana, yuko nasi, tunasema karibu sana Pastor wetu Kimeta, na wote viongozi na waandalizi wa sherehe hii tunawashukuru sana. So kwa dakika 2 tu ama 3 nitawaita wale ambao watatuongoza katika sehemu hii muhimu. So nipate tu muziki kutoka studio. Naona kitai kisetiwa polepole, punde tu hiyo kitai ikiwa tayari najua kwamba legend wetu atakuja kutuimbia. So nipate muziki kidogo kwa studio ninapofanya consultation, alafu tunaanza ratiba moja kwa moja.
Itoror we Jehova nyo, kimwagele itoror. Hallelujah. Itoror, Jehova ne migifsengwe, wandane walugosie. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Itoror, Jehova ne migifsengwe, wandane walugosie. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Itoror, Jehova ne migifsengwe, wandane walugosie. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Itoror, Jehova ne migifsengwe, wandane walugosie. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Moe bororiet itoror. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Ojarasis ko itoror. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Koi meneme ko itoror. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Itoror, Jehova ne migifsengwe, wandane walugosie. Itoror, Jehova nyo. Jehova nyo. Engeme go itoro. Itoro, Jehova nyo. Komiropta ko itoro. Itoro, Jehova nyo. Kila sunek tuguk tugul. Itoro, Jehova nyo. Itoro, Jehova ne migifsengwe, wandane walugosie. Jehovah nyo. Ye itwegu kogosebi. Itororo Jehovah nyo. Yangenere mogonyinjiwe. Itororo Jehovah nyo. Itororo Jehovah nemi tsengwe. Wandane balugoshe. Itororo.
Biwa tu bado kitu moja tu hapo alafu tuendelee. Na kwa vile leo legend yuko, nataka atulie asikie vile the upcoming artist wanaimba. The upcoming sasa ni mimi. The upcoming artist ni mimi mbele yake. So nitaomba studio mniwekee Max. Ye pia yeye ndio atakuwa final, aweke Max ya mwisho. Nipeka ngoma hapo. Kongoi. Nataka niimbe wimbo inasema Kongoi Kiptayat. Kongoi Jesho. Sababu ya hii Wareng Powerhouse. Bayo imekuwa ni nyumba ya nguvu. Yes. Very good. Ukisikia mahali kupiga makofi. Mahali. Yeah.
Live to sing music.
Unanipigia makofi ndio najisikia ni kama nimekuwa legend. Hey Kongoiwe, Kongoiwe, Kiptayat. Hey Yetinde, Kongoiwe, Amugi Gozarwe. Kongo Jesu, Kongoiwe, Kiptayat. Hey Yetinde, Kongoiwe, Amugi Gozarwe. Hey Gizoro tu yoni age jamidek baba. Age neti jego manguna gulazun Kongoiwe, Kongoiwe. Hey Jason enya Kongoiwe amugi gozarwe Nege zarwe Kongoiwe Kiptayat Hey Yetinde Kongoiwe amugi gozarwe Siberur boys yekage jamijek baba Age neti jego manguna gulazun Kongoiwe Yetinde Kongoiwe amugi Aya Chame inati ya Kiptayat. Karibu sana watumishi wa Mungu. Chame nyo Chame Kiptayat. Chame Kiptayat. Chame yo Chame Kiptayat. Chame Kongo Yesu nyo. Asante. Mnipigie makofi jamani. Oh, asante tuketi. Ngambi jengo EMC ko maiti ni ndio mumeta jege. Sasa najua ningejikaribisha. Niseme kwa sasa nataka tumkaribishe mwimbaji wetu Kipseon Aramanyuru. Pigia maana mimi ndio nasema mpigie makofi, you know. Kumbe ni mzuri uende kando alafu ukaribishwe. So kwa nafasi hii nitampisha legend wetu atuonjeshe, bado atafika nafasi ya kuimba lakini atuonjeshe kidogo. Wapi makofi ya Pastor Joel Kibeto jamani. Asante sana. Alafu miongoni mwetu tuko na mchungaji hapa Pastor Jeluget amejiunga nasi. Wapi makofi ya Pastor Jeluget jamani. Kile Pastor Jeluget dangoliel suwe. Goliel daya guide. Asante sana, karibu mchungaji.
Asante sana. Niwasalimu jamani, tusalimiane. Hamjamboni. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Tuenda kuimba wimbo. Ni wimbo mpya lakini lugha ni ya Kikalenjin. Inasema yai kouna ngu. Yaani fanya kama yako. Huu wimbo hata nimeweka leo hii YouTube, ni bado mpya kabisa, lakini natuhimiza tufanye kazi. Ninajua ya kwamba nyote ni professionals na ni watu ambao wanafanya kazi. Aga boisioni chukiyoe kere ngolosai kurgatagenge laitornatosiek ak kiptainatosiek paunatosiek ak kimnatosiek oi akwekyoe boisietab serikali amun inendet neyoe neyau kolosaik 325 kiage tugul neyoe chito leye Kaso kolosaik 323 kitage tugul neyoe koye amdoindet 9 koite 10 kitage tugul neyoe eung'ung kolosaik 323 kitage tugul neyoe oyai amdoindet 9 koite 10 kitage tugul neyoe eung'ung iyae kimnatet kikobutyo emotinwek chechang en Keiyandit kikobutyo institution chechang kikolulyo kampunisiek chekiyechen kikobutyo kampunisiek chechang kikolulyo serikalisiek chechang kikobutyo institution chechang kikobutyo kampunisiek chekikine kikobutyo mung'arosiek chechang kikobutyo boisionik cheechen amun biik chekikikochi kotononchi Kaso lugha 16 ngomakiyanak en tugukab chito age lugha 16 ngomakiyanak en tugukab chito age ngotiyoe boisietab chito we ngotikwerie karitab chito ngotikete karitab chito ngotiribe lagokab chi chorwenyun matingot ko kibanano ngotiribe lagokab chito chorwenyun missing akot ko kibanano ngotiboisie iye sipitali matingobek biik en eunekuk ngotiboisie iye sipitali wewe komengobek biik en eunekuk Amen.
Asante sana, tumpatie makofi. Asante sana. Ile makofi mazuri ya legend, ile makofi mazuri, tengeneza mkono, pasha moto. Kuna watu hapa pashi moto huko nyuma. Nimekuona MC. Pasha moto mzuri, tumpatie. Moja inafanya pap, haya pasha. Opashan, all align, jemsha, tumpe, tena, na tena. Asante sana, thank you so much, our legend, Pastor Joel Kimeto. Basi, bila kupoteza wakati tunaanza ratiba yetu rasmi sasa. Nitamkaribisha kwa heshima sana Pastor wetu, Pastor Cheluget, atufungulie kwa sala. Pastor, kwa heshima karibu. Sala ya kufungua mkutano.
Tuombe. Mtakatifu Mungu wetu wa mbinguni, kwa heshima zote tunakutukuza. Wewe ndiye uliyeratibisha mpango huu ili kwamba tupate kukutana jioni hii ya leo, tupate kujioji kimaisha tunapoishi hapa duniani na tunapojiandaa kwa mambo ya kiroho kwa ajili ya ufalme wako. Imefika wakati tunakukaribisha katika ufunguzi huu wa mkutano. Uwe nasi hatua kwa hatua hadi kikomo chake, katika Kristo ambaye ni mkombozi wetu. Amen.
Let's appreciate Pastor Cheluget. Tumpe moja tena. Asante sana. Basi at this juncture namuita Bwana Dan Meli for the opening remarks and setting of the tone. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi moja tena, ni admin. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, MC Kipseon. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you as we set the tone of our anniversary, being the 7th. I want to really appreciate and acknowledge your coming. My name is Dan Meli. I am the admin, or one of the admin, and I'm also the treasurer. I know most of you must have interacted with me electronically, and I really appreciate. I want to appreciate the fact that we are growing. We are now 7 years, and we are growing. We really thank God. Let me acknowledge the presence of all of us, being members of this honorable forum. We are not taking it for granted. We know you are here for a purpose, and that Wareng powers are really united us. I take this opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge the presence of Justice Luka Kimaru, who is here with us. We thank you so much, sir, for honoring and choosing to be part of this congregation. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the judiciary fraternity. We have also Maureen Kese, who is the principal magistrate. We have Barnaba Kipto, also a principal magistrate. We have Honorable Keegan Emily, who is also a magistrate. We have also among us ourselves Dr. Edwin Tarno, who is the CEO of TVED. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring our invitation. We also have among us ourselves the CEO of MTRH, Dr. Philip K. Kirwa. Thank you so much for coming, sir. We also have the chairman of EPZA, Wakili Chiruyot. Thank you so much for honoring our invite. I know that among us ourselves also we have our chief artist or our guest singer, Pastor Joel Kimeto. Let us appreciate him. We also have our guest speaker who will be sharing the word of God, Pastor Cheluget. Can we appreciate? I know all of us are important. We have also our panelists. We thank you so much for honoring us. We will be having shortly a very interactive panel discussion aligning with our theme, And for purposes of acknowledgement, I acknowledge our panelists, Director Magdalene, who is Director Held Up. Thank you so much. I also acknowledge Brother Evans Kili, the man behind Buffalo Millers, Mfalme Unga. Thank you so much. We also have Waziri Mada Cheruto, who is CCM Trade. We are also having amongst ourselves chairman also, who is going to lead us in industrialization. Thank you so much, Wakili Cheruyot. We also have Maureen Kese, who will be handling issues to do with legal. Thank you so much. I think I've mentioned all our panelists. There is a time that we will appreciate all of you. We will know all of you by your names, by the fact that we are admins. So at this juncture, I think I'll stop there, and then later, our super admin, Wana Terer, will come and acknowledge the rest of us. Otherwise, mine was just to set the tone and say that you are welcome to celebrate this anniversary. We are celebrating milestones. We are celebrating achievements. We are celebrating our unity as members of Wareng Powerhouse. And if you are not yet a member, I think by the end of this session, you are going to consider being a member. Because from here, we know that we have good plans going forward. Otherwise, thank you so much. At this juncture, I think I'll invite our moderator. Who is none other but Johnston Kotut. I don't know wherever you are, our moderator is around. This is a public policy expert, currently economic advisor to Uasin Gishu County Government. Let us clap for him as he takes the mantle. Thank you so much.
Asante. Thank you so much, Dan, and thank you once again. Distinguished participants, this is a particular moment that all of us have been waiting, where we will have a panel discussion. Basically, we will be delving into several issues that are geared towards promoting the theme of today's discussion. So we will look at various components. The first one, we would want to unpack issues to do with agribusiness, youth-led enterprise, and value addition. And we will have a panelist who will be sitting here purposely to support us in that particular aspect. We will also want to look at the health sector, investments, regional economic impact. In Wareng Powerhouse, we always talk a lot about Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and we know it as one of the biggest pillars for the development of Uasin Gishu County. Today, we will also dig deeper into the role of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in terms of economic development within our county. We will also have focus on export-led industrial zones. All of us are excited with the prospects of EBZ-A, so we know we will be able to get some more details with a panelist who will be able to join us to unpack that particular area. We also know the role of the county in terms of the county policy, enabling environment and local economic development. We will have our panelist, who is none other than the CEC in charge of industry. She will be joining us and unpack the role of county in terms of promoting that particular aspect. And then we also recognize the role of innovation, technology, and youth empowerment. We'll have a panelist to look at those particular aspects. And finally, the rule of law, legal frameworks, and investments in business. This panel will be moderated by myself and my colleague, Dr. Kochei. I would just want to give him an opportunity to introduce himself. Then I will go into calling the panelists to come on the stage. Karibu sana, Dr. Kochei.
I think you can do the justice by clapping to my brother here. Thank you, and I really apologize for running late. We've just had a big event that made me to be a bit late. My name is Dr. Albert Kochei. I am a member of Wareng Powerhouse, and above all again, I specialize in leadership and governance. That is my area of specialization. And above all again, I serve as a chairman of Multimedia University Council. And it's really my pleasure just to interact with a lot of our professionals here. I believe with the type of people that we have in the panel, we are going to be able to extract the best from us. We are all aware that we are still at the formative stage of celebrating and continuously growing our fifth city. And I don't know whether you are aware you're in a city. Would you want to clap that you are in a city? So let us behave in a manner that suggests that we are in a city, okay? And even the way our good people are going to be responding to the questions and asking the many questions that we are going to be doing here, it is in honor of the fact that what we are becoming here, some of the activities that we are doing here, is just to be able to give the modeling of what a city is supposed to be. Thank you so much. I look forward to enjoying the session with you. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. You will go with that. Sit right there. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Dr. Kochei. So first, ladies and gentlemen, to join us on the panel is Evan Skilly. Evan Skilly is a seasoned entrepreneur, the modern farmer in the forefront of precision agriculture and sustainable food systems. He currently serves as the managing director for Buffalo Millers, a fully integrated agribusiness that champions farm to plate, from farm to the plate, because they do it from production all the way to the processing. It delivers high quality, locally sourced food product. He has a background of production engineering and master's degree from strategic management. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming Dr. I know you're soon going to be doctor. Allow me to call you that. Karibu sana, Evans, Managing Director, Buffalo Millers. Karibu sana. Karibu, tumpigie makofi mpaka akae chini. Asante sana. Next, ladies and gentlemen, is someone that I would want to summarize as, let me just give the summary. It's a strategic, legally grounded leader driving EBZ transformation through digital innovation, export value chain, enhancement, and investor-friendly reforms anchored in national economic growth ambition. That is none other than Advocate Richard Cheruiyot. Karibu sana, Chairman EBZA. Karibu sana. Karibu Chairman. Next, ladies and gentlemen, is, just want to describe who he is, then you will help me to identify who that person is. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Honorable Kese is a judicial officer serving as a principal magistrate and deputy registrar at the Court of Appeal in Eldoret. With over 18 years in legal and public service, he has held key roles in the Ministry of Interior, Office of the DPP, and actively contributes to civic education and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Honorable Kese to the panel. As Kese joins us, we have Dr. Kirwa, a seasoned obstetric and gynecology specialist with over 28 years of experience in medicine and production health. He's a fellow of FCOG, ECSA, and a member of KMA and KO GS. His career roles include being the Chief Medical Specialist, Medical Director, and currently he serves as the MTRH Managing Director. Karibu sana, Daktari. Karibu sana, Daktari. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, we have Magdalene, is a Kenyan tech innovator and entrepreneur with over 12 years experience in technology, business development and mentorship. She is the leading CEO and founder of EldoHub, leading digital empowerment initiative for youth, women, and marginalized groups. She holds masters in mobile telecommunication, innovation from Strathmore University. Karibu sana, Magdalene Chepkemoi. Tumkaribishe Magdalene as she joins the panel. We are also expecting Waziri Mother. As soon as he joins, we will be able to introduce her and bring her as part of the panelists. Asanteni sana, and welcome to the panel discussion. Dr. Koche, you can first take the first few questions.
Very good. I want to believe all of us now we are ready and set to be able to interact. We call them sector specialists. So I want to believe that you are going to give us a lot of knowledge and wisdom in the several areas that you are going to be asked. Let me start with my brother from MTRH. That is our friend, Dr. Kirua. So with MTRH expanding to become a regional referral hub, and you can attest to that, how do you see healthcare infrastructure, including government interventions like SHA, SHIF, contributed to both national economic development and the regional prosperity? Over to you, Bwana Kirua.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I know we are planning trips together in Capital Forest today, and good to see you. So, MTRH as a hospital in this region is playing a key role in terms of improving the healthcare of the people in this region, and hence we have better outcomes in terms of the people that we see and the people who live and work in this region. So MTRH employs 3,600 employees, so just about there. In terms of the supply chain and the people that we touch, who suppliers are touched in one way or another, probably in the region of another about 15,000 people in one way or another supply or touched by MTRH. The other thing that just need to note also is that in terms of the service delivery, we serve about 24 million people, the people in the western part of Kenya, occupying about 22 counties. Inclusive of that is also the regional countries. We have patients from Uganda, Tanzania, DRC, some from Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, showing that the role of MTRH as a medical hub is beginning, but there's still a long way to go to make sure that we increase and improve our services. All of us know where MTRH is at the moment. As a small hospital, we began as a district hospital, first as a cottage hospital in 1970, became a referral hospital in 1998. Currently, with just about 1,200 beds. But for those of us who live in the area of Kiplombe, we have another 200 acres. So the figure of MTRH is in Kiplombe of 2,000 beds. Those 2,000 beds are we are currently at almost the point of procurement. We've sent out requests for proposals, and the next stage will be to attract, at least procure somebody to build for us. So when you talk about MTRH as an institution and providing healthcare, the outcome of our people means we have a healthier population, a better community, who are able to work and produce for whatever areas that they work in. The second thing, of course, is that MTRH as a hospital or a healthcare provider is a better investment in this region. we can proudly say the growth of this city, apart from the educational institution, the second part is the number one is actually the hospital, and the second contributor of growth of the city of Everett is healthcare. And hence, when you see Everett surrounded by many hospitals, because the opportunities have arisen,
Sure.
and people know that this is a hub for healthcare.
Thank you.
So that attraction of investments, so when we have this, we have attraction of investment investing in hospital as healthcare itself, but also there are ancillary services. These include distribution networks, for example, pharmaceuticals and pharmacies. But that opportunity that will come as we go along is actually the area of manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. Besides that, food supply chains across this region. So the farmers here are beneficiaries. Farmers across Kenya are beneficiaries, because when you want to buy chicken, you want to buy beef, it's likely to come from the region. It's unlikely to come from anywhere else.
Okay.
And I can assure our members here that most of the goats that are eaten in FTRH come from Kerio Valley.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. Maybe then tied to that, you've mentioned about related services. Maybe you may want to help us to understand complementary industries. Industries like pharmaceutical, areas to do with medical diagnostic, areas to do with biomedical engineering, and health ICT. How is it tying it up with the expansion that you are anticipating in the next 1 year or so?
Yeah, so thank you. So with the expansion of the healthcare services as the hospital itself, of course those ancillary services are the ones which will automatically grow. Okay. As I said, manufacturing of pharmaceutical is a very key component of healthcare growth. And actually this will actually attract industries, and I hope we have our county here that they'll actually be able to give incentives to the people who are able to manufacture the various pharmaceuticals. Okay. Actually that's the greatest consumption that we have in hospitals. Okay. The second thing, of course, are services like ICT, investments, connectivity in the region will actually improve automatically, okay. And the investors will come. And sure. As you can see, for example, if we talk about Safaricom, sure. Safaricom has grown a lot because apart from connecting us to the various networks, to the internet, sure. The people also who work in those places and the people who come in for various activities, in one way or another, will actually utilize those services.
Thank you.
So it's actually an opportunity for many of us to invest in many of those areas.
Thank you. A round of applause to Dr. Kirwa. My brother, go to take it over.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kirwa. For Wareng Powerhouse members, you know the discussion that we have always been having about Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. You know about the big 5 projects that we have always aspired that be developed in Uasin Gishu County. One of them was the new hospital in Kiplombe. And today, we are really excited as Wareng Powerhouse to get confirmation from Daktari that it is at the procurement stage. Once again, I clap for that. Asante sana, Daktari, for that. So allow me to take my questions to Buffalo Millers. I would want to ask you, just to paint for us the journey in agribusiness and value addition with Buffalo Millers demonstrated potential for youth transformation in agriculture in Kenya. Because wherever we see the work that you are doing there, we can only relate with what we see in developed countries. So paint a picture for us, the journey that has taken Buffalo Millers to reach where it has reached. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Kutut, and thank you, Wareng Powerhouse, for having us here today to address this eminent powerhouse. So I'll give you a brief background of how Buffalo Millers was born. I'll take you back when I was still a small kid. I was raised in a farm, like most of people, the young kids being raised in Uasin Gishu, and we used to see how our parents were really working hard at the farm. By that time, we had only few outlets to sell our produce. I think we had 2 major mills in Eldoret. So I pitched this idea to my dad, and I told him, why don't we do our own value addition? I gave me the blessings and told me, you look into it. So from that day, I became very intentional. After finishing high school, I went to college. I did mechanical engineering, and I made sure I went to milling companies for my attachments. It is from there that I got knowledge of milling. After finishing school, I went to do administration so that I could at least get a bit knowledge on how to run a business. And immediately I went back to farm and started pushing my dad to put up the mill. So I was, eventually I was able to convince him, and we started with that small 20-ton mill here in Kimomu. And once we started value addition, that is when now we saw the fruits of it. Initially we were selling maize grain to the millers, but after milling we were getting out two products, that is maize and animal feeds as byproducts. And actually it is the animal feeds where the money is. So we were able to increase our revenue in terms of sales. And then also in terms of marketing, we now have to look for new markets. We started from town, we started moving to other towns, and gradually demand overshot supply. And we were forced now to start buying maize from other farmers. Initially it was from our farm, now we are forced to buy from other farmers, and then farmers got an outlet for selling their maize. Also, because of this, we were able to expand our machines. We leveraged on technology, and we were able to improve our processes, and we were able now to produce high quality flour. And we were able to compete now with the giants in the market. Through that, we increased our employment. We started with 5. Currently, we are standing at 200 permanent employees. So it touched our community. We were able to provide jobs for our community. We were able to give farmers at least options for selling their meats. And also through the food that we are producing, high quality nutritious food, we were able to improve the health of our people. And as Daktari said, a healthy people is a working nation. Also through our story, a lot of people from across the country came just to get to benchmark with us. And I can say today, several people have opened up mills because of our success story.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And to the young people in this house, maybe one of the key lessons that you could pick there is that you went for attachment in some of the milling companies. And for those who are employing him at that particular time as an intern, today they are peers in terms of they are competitors in the field. And I'm sure he beats most of them. So asante sana, thank you for that. Maybe still on you, just point to us some of the main challenges and opportunities you see in scaling agro-processing ventures in counties like Uasin Gishu and our region. What are some of the challenges that you are likely to experience, and what are some of the opportunities for the young people here to be able to explore and be able to also process their products? Because I like the story, the fact that you do the production, you do the processing, and you do the marketing. So you are able to have all that from end to end. So please paint to us some of the challenges and the opportunities that are there within that particular sector.
From my experience, I think the biggest challenge to agro businesses and startups is financing. So this is a big challenge, and I think the government should come up with a way, maybe to offer agro businesses cheap loans, grants, and such things, and maybe come up with policies that favor these startups. I think that is the biggest challenge, and that is the challenge that most people face. Another thing is, for me, when I started, we were coming access to markets. We are coming into a market where we have giants who already established themselves. So it's a bit tricky to introduce a new product into the market and push it. You have to have a nice strategy to do it. Another challenge is issues of dealing with infrastructure. When we were sourcing maize, you have to go inside the farms. You find the roads are terrible. Post-handling issues. You see, we have poor storages. I think the government needs to come up with ways of assisting the farmers to aggregate and store. To store those products for them. Most agricultural products are perishable. I'm lucky that maize is not among those. So imagine with the lack of infrastructure to deal with that, it poses a very big challenge. Yeah.
Thank you, Buffalo Millers, our friend. Now, the next question I want to ask to somebody we've seen her growing in this city. Magdalene Chepkemoi, personally, and many of us, when history of Eldoret will be written, you are going to feature prominently in one of the basic pages. The good work that you've done in areas of innovation, technology, and the youth empowerment. And today, when Eldoret is mentioned, you cannot mention Eldoret without mentioning Eldo Hub. And therefore, I want to ask you two questions. Number one, with the rising unemployment and growing unrest among the Gen Z, especially in regions feeling left out of mainstream economic progress, could you kindly tell us how digital skills, youth-driven innovation be harnessed not just for personal wealth, but to create scalable, community-based employment opportunities within the region? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. And I think everyone now is talking about Gen Zs. You know, Gen Zs is giving us sleepless nights. And I think government is trying to come up with ways in which they can support the Gen Zs. So first of all, I want to say that in Africa, for example, we have so many young people. If you compare with other places, the population of young people in Africa is very high compared to young people, other places. And that we need to look at it as an opportunity. It is not really, it's an opportunity for us because it means that we have young people who are tech savvy, we have young people who are very energetic that can support our economies. In Kenya, we've seen how the young people are now coming out and saying, you know, we need to come up with ways to, we want to an opportunity. They're asking for help and all the other things that they're doing. And I think that is where we need to really sit down and talk about, you know, where is the world going? What are some of the opportunities within the ecosystem that we can come up with solutions to support the youth in terms of looking at opportunities? My colleague here has talked about, you know, we need to come up with schemes, and I think government has come up with different opportunities like the Nyota, KJET, and all the other opportunities that are coming up. So that said, it's very important that we really talk about and address the youth unemployment. Everyone, even including our children, the Gen Zs are our children. You know, we need to look for opportunities for them. And other than just looking for opportunity, we need also to provide guidance, because clearly with the technology and the misinformation that is happening across the internet, these young people need a lot of guidance. The world also is changing. Sorry, the world also is changing in a very rapid way. You know, technology is here, and it is, it keeps changing. It's very dynamic. You know, dynamic by next year. Today we are talking about artificial intelligence. Next year we are talking about something else. So that means our strategy of addressing these young people and the youth unemployment needs to change. It needs to change. And we need to, it starts with us. And I think also there are so many other things that we can talk about, but I would like to talk about Eldo Hub, and to answer your question, I will talk about Eldo Hub because that is exactly what Eldo Hub does. So Eldo Hub, we started in 2016 there. That is when the idea came. Personally, also have a story. I grew up in the village, and you know, there is not so much opportunities there. And then I went to the capital city just the way everyone is looking for opportunities, just a young person looking for opportunities. And then I saw opportunities for the young people. You know, I used to attend High Hub and other innovation ecosystem. I used also to go to Strathmore, and that's how I did my master's in mobile telecommunication and innovation. And I saw a lot of opportunities for young people. And I thought that, you know, why are all these opportunities in Nairobi? Why is it that when everyone graduates want to get opportunities? I said, you know what, I need to go back home and start building opportunities for young people. And that's how Eldo Hub was born. And we started operation in 2017. And our focus has mainly been working with youth and supporting them and helping them to prepare them to benefit from the opportunities the digital economy offers. You know, we believe that, you know, the world is going tech, and, you know, there is a lot of opportunities in the digital economy. There is, you know, and this keeps changing. So that's where we are. So what we did is We have 4 pillars within Eldo Hub. One of them is skills development, where we provide training on the latest tools and technologies, including soft skills. You know, those skills that are not necessarily tech, but are needed to grow one's career. As it's not just technology that is needed, and you've all seen even online. We would also need innovation. You also need to be innovative. You also need to look for other opportunities. So we have Tech Academy, which we provide trainings and on innovation, and we've seen young people going beyond even Kenya getting other opportunities. Number 2, we also support job creation. You know, that means to create employment for young people, we need to skill, and in technology, you need to learn very fast. You know, you need to unlearn, because it is dynamic, like I said. It keeps changing. By next year, there is something else we are talking about. So the people who will get opportunities, and these young people, is those ones who learn very fast. And you need to learn, you need to skill very fast. Number 2 is the job creation, which is our second pillar. Job creation is we provide, it's not just about training. We need to help these young people to transition into the industry. And we have 2 strategies that we are using: skills to businesses and skills for businesses. Skills to businesses for us means that, you know, you can use your talent and you can use your skill to help other businesses maybe to digitize their business processes. And number 2 is skills to businesses. You can use the skill, your skill in graphic design, for example, your skill in data. You can use that skill to launch a business out of it. And that's what we've been helping young people to do. So to launch businesses, you know, and it doesn't have to be a big startup. It could be a small business which you have to grow organically until it becomes something big. That's what we've been focusing on. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Magdalene. I have the second question. Could you appreciate Magdalene? Second question, Magdalene, is in the context of the national economic development, how can our counties, probably we may want to talk about NORED, better integrate youth-led digital innovations, especially from rural and underserved regions, into mainstream economic policy investment strategies? Perhaps in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I think we need to discuss about a topic that has been ongoing for a very long time. There is the Startup Bill, Kenya, which we've contributed. I think I've contributed 3 times or 4 times about the Startup Bill, and I think it's currently in the National Assembly. And it was started by Senate, that was started by Johnson Sakaja. And I remember we are among, personally I was tasked to support the discussion within the rural different areas, 10 regions. And we organize policy stakeholder meetings across 10 regions. That means the 8, you remember 8 provinces, and of course Rift Valley we did around 10. So we were asking and, you know, working with young people in the rural areas just to understand, you know, what are their needs, and also understand what is it that, you know, we are going to put in the Startup Bill. And I think all the things that we are talking about here as was addressed, or rather we were able to submit to the Startup Bill. But now the challenge is even the way the government, or rather the Startup Bill defined startups. They kind of defined startup as an established business. It was more focused on licensing the startups and all that, which is a challenge. I think what needs to be done is to really understand what is it that affects our local context, because sometimes we pick ideas in Silicon Valley and we want to incorporate in our context, which our rural areas does not really fit. So I think we need to really co-create and come up with different solutions and different policies that address our needs. Even artificial intelligence, as much as I know it is developed in other countries, there is the issue of online safety and all that. But then at the same time, we need to really think about, what is it that affects us? Is maybe small businesses are working in Africa compared to startups, which also was not developed. It is not our idea. It is an idea which came from other places. So my prayer is that, if the startup bill can be revived and, we start discussing about it, I think it's going to address all the issues that we have.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. As we appreciate her, I think I want to pick it up from where you've left, that you wish that the startup bill can be able to proceed, and we are definitely honored to have the senator herself, Professor Kamar. So I think after this, Professor Kamar, you just part of your speech is a commitment that you are going to dispose of that bill. Over to you.
Asante, asante. Thank you so much, and thank you. There is similarities between the last two presenters, that is Kili and Magdalene, in terms of kujituma, because they said after university, they decided that they need to do something, and they set up these organizations. So that is really encouraging, and it is encouraging for our young people that we don't always have to go the route of employment, but we can always be employers ourselves. So we really appreciate you for that. So at this point, allow me to welcome one of the other panelists who has joined us. She was not with us when we were introducing the panelists, so I'll just want to briefly introduce her. Engineer Martha Cheruto, who was an engineering expert, policy leadership and passion for economic development. She's currently serving as the Uasin Gishu CCM. She's driving infrastructural projects, industrial park, cooperative strengthening, tourism expansion, and inclusive enterprise growth, placing the county on the growth of trajectory aligned with the national economic aspiration. Karibu sana Waziri. While you're away, we try to look at your profile, and I'm impressed by the profile. We don't have time to read the entire. Go straight to ask a question to EBZA, Advocate Richard Cheruiyot. And this one is in relationship to the export-led growth and industrial zones. So it is that the new export promotion zone in Eldoret will unlock for the local business and foreign investors. Because there is a lot of discussion about the new EBZ, and we want you to unpack to us, what are the opportunities so that we can be able to prepare ourselves, and those who are not able to kujituma, like the last two presenters, they can be able to exploit the opportunities within EBZA. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. For those who have just walked in, my name is Richard Cheruiyot. I'm an advocate, but I'm also the chairman of Export Processing Zones Authority. So allow me, moderator, before answering that question, maybe to enlighten our audience what EPZ is. EPZ is a state parastatal which was enacted in 1990 through an act of parliament, the EPZ Act, Chapter 517, Laws of Kenya. Now, the drafters of this act of parliament had the following intention. Number one was to promote the establishment of factories or manufacturing units for purposes of export. These factories, what the drafters thought was that it was necessary to create incentives around this space so that we are able to encourage both international and local players to come and set up these factories. So they set up about 3 channels of incentives. Number one, they set up what we call fiscal incentives. Fiscal incentives are basically monetary. That is tax holidays. We have corporate tax. For instance, if you set up a factory within the EPZ, you will enjoy corporate tax. You will not be paying any tax for the first 10 years, you pay 0. Then the following 10 years, you pay 10%, like that. Then we also have exemptions in stamp duty. We also have exemptions in withholding tax for expatriates. And then when you go to the question of physical incentives, is that they decided that they would be setting up zones where they put up factories so that they are ready for plug and play. You come with your equipment and you install them and you start construction. Alongside that arrangement, they will also create roads, they will also create power lines, sewer systems, and that is how EPZ at Athi River was born. The third line of incentive was that they created processes that make it very simple for people to invest within EPZ. So that within EPZ, all the government agencies that are supposed to give you licenses exist within the EPZ. We have KRA there, we have NEMA there, we have all the organizations that you require. And what happens is that in EPZ, after you have finished your manufacturing and you have packed your stuff in a container, they are assessed there and they are released. And from the moment they leave the zone to Mombasa, the port, there will be no other checking. So they created a friendly business environment. So initially, when this concept started, all of these activities were happening at Athi River. So when the present regime came into power, I was appointed the chairman, and one of the discussions that we had in that early period was that there was need to decentralize this EPZ so that we do not have everything revolving around Athi River. And born out of that discussion, Eldoret EPZ was one of the products. So the president, in his wisdom, decided to set up 5 other EPZ zones. One of them is in Kirinyaga, the other one is in Murang'a, then we have Eldoret, then we have Busia, and we have Nakuru. So at Eldoret, we have 135 acres. We've put up 4 warehouses, which are nearing completion. We hope that we will be ready for plug and play maybe in the next 1 month. Now that is the progress that we have done. And now going back to the opportunities that are available within EPZ, let me start with the direct opportunities that you will get within EPZ. Within the EPZ program, we have 3 types of licenses. License number 1 is called developer license. License number 2 is called enterprise license, and license number 3 is a service license. What is a developer license? A developer license is where you come in and you request to be allocated land within EPZ so that you can put up an industrial shed, and then you are able to lease it out to other people. So that is the first opportunity that is automatically available to all of us. So at Eldoret here, we have 135 acres, and we have decided to create a nucleus of 10 acres. And in that 10 acres, we have put up 4 sheds measuring about 12,000 square meters. So those 4 sheds are available for plug and play. But we now have the remainder of the land where you can come and apply at subsidized rates. We allocate you land for a period of between 30 and 50 years, then you can invest. So instead of spending a lot of money to buy plots and building, you can come and lease for 50 years. 50 years is as good as owning. So what I encourage our members is please come to our offices. What I did when I became chairman, I am relocating the regional head office to Eldoret for ease of accessibility to all of us. The second opportunity that is available is the enterprise license. Now, this enterprise license is for the actual manufacturers. And I want us to understand that manufacturing does not necessarily mean the multi-billion thing. A lot of our people are afraid to go into this space because they think they need millions of shillings. Manufacturing includes value addition. We are an agro-processing zone, and we can be able to collect our produce, do some value addition in terms of packaging or other small things, and then we qualify as exporters. Now, when it comes to this manufacturing enterprise license, EPZ helps all the investors to identify the market. The government of Kenya has signed many treaties. We have the FCFTA, we have the AGOA treaty, and all these treaties. So all you need to do is to decide what you want to do, come to our offices, and we try to help you, to align you, to identify the market that you want to supply. Then we will be able to supply you. You can imagine, like last year, we were here during the conference, and we were told that Dubai, I think they want about 32,000 metric tons of food. We cannot even supply. Wasingishu, we are not supplying. Our planes deliver cargo here and they leave empty because we are not able to supply even a simple near destination like Dubai. The third opportunity that we have is a service license. Service license are those people who are going to render services to support the investors who are exporting. For example, ICT, we have even hoteliers where you are able to do hotels within the EPZ zone. We are able to do dispensaries. You are supposed to do banking. So all those licenses are available. But the most important thing for those people who cannot play within the EPZ zone, I want you to understand that Kitengela was born out of an EPZ enterprise in Athi River. So that's why Kitengela is there. So what I am saying is that we are going to have another version of Athi River in Eldoret thanks to EPZ Eldoret. So what am I asking you to do? I'm telling you, in Eldoret we are going to have conferences. In Eldoret we are going to have trade fairs. In Eldoret we are going to have seminars. All these things require people to think outside the box and put up hotels, put up conference facilities, put up call centers. So we are asking you, if you don't want to go to EPZ, put up a nice 5-star hotel outside the EPZ. People will be coming to do those businesses.
Thank you.
The other thing, finally, let me just mention one thing that is going to happen is that we are now going to a digital space and technology. What is happening now is that in the developed countries, they are not able to afford labor. So how do they circumvent that situation? They come to countries like ours and they set up what we call business processing outsourcing. So the work is in the US, but that work is processed from Kenya. So currently we have about 9 companies in Kenya employing approximately 60,000 people. So you find about 5,000 youths locked up in a room getting instructions from the United States of America on a product and processing that product from their computers within Kenya. So what I want to ask our people is that because we cannot afford to take all our children to the US and other countries, let us invest in business processing, outsourcing, and ICT. We have colleges like RVTI, we have the universities who can help us to equip our people with potential to be able to exploit these opportunities. Thank you.
Asante. Thank you. Thank you. I think Wakili deserves more than that. Tumpigie makofi tena. Thank you so much, Wakili. Maybe just a quick follow-up on the same. You talked about opportunities within the business processing, process outsourcing. And you also talked about the tax-free for 10 years. And you know, at that particular point, the super admin who is seated behind me was scratching my back and told me, this one we must take as Wareng Powers. Whatever that we are going to do with it, we don't know for now, but we'll just have to get one for ourselves. So maybe just unpack for us the issue of business process outsourcing, whether those will be available within the export processing zone. Because the other day, we had the advisor of the president on economic matters, Moses Kuria, talked about a company called G2, which was employing over, was it 5,000 people, so in Nyeri. And he was saying because of the issues that were there, they were thinking of relocating. Could we be having an opportunity for us to have also one of that kind here in Eldoret that even would employ 5,000 or so youth? And we want to appreciate you for also bringing out the fact that you would want to have the regional office here in Uasin Gishu. That is Jerobism that we promote as Wareng Powers. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. So let me start first of all by saying out of the 12,000 square meters of the sheds that we have put up, in the very near future, maybe in the next 1 or 2 months when it is completed, we've already lined up investors who are going to come in, and depending on the kind of business that they are going to do, we are going to employ between 5,000 and 20,000 youths on the first phase. Now, when it comes to this business processing outsourcing, it is possible to have it. All we need to do is to have somebody who has an interest. So what I'm going to suggest is that we want people to develop, and since we already have Eldo Hub here, I think they would be the best people to help us in that journey. So that the only thing that will happen is that we will guide them through our office to connect them with customers in the diaspora. Once you have the customers in the diaspora, they would be able to assign you tasks. And that way, you will be able to employ the youth. Maybe so that you understand the concept of business processing outsourcing. In the US, for example, they might want to employ an ICT person, and maybe he wants to be paid $50 per hour. What they come and do is that they come and say, we want to come and work in Kenya, and we pay $20 per hour. So you do the job there, and then you are paid. You do the job, you are deemed to be working in America, but you are working from where? Probably even from your own bedroom, and then you earn your $20. The challenge that we have had, what he has referred to, is that because we are a litigious nation, we are a very litigious nation, what happened is that there are some people who went to court now after realizing that the concept of this business outsourcing was to bring down the cost. After getting the job, a few people went to court and said, hata sisi ni wanafanyikazi wa Microsoft. And because we are employees of Microsoft, we want to be paid the same rate as the Microsoft employees were in the US. That is, for me, after I tried to convince those people, I went to talk to them, I told them, the government is keen to create worthy employment. But again, we must balance that with the fact that we have many youth in the streets who are looking for these jobs. So if you want to be paid the same way that people are being paid in the US, what would happen naturally is that these people would relocate to other countries. So the Ministry of Labor is working on some legislation to find ways of cushioning this business processing outsourcing from total collapse. Because if we go like that, because right now the judges will tell you, the law as it is, once it is found that you are an employee of Microsoft, then you would be entitled to get similar treatment like employees of Microsoft in the US. So we are working around this space with the Ministry of Labor to find ways of ensuring we keep this business processing outsourcing in Kenya, because some of the best countries like Philippines are doing it. So even us, we are able to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana, Wakili. Over to you.
Kotu, allow me just to stimulate our interest in that issue of business processing. 2 weeks ago, we had a conference for all the universities in Mombasa. So about 43 public universities. And one of the presentations that featured prominently was some companies who have tried to identify the public universities of Kenya to help in running the business processing outsourcing. And I think I want to even challenge our universities, probably more university, you know, RVTR, they're already in the lead, you know, Eldoret University and so forth, so that then we can be able to open. I can tell you for free, there is going to be a huge employment opportunity for the many youth in that area. And I want to say thank you so much, my brother. Now, engineer, and I think it's needful to mention that part of the introduction that my brother Kotu should have said about engineer Cheruta is that she is board director of EPRA. So would you want to appreciate that, please? And therefore, areas to do regulating fuel prices definitely sit within a purview. Allow me, Waziri, to ask you 2 questions real quick. Number one, what are the key policy interventions? What are the key policy interventions that you are doing in your department in implementing and stimulate trade, tourism, industry growth in our beloved Uasin Gishu County? And you may want to tie it up with the second question. And at the same time, would you want to share with us 5 top-level investment opportunities that you would consider in this good county, Uasin Gishu? Over to you, engineer.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I sit here to represent the county government. We worked with a time of 6:45 to be on the panel, so allow us coming in on time as per the schedule we were given. But all as said and done, received greetings from His Excellency the Governor and the Deputy Governor. We were all together looking at the review, midterm review of what we have done so far, and therefore that is where we are all up and about. Speaking to what you've asked, looking at it globally, there are 3 things first that we want to look into. Looking at the theme and asking ourselves, do we feel the impact of the big economic transformation all the way to our pockets and all the way to the table of a farmer in Tarbo, in Moiben, and even a student in Eldoret, thinking about their uncertain future? There are 3 policies here. At the national level, we have Vision 2030, and even at the county, all the same. At the national, we also have His Excellency the President, the Better. At the regional level, in this context, the county, we have Nguzo Kumi, which represents the governor's manifesto and the vision for this county. And the third perspective towards that theme is matters the practical ways that we can support an individual, an MSME, to access credit, and even to access skills and linkages, so that everybody feels the impact and the growth of the vision into reality. Now, coming down to Uasin Gishu County, the vision of excellency is to create this place as a go-to destination for industrialization, tourism, trade, and all matters, just to ensure that we position this county as the go-to destination and anyone can come here to visit, because currently we have the city status. So I will speak in 5s for the 2 questions. The first one, let's look at some items to do with strengthening trade infrastructure and enhancing market access. Because we know trade, we will produce, but for you to bring money into the pocket, you need infrastructure and you need to do trade. So what have we done? The biggest project that we can talk about confidently is the ultra-modern market. And I acknowledge Dr. Tarno, we have walked the journey with you. Let us celebrate him, please, all the way with the ministry, is that we thought through. We had a market that was accommodating more than 5,000 people, but the maximum capacity was 800. So the request by the governor to the president was, could we enhance it? And that is why that market is coming in. It will accommodate over 4,000 people. It will have a crèche. It will have ICT hubs. It will also have spaces in the supermarket. And moderator, I see my boss is here. You'll acknowledge or we continue? Let us acknowledge.
So, ladies and gentlemen, may we be upstanding as we welcome the Cabinet Secretary, Energy, my brother and our good friend Wandai, and then, of course, the hosting governor, the governor of the 5th county, that is Uasin Gishu County, Dr. Jonathan B, a.k.a. Chelilim. Please, can we give them a round of applause? We are honored to have the Cabinet Secretary himself, and we want to say thank you so much, Bwana Waziri. Thank you so much, Governor. Seated next to the Governor is Professor. So we have a Professor, we have Dr. and we have the Honorable. What a joy. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats. You may continue as you wrap it up.
Thank you very much, Excellency, together with Honorable Minister and Professor. What you are mentioning, Excellency, is the interventions we've done as a department and as a county at large. Quickly, I will just highlight. Number 1 is to strengthen the trade infrastructure, which we've talked about the market. And I can tell you every sub-county will have modern markets accommodating over 200 people. When you look at Kahoya, Kimumu, all those markets, we've enhanced drainage so that each and every person can get space. Number 2, because I was just trying to jot down very quickly, is matters 24-hour economy. If you move around, the trading centers have been lit up, and therefore we want to see that people can do their businesses for 24 hours. The second thing that I want us to keep in mind is matters to do with industrialization, and that is where we are accelerating industrialization and MSME growth. At this juncture, I also want us to celebrate our chairman, EPZ. Please let us celebrate him, because part and parcel of accelerating industrialization is the work we have done together in establishing the EPZ. We also have a county aggregation and industrial park in Moiben. This is on a 35-acre land, whereby you will get serviced plots and serviced warehouses. You can come in and plug and play. The third thing that I want us to look into very quickly as we do that, on matters accessing industrialization, is matters financing. We have established a fund. This fund provides access to people, cooperative societies, at a very low interest rate, so that you can kickstart your business idea and make it a reality. The third thing, and that is a joy to all of us, this is growing the MICE industry, that is the tourism, and expansion of the hospitality. To us, this is a benefit to this county. When we have conferences, the Evolution Conference showed us that we can host over 20,000 people. After that, there have been streams of events. We've seen Safari Rally, we've seen cycling, we have seen several people coming here, and there are many more. So what we have done is we have established a strategy, gotten in touch with KICC and the national agencies so that we can position this place as a go-to space for tourism. The fourth, almost the last one on that, is matters empowering cooperatives and inclusive enterprise. All of us come from a community. Our parents were in cooperative societies. So the question is, are we going to let that go so that we go individual, or are we going to strengthen it? We have trained them, promoted good governance, and even promoted the digital space. And finally, on the interventions, is matters to do with the policy framework and the incentives that we've given out. Right now, for you to apply your license, you can get it at a one-stop desk, a tax center, all the way to the ward level. Number two, what we've also done is that we have retained the services and the taxes that we charged last year. This is so that as a business person, you can predict how much you're going to pay, and therefore it makes your business easy because we want tax stability. On the 5 things capturing all this, the second question that is asked, what are we going to do on the opportunities? And this one I'll not belabor each point because as you can see, I'd written everything, which would require like 3 hours or 5 hours for us. But quickly through, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point you take your notes because we are business community. The first one, I believe all of us are business people or aspiring. The government has moved towards EGP, e-government process and procurement. If you're a business person, have you registered? That's the first question I'll ask all of us. When we look at statistics and you look at the portal, other regions have close to 1,000 registered people. Coming closer home, we are barely 200 registered. Yet, that portal gives us access to tenders, to business opportunities countrywide. And it has opened up all these opportunities to everybody. So if you're in this room and you have not registered, please log in today, ensure you have a valid certificate of registration, ensure you have a valid tax compliance, ensure your ID is correct, just make sure you're correct. Then log in, apply, because going forward, all opportunities will be put on that line. Now we move into the other 5. So that now, once you've registered, and as you do privately, take note of this. The first one, the industrial park, agro-processing, the EPZ. What can you set up there? Value addition, we have horticulture, we have animal feeds, we have export-oriented products, and there we can confirm there'll be a steady supply of raw materials. That is perfect because Excellence is distributing seedlings of coffee and even enhancing extension services for all. The second bit for all of us, you have seen we are now a city. We are expanding very fast. Urbanization is moving forward. Government, national government is also building affordable housing. The EPZ, you've also been informed, it will cater for 10,000 people. So if you're in the construction industry, affordable housing, start thinking about it. Matters to do with commercial development spaces, start thinking about it. Because we have schools here, we have people coming to work. Where will they live? Where will they stay? And we assure you, the roads to those places are good. We are supplying you with water. We are working with Kenya Power to make sure that you have a constant supply of power and even reliable. And I'm even seeing we have our Eldowas MD here with us. That means you can get the infrastructure. So that's number 2. Number 3, I hope you're writing down. Then next year we look at the number of businesses we've registered in the county. Number 3, MICE tourism and hotel expansion. I repeat. World over, the cities that have grown are because of events and school. Now, this being the latest baby in the world as a city, by the time someone is in Mongolia, they should see Eldoret City. and they should think of coming here. The way we are thinking of Kigali, we are thinking of South Africa, we're thinking of Cape Town and even Johannesburg, Eldoret City is one of them. So if you're in that space, and I've seen some of you here because I deal with the business community, it's an opportunity to expand, create resources, and one thing that I want in this, we do not have a conference facility to accommodate 10,000 people. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an opportunity that we can look into, not forgetting sports tourism. We are the legends in this world. How about you create a sports academy or a place that we can just have a shoe of the goats, the legends that we have, so that people can come and see what they have done. Number 4, and almost the last, renewable energy. With all this expansion, the demand of energy is going to exceed. Are we ready to invest in that? And I'm happy we have our cabinet secretary here. That's an opportunity that also the private sector is coming in. How do we support supply of electricity and ensure that as we use this electricity, we have the productive use of energy? There is money in that area. You've seen green financing, all those opportunities exist. Are we ready to take them? Finally, the 5th, the country is endowed with the majority being the youth, over 75%. That means trade, everything is moving online. We are moving into the digital space. And we have Magdalene. Let's also celebrate Magdalene because of the success stories that they have done for us all the way. Is that we need ICT hubs. We need e-commerce platforms. We need spaces that people can work because Wi-Fi is being provided. Let our youth work and do business. So those are the things that I thought I needed us to establish. And then, ladies, gentlemen, as you take the mic, we have judiciary, and we have even, so I want us to again celebrate medical tourism. We have doctari. Let's also do all this. We're working with judiciary, and I've seen both our senior and also she's here with us. Let us celebrate judiciary because part of the policies is to ensure that there is fair trade, and they come in very strongly to support us in that. So when we do that, allow me, because now it's government, let us also celebrate Mr. Kili, tafadhali. Why I say that is because as a county, we are streamlining our processes. And we are moving hand in hand with everybody that shares the vision of His Excellency the President and His Excellency the Governor.
Thank you.
To ensure that we have a competitive, sustainable, and prosperous county government. Come to my office, KVDA 12th floor. Let us discuss further on how we can support you.
Excellent,
Thank you very much.
excellent. Could you appreciate a good lady? I think there is clarity of what you are doing, and I think we really appreciate. I just want to emphasize on the component of conferencing facility. You will be able to admit that there are many conferences that there's always been desire to be done in Eldoret, in the tune of 5,000, 10,000. But guess what? Both the conference facility and the room capacity. In fact, the next thing that you need to be telling us is what could be the room capacity in terms of hotels within Eldoret. And then you'll be surprised we cannot do a 2,000-seater conference here. Huge opportunity. A round of applause to my sister, the engineer. Over to you as you wrap it up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we still have one panelist to respond to the questions, but just before she responds, maybe to bring His Excellency and Waziri up to speed, among the panelists are Ivan Skilly, who is the Managing Director of Buffalo Millers. He has been able to really unpack what young people can be able to do in terms of value addition and agri-processing. He leads Buffalo Millers and has been celebrated as one of the farmers who are practicing. We also have the Managing Director of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Dr. Philip Kirwa. He has also been able to unpack the opportunities that Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital presents for economic development of our county. And one thing that really inspired many of us here is that he has also demonstrated commitment that the new Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kiplombe is at the procurement stage. So we celebrate him for that particular move. We also had a very good presentation from Advocate Richard Cheruiyot, the chairman of EBZA. He was able to unpack to us the opportunities that EBZ will be able to present to us in Kishu County. And I think many of us are now ready to tap into those opportunities to address some of the challenges that we have always been experiencing. I know you came in at the point when Waziri was making her remarks, so I'll not point out about that. But we also had interesting presentation from Director Jepkemoi Magdalene from EldoHub, where she responded about the opportunities for the young people around the innovations. And now we would want to go to judiciary. But before that, I want to hand over to Dr. Kochei to welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, come at the man, come at the hour. That is Dr. DL himself. Could you appreciate him? Yeah, this is one gentleman that I would imagine that all the young people would desire to do a selfie. Because he has seen it all. He's one of the business mogul around here, and we'll celebrate him. Could you give him a round of applause to our wonderful brother who has done us a wonderful job. Thank you. Over to you, bro.
Asante sana, karibu sana, DL, karibu sana. So I'll go to the last question. We have mentioned judiciary, we have celebrated judiciary, and there are also some of the issues that have been mentioned here, like what Advocate Cheruiyot mentioned about the litigation that happens on issues to do with the business process outsourcing. Maybe Honorable Cherono Kese, just paint to us, how does judiciary play a role in creating secure, predictable environment for investment and enterprise at the county level, and more so even at the regional level or at the national level? What is the role of judiciary, and how can it play to promote those kind of investments and economic development of the county? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kotut. For those who have just come in, my name is Cherono Kese, Principal Magistrate and Deputy Registrar of the Court of Appeal in Eldoret. It's an honor to speak here in the presence of my bosses. They have held my hand since I was in university. Justice Kimaru held my hand when I was in first year to fourth year. I read his books. I sat on his seat when he was practicing in the style and name of Kimaru Kiplagat. Richard Cheruiyot was in the same office as well. They held my hand. I speak in the presence of my boss, Justice Nyakundi, presiding judge of the High Court, and our overall team leader of the judiciary in Eldoret. And before my colleagues, I'm seeing Honorable Kigen, who is Principal Magistrate E10, and Honorable Kipto, who is HOS and Principal Magistrate Moibend Law Courts, which is the essentially one of the newest courts in the country. We look forward as a judiciary to set up Turbo Law Courts very soon. We were informed by the county attorney that there is now water connectivity and some amenities which we needed to move there. So before I answer that question, I want to also mention that currently the judiciary's blueprint under the current CJ for the year 2023 to 2033 is the STARGE, Social Transformation and Access to Justice. And on that note, I pray and I hope that the leadership, the political leadership in the House now will assist the judiciary in taking justice closer to the people by collaborating with the judiciary to set up courts in our constituencies or sub-counties. If you're aware, for those of us who are aware, Eldoret Law Courts has been the only court currently serving the entire region, that is Uasin Gishu. And when you go to Western, every 10 kilometers, there's a court. Why should someone come all the way from Burnt Forest to come to court in Eldoret? It does not make sense. We are looking to partner. We are ready to partner as a judiciary. Can probably through the MPs and the county leadership, can we look to set up courts in probably every sub-county? Yes. Thank you so much. So as I delve into my question about investments, We have an elaborate framework, legal framework first. Let me start with the legal framework for investments in the country. We have specifically 8 serious laws governing investments, and I will just go straight to list them because for non-lawyers, you know, this act is kind of a boring topic. So I'll do number 1, the key laws governing investment is, number 1 is the Investment Promotion Act. Its main feature, I'll just mention 2 of its main features. Number 1, basically what the act does is to promote and facilitate both local and foreign investment by streamlining the processes of obtaining necessary licenses and providing other support. Its key feature, number 1, is to specify minimum investment thresholds for local and foreign investors. For foreign investors, it specifies 100,000 USD, and for Kenyan investors 1 million. It also establishes the Kenya Investment Authority. The other second and important law that sets the legal framework for investments in Kenya is FIPA, which is Foreign Investments Protection Act. Its purpose is to provide a framework to protect foreign investors in Kenya, including guarantees for capital repatriation and remittance of profits. So basically that law encourages foreign investment by allowing foreigners to repatriate their overheads back home. Other relevant laws and regulations include the Companies Act, which governs the formation, operation, regulation, and regulation of companies in Kenya, the Real Estate Investment Trusts, which is the rates. The legal framework for rates in Kenya is outlined in the Capital Markets Regulations 2013. We also have the intellectual property laws, the Industrial Property Act. Below that is the Industrial Property Act, Copyright Act, the Trademarks Act, and various, which regulates various forms of intellectual property. We have the Procurement Act, which governs the process of public procurement in Kenya. And we have institutions. Any legal framework has laws, and then with the laws, it comes with institutions. We have the Kenya Investment Authority, that is KenInvest. We have the Capital Markets Authority, Competition Authority of Kenya. And essentially the country, together, the framework, the legal framework provides an investment climate that is friendly for both local and foreign investors. So what does the judiciary do to create a friendly environment for investors in the county? Number 1, what it does is that for some time now, until Gen Z happened, we had a municipal court. And the judiciary and the county government collaborated in ensuring the enforcement of their bylaws and their regulations. We look forward, I think, in the wake of Gen Z, we are hoping that since Governor is here, he will consider putting up a court. We are ready to serve and to continue to collaborate. We also have the Court Users Committee, the county, most of the county agencies and ourselves work together every quarterly. We meet, discuss on the teething problems, what we can do better, what can we rope in, and we operate an open door. We have a friendly climate between them and us. They have an open door policy, and we also have an open door policy. So through the Court Users Committee, we enhance collaboration with them. And recently, a case in point is, I think there was a directive, the food handlers, I think there was some street food being sold around the town, and so there was a directive to round up the perpetrators. Of course, they are afraid of getting to where we are. So you can see, because of that arrest, even if they did not get to court, at least it came down. And of course, I think last year you may recall that as a court we gave punitive, slightly higher fines following the Gen Z protests. And I feel like because of that,
Magistrate, could you give me 1 minute as we all rise up, as we invite our chief case, Dr. Julius Kimretich. Welcome, so my sir. Thank you, thank you. Come on, keep on applauding, please. Keep on doing that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from where we went to school, once the chief case has arrived, we now go ahead and downscale the other protocol. So as we sit down, we may want to downscale now as we wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So as I wrap up, I want to, we are grateful for the opportunity. We look forward to enhancing collaboration between the judiciary and the county government. Feel free, we operate an open door policy. Should we have any specific issues, each of our courts in the country has a customer care desk for the, and we also have specific solutions for our indigent clients. The indigent clients are those clients who probably are not familiar with the court processes. So we come down to their level to be able to help them navigate the system. Otherwise, I am so grateful. Thank you.
Asante sana. A round of applause for Honorable Cherono Kese. Asante sana for making that commitment that judiciary are also part of us and supporting economic development of our county. We don't want to close off before we give an opportunity, or you want to invite another
ladies and gentlemen, again, be upstanding as we welcome the governor of 028, my brother Wesley. He represents the Mabuja nation, so want to welcome so much. Welcome so much, the man who has another nation. He's the governor of another nation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellent. I think you can now sit down as we wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you. So we don't want to break our promise of giving you an opportunity to ask 1 or 2 questions so that we wrap up. And we have 3 people that have already indicated their interest to ask questions. And I think I'll go straight to them so that they can post the questions direct to the panelists. We have Dr. Tarno, who would want to give you an opportunity to be the first person to ask the question. Then Alan Tuwei, wherever you are, get ready. And Beatrice Chepkemoy, be ready.
Let me just to guide as Tarno, as you pick the microphone, we want to request one of our chief guests, Mheshimiwa Waziri, would like to be in Kisumu in the next 45 minutes. You all know that Kisumu is not Eldoret. So as you do that, bear in mind, you want to go to Kisumu right away.
Thank you very much. I want to take all the protocols as observed. I think most of us here we know each other for many years. We have worked with this team, including Zeo and I here. So mine is not really a question. I think I have an issue that the governor had asked me to mention some few days ago about it, and it's about the TVET institutions and their critical role in making sure that we have skilled labor. Now, the skilled labor that we are talking about, as you mentioned earlier, we are talking of highly skilled but lowly paid. That is contradictory, but in economics, you will be able to understand that it's possible. China became what it is because basically they were able to have a very high skilled community with big population that allowed the prices of the labor to come down. That is the way to do it. One issue that we have had, which I'll mention quickly because of time, is the first one is the government's policy now. We are going to have one TVET institution in every constituency. As I talk to you now, we have already built 250 out of 290 constituencies. So we are remaining with very few. They will be cleared towards the end of this year. The second one is that we intend to have 3,400 VTCs, that is vocational and training centers, at every ward. And therefore, I don't know how far our governor will tell us how many. I think only 13. We are doing very badly out of 30. And that requires to be given a hand. And finally, I would like to mention something that will go to the governor and the leaders in the county. The government has been giving a grant of 15,000 shillings per student to be given to students in the vocational training centers, what you call youth polytechnics. It is unfortunate that most governors have ignored to actually pass that amount to the students. I wish maybe that is something that we need to look at. I'm happy we have 2 governors here, so that we have a situation where we can have those students assisted at the lower level to be able to access. 15,000 shillings a year is a good amount for a person in Silgoy.
Thank you so much.
To do everything. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Can I request that microphone to be given to Justice Kimaro, please? He has requested that you want to step out, and therefore, Justice, over to you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Wazir, Senator, Dr. Langat, and Dr. Kipngetich, thank you very much. Sorry to leave early. I have another function to attend to. And I say thank you for this opportunity. I just have one word to tell you. Congratulations to you, Wareng Powerhouse, for coming up with this very nice thing. And Waziri, see. There's a song of Kalenjin which says, Enam taingu aginde meset. You guys are doing excellent job under the table. We are not aware what you are doing. So, for all of us, even for people in national government, we are doing great things. Wakili Cheriot has said, great things you are doing. CEO of MTL has said, great things you are doing, but we don't know about it. We only know about Gen Zs and riots. You get the point? Yes. Let's speak of our good things that we are doing. We are doing great things, and let's
Thank you. Excellent.
And let's be proud of them. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Can you appreciate my brother who has done it very well? I think Justice Kimaro, in your next life, you need to be composing a song.
Justice Nyakundi is here. He's not talking. He'll just wave, wave, and he'll see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next person was who? Beautiful. 1 minute.
Alan Tuwei. Yes, thank you so much, moderator. I'm honored to speak and ask a question. My name is Alan Tuwei. I work in a conservation sector, environmental field. I have a question to Evans Kili. He's a very inspirational person. And apart from that, the governor is running a campaign on crop diversification, which I'm pretty sure in the next 3 years we shall be having a good impact. Evans, how do we scale up maize value addition to benefit the smallholder farmers by creating jobs to the youths, women, and also reducing the post-harvest and ensuring that this issue of January Korogoro is ending? So it's a social inclusion question, and I'm very keen to the response from the county government as well. I know it could be a policy framework thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Finally.
Thank you. The final question, Beatrice Chepkemboy, wherever you are.
Good evening. I'm going to direct my question to engineer. You've talked of EGPs, and majority of us millennials, I think, tumejituma. What is the government going to do so that it does not end up like IFMAIS, where it is infiltrated? Secondly, licensing in Uasin Gishu County. We are lucky to have the governor here in Uasin Gishu County. Kindly look into how you can support some upcoming businesses to be able to start small from somewhere. I want to thank the panel. I wish we had time for the judiciary so that we know where to cry to when we feel infringed as contractors and suppliers. Then to the EPZ, we've taken notes. We are coming. Kindly make sure there is no proliferation.
Thank you. May I then guide our... Could you appreciate the good lady, please? You have 7 minutes and you are 6. So please, you respond as you wrap it up. You respond as you wrap it up. Thank you. Start from engineer.
So
One on matters EGP and how the infiltration to avoid that. I know government believes in continuous improvement. As at now, the system has been worked on. Currently, there are several layers of approvals, and even there are several users in the system. It goes all the way from the starting point, you can find like it is a departmental user, all the way to either the cabinet secretary or in the county level towards the CCM. So we believe the first step that approval system enables to prevent any other person to come in. And even at the approval stages, if it comes to you, there are also rights for editing. Not everyone is allowed to edit. So that means it only allows the one who's authorized, and it can trace who did it. So that is one way of managing it. And I'll still reinforce, if you have not registered on EGP, please do so, because we are uploading the procurement plans. And therefore, those who will access those tenders are only those that have been authorized and approved on that system. So please do that.
Thank you so much, Waziri.
On the licensing, there are two questions. On the licensing, we have taken note. What we have done this year, we have sustained, we have maintained the fees for last year. But again, we are developing for the next financial year. So we'll call upon you during our public participation to join in. As we close, because I'm the first to close, we have discussed prosperity, and I believe prosperity should not be far from our people. The true economic development should not be too distant from the people it is meant to uplift. It means it must reach our homes, it must reach our youth, and it must reach our businesses. Therefore, I call upon all of us that we cannot work in silos, national government, county government, private sector, academia. We have to do this together to make it real. And because we are going home, a challenge to all of us. May we become the people we want to be. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Naomba Mungu atupe amani, umoja na hekima, ili ustawi ambao tunaongelea leo iwe ukweli kwa kila mwana Kenya.
Asante. Shukran. Honorable, please, Judge Chaska.
Thank you once again. I thought I had wrapped up. Just to say in a conclusion that the institution in which I serve and which I'm privileged to serve, that is the judiciary, is coming up with policies currently, and regulations for service delivery. We have one, I think probably in Africa, we have one of the best and most accurate performance management systems. Like today, the matters I've had as a judicial officer, Nairobi, if the CJ wants to check my system, she'll just check and say, Tese today handled 5 witnesses in 2 matters, and these are the matters. So in 3 years, when I'm supposed to be up for an interview, promotional interview, I have a scorecard. The scorecard is this. How does the scorecard is not mine? I can't log into the system. There is another department that monitors my performance. What does that mean? It means that I'm able to serve Wanjiko, whether she comes in shoes, whether it's you, Dr. Kingetich, or it's a Mama Boga, the standard of services is the same. And I'm given timelines. For criminal matters, I'm given 365 days. In a year, from the time of registration, I must have delivered the judgment. So it's always a race against time. As judicial officers, we are doing everything we can to deliver. And as the judiciary, we are rolling out systems and policies that can enhance service delivery.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Can you appreciate the good lady? And I think you've really challenged us about the number of courts. I think to our political class, a challenge has been posed on us. Judiciary are willing to establish all the courts in all sub-counties. And I think thank you so much for enlightening us on that. Over to you, Dr.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So I think I'll just add 2 things about what I've talked about in terms of investment in healthcare, and especially having MTRH within Uasin Gishu, which is a privilege in Kenya to have this kind of hospital. There are 2 things that I would want to say. The first one is that we do a lot of losses in terms of losing what we call health tourism. We lose to India, we lose to herbalists, we lose to quacks, and all kinds of conmen in this region. 100 million is not cheap, it's not a pocket change. And we look forward to the day that the investment that are going on in this county will bring in at least even half of that 50 billion to make a difference to our county and our region. The second thing I want to add is on SHA. We demonize SHA so much, but this is one of the biggest innovations and actions by the current government to invest in healthcare. It's an opportunity for investors, even private, to look at the opportunities of a sustained, this will actually give us a sustained financing model that will outlast most of us who are here in this room today. And let's embrace SHA, let's preach the word SHA, let's have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Over to Dr.
So for me, I think I will just pose a question. How many people are employed in government? How many Kenyans out of 54 million? Yes, it's 1 million. How many are employed in the private sector? In total, around 2.9 million Kenyans are employed both by the private sector and the public sector. So it means we need to rethink how we skill and how we train. And I really like the question that about TVET. We really need to focus on TVET and, you know, expertise. Now going forward is what matters is what you can do. You know, expertise, it's more like expert-based, and also training on industry level relevant skills, and also thinking about how technology is disrupting education at the moment. The world is going tech, and we need to think about that. And Eldo Hub is the place to be. We provide training on the latest tools and technologies, and we've worked in over 40 counties, including Turkana and Garissa County, where we are supporting decent digital jobs for refugees and host community. We've even worked outside the country, including countries like Cape Verde, Nigeria, Malawi, and other countries. And we are currently opening an office in Nairobi, and also tomorrow I'll be traveling to Addis also to look at how we can also explore opportunities for that. So
that's wonderful. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. We didn't know that it is going international. We thought that we are dealing with a county institution. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. Maybe to wrap up, let me just say, under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, one of the key pillars is manufacturing and value addition. The president has gone out of his way to put in money in Wareng County. We've already invested 500 million, and he has a vision of investing another 2.5 billion within the next 3 years. The president can set up the infrastructure, but the president is not going to come and do the manufacturing. I'm asking the people of Wareng to wake up and take advantage of these opportunities. At the moment, we have 73 enterprises that have applied for licenses. There is only one from Nandi County. That is shameful. Wareng, there is none. So I'm asking the people to wake up. We have a zone here, and we want you to take full advantage of it. I am there to help you and guide you to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you again. To answer his question about smallholder farmers, I think the solution lies in cooperative societies. And what comes in my mind is something like moisoi. If we have several moisois, the smallholder farmers can take their produce there, hold it there, and wait for favorable prices, and that is a quick win. So I'm encouraging His Excellency the Governor to come back to that moisoi thing and make sure that it revives. I'm sure it's going to help a lot of smallholder farmers. Yes, and to wrap it up, I think when you're out there, unga ni mfalme. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. So, mwenzangu, anything to wrap it up? You have anything to...
No, maybe just to appreciate our distinguished panelists for the input that they have been able to give. I know the Wareng Power House team are putting into action, and they are documenting what you have been able to share with us. We'll keep tracking in terms of implementation, and next year, hopefully, we will meet again here to take stock of what we have done. maybe to Daktari, you say that we are losing a lot, and you mentioned 3 categories of which we are losing. I want to talk on behalf of Urbanist. I don't think you are losing to Urbanist. You may be losing to the others, but Urbanists, I think they just need to be regulated, and they can be able to do something. Asante sana.
Thank you. You don't have to respond. That's what the lighter touch. I think I just want to say these were the best for the 7th edition. We want to appreciate. Where there is 7, there is what? 8. Can I tell you what the best for the 8? Those of us who are seated here. So prepare yourself. You will be here. They will be the ones to listen. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate all our panels. And I think because we are live in Citizen, I think I've told in Citizen we're here, ATN we're here, NTV we're here. Please could you kindly all of us come here so that we take a photo so that the world can see Eldoret. Absolutely. Thank you. And now that we have done very well, can I ask our chief guest, all the good people to be here? Yeah, who knows? These are some of the photos that can be able to take you to the next level. Please, Professor Kamar, Waziri, please come over here. Waziri wetu, Waziri wa Energy, Chelili Mtafadhali, Daktari, you come here. And of course, Silas Imatu, please come here. You can shake our hands. Yeah, today ni wakubwa nyinyi mnatusalamia. Asante sana. Sisi ndio tunasalamia, you know? Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are honored to be the one to be greeted, you know? Thank you. Hata msipopika makofi, we have been greeted. We are the ones who have been greeted, not you. You are the ones who have been greeted. Please now, after greeting us, please face the camera. After greeting us, please face the camera. Yeah, thank you so much. And of course, our boss here. And the rest of us now, kindly give us a smile. Thank you, Kimeto, over to you.
Thank you.
And did I hear, my brother, did I hear that I give Kamar to invite, I think was the governor, right?
The panelists, the seat is reserved for you here.
So,
Asante sana.
okay, so let me request Governor Wasigishu as our MC comes in, Governor Wasigishu to come, and then you handle your senator, and then you go to Waziri. Thank you.
Thank you, Koche. Can you give him a hand of applause? All of us are very VIPs. So I don't know who is the chief guest, who is not the chief guest, but we'll allow Dr. Kimetich as usual as our keynote speaker to take the lead together with our friends who have joined us, Senator Kamar, DL, and this group of companies. Of course, Waziri, he was here since yesterday, has been a guest in this county. Yes, our friend, my colleague Governor, Mheshimiwa Rotich, who is here, and the panelists who have done a good job. All of us, good evening. Chamgai, can you wave? Thank you very much. Mine is to welcome Governor Wesley, give a remark because he's in a hurry. I don't know where he's going to. He's a man prone to problems and banditry. So,
Our chief is our key speaker, my friend I have gone with automotive mpaka huko Canada. We have hakuna mahali hatujakanyaga kwa hii dunia looking for these small investors. Tumetafuta mpaka juzi I got around 6 of them, but for contract fund they didn't even come to our farm. Mpaka juzi nikakaa chini and I met a friend of Kimetichia. He told me, my friend, this obsession of Kenyans looking for external people, even for small problems like toothpick, small problems like tissue paper, small problems like praising small that can be done by a Kenyan at home. We are actually looking for a Chinese to come from China and come and do it in Eldoret. Professionals, let us stand from today and transit this to, as we are pushing farmers to commercialize, tafadhali mtusaidie to set up small. Mtu aende tu China, tafuta ile machine 100,000, 150,000, start small and grow. This place will industrialize. Otherwise, thank you very much. And Waziri wetu Wakawi, thank you for coming here. I want to request you one thing that I did some times back. I went to Namibia some times back. And when I went to Namibia, it's a very tiny country. It's big in size, but a very small population. So it's still wazungu bado wako wengi. What I realized there is the cost of power. Because I'm realizing what is really, what wanaogopa is this cost of power. What I saw, I met someone who is running a big farm, beef. And what I saw is that this guy has a lot of solar in his farm. Solar is a very good energy, but the problem is storage. You can't store. So what they do in Namibia, they store in the grid. So this guy, akona solar yake. He uses his solar. When he's not using it, it is in the grid. At the end of the month, it is netted off. Ile yenye ametumia kama ametumia stima mingi, it is netted off from the solar power that he has produced. Eventually, this guy was using minimal power in his entire farm, and he had 10,000 cows. 10,000 cows. Mimi nataka nikuombe waziri, tafuta ka reform kidogo, and we are not saying for us kulight, if possible, for people who are manufacturing. If you can get a small solution, just tailor-made for manufacturers only, wakue. Wacha sisi tulipe hata hii to support Kenya Power, but give us something for industry, so that we can be able to transform. Thank you so much. Leo ilikuwa kusikiza, because you guys have a lot of ideas. Leo ilikuwa kusikiza tu, ni hiyo tu mbili nimesema. Asanteni sana.
Haya makofi kwa jirani ya bandits. But allow me again humbly to welcome Senator Kamar. Professor Kamar was my boss in the university, and she did a good job. Now that God has promoted her to wherever she is now, we want to hear from her, a good lady. Give her a hand, please.
Thank you, Governor. Good evening, everybody. I have promised Waziri that I will take
2 to 3 minutes only. First, I want to congratulate the panelists. We have learned a lot. I'm here also as a listener. So I arrived on time to listen to the panelists. That was great. I only want to say one thing. I'm a member of the Pan-African Parliament, and I sit in the Committee of Trade, Customs, and Immigration. And there are 3 things that are going on in the continent currently. I'm saying this so that we don't think Eldoret. Let's think Kenya. Let's think Africa. There is the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, which was adopted by the heads of state in the year 2018. When it came to the parliaments for ratification, as we are talking, out of the 54 countries, only 4 have ratified. 2018 up to now. Then in 2019, the presidents decided to adopt another protocol, the protocol of AfCFTA, as was mentioned by the CC of Trade, the African Continental Free Trade Area. When that one was adopted in 2019, every country rushed to ratify. So we have 48 ratifications out of 54. Why? Because everybody believes in trading in the big way. But you cannot trade before you allow persons to move. So in our committee now, we are talking to parliaments, pushing them that they may open the continent. We want a continent that doesn't have borders. After all, the borders that we have don't belong to us. They belong to the colonialists of the day. So that when we talk of investment, MTRH can build a hospital next to Malako in Uganda. When we talk of investment in tourism, you can go and set up your own farm in Kigali. Among the 4 who have ratified was Rwanda. And we asked Rwanda, how did you do it? 2 things they told us which are very powerful. Number 1, they said everybody in this room fears that if they open their borders, because the free movement of persons does 3 things. It says you must have a right to access of entry, and that entry visa free. And then you must have a right to reside. Freedom of residence, DL. You are supposed to be going to Uganda to reside. And then the 3rd one is that so residence and residence, entry, and the right to invest. Now, with those 3, that is when the continent will be freed. So everybody feared, and every country was asked, and everybody was saying, it is because we fear insecurity. Rwanda asked us a big question. Have you checked the people who are in your prisons? How many of them are non-nationals? They said in Rwanda, in our prisons, we discovered 99% are Rwandese. So we don't care about who comes. Come in and we'll find you. If you are a criminal, we will be able to trace you. So that was one of the things. The other thing, they said we are freed. In fact, Europe, you enter Rwanda without a visa. They gave us one example. They said the French, who were their colonizers, love going to check the chimpanzees in Rwanda. And they pay up to 1,500 euros to go to the chimpanzees. They said what we were asking them for the visa is 200 euros. So they decided to free. And they said the minute we freed, we doubled our tourists. And we doubled the income that came from the chimpanzee national park. So I said, so what is this nonsense about protecting your border? The skill in order for us to move out of Kenya. With those remarks, Waziri. Kisumu is not very far. I flew to Kisumu to come to Eldoret myself when I didn't get a flight that was direct. It is very near. We really appreciate your being here, and we know that the greatest challenge to investment is energy. So you are in the right place. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, my sister, Senator Professor Kamar, distinguished guests. let me ride on the protocol that has already been established. First and foremost, I want to say that I wasn't really prepared for this. But more importantly, is that I must thank us. I've been on a business visit or tour of this county for the last 2 days. I've visited yesterday Tarbo constituency, Soy. Today I was in Moiben, and this evening I was in Anapkoi. In my next visit, I'll purpose to cover Keses and Kapseret, essentially to try and upscale matters of energy here. Doing very well in terms of energy access, accessibility to energy by the population very, very closely under my ministry, together with the county government, to ensure that we make some progress. Of course, with the full support of His Excellency the President. Secondly, is to appreciate, again from my tour, the fact that this county is endowed with vast resources. And it has a very huge potential in livestock and agriculture space. And that, of course, creates even more opportunities for value addition and industrialization. And that's where we come in. I agree with the speakers who have spoken before me that energy is central to any form of industrialization and indeed any form of development. And as a ministry, we are charged with the primary responsibility of developing and implementing policies that would create an enabling environment for efficient and effective use and growth of the energy sector. What I want to point out again is that our national energy policy recognizes the very special role that counties continue to play in matters energy. And therefore, there's a requirement that counties develop what we call county energy plans. And my ministry is always willing and ready to support counties to develop these plans. And these plans are very important because when we aggregate them, then we develop the integrated energy plan for the nation. So my challenge to you, Governor B, and my good friend, Governor Wesley, please let us partner to have these plans developed as soon as possible for these two counties of Uasin Gishu and Elgeyo Marakwet. As I conclude, let me congratulate the initiators of this wonderful process. When I stepped in, I realized there's a lot that we need to learn. This Wareng powerhouse, is indeed a powerhouse. Yes. And it's a big challenge to many other counties, perhaps including mine, let me say in a muted voice. Okay? So, congratulations everybody else, and thank you. May God bless you. Asanteni sana. Mwenyezi Mungu abariki.
Thank you. Can I have your microphone before you sit? I want to give you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the Cabinet Secretary has confirmed that this is going to be replicated in other 47 counties. And I have sought the permission from my friend, the governor, that we want to do a live band to celebrate. And the chief guest, my brother, will be here. Please be here. Waziri, please 1 minute. Waziri, be here. Senator and the entire team, just be here. We want to do something together with our brother Kimeto. Please, let's be here. Please, just come here for 1 minute. Please, Governor. And me, all of us, let's be upstanding. We want to do a live recording, just a live recording. Please come over here. Kimeto, just come over here, live recording. We want to do live recording. And therefore, please, and all of us, you know the song. But today we are just recording it afresh. So please help me in singing the song as you allow. Yeah, so MC, just come over here.
Ogilei, Kimajaga area, yes, please. Kagapukasoga Koro, Ogilei, Kagapuayu, and the Toroigi, Kagapuaya, and the Gility Chomage, Kagapuaya, you work in the center of the city. That is where you come. Oh, to the country.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Oye kamdoti logo yue. Iyake yitaya toye sige ya mageni oye.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Amugi moche chitugul gona igitaya. Nonito namune oye sige mi olingwo.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Kagikwano lingwo, melenga kagikwano lerio. Kagikwano lingwo, imange ibuba orna koye.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Oye gogile gibeni, oye gotege kubyoseke. Chemite no lelo, oye chemiye negi, oye.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Kagipuayo, Kibabuti, Agewagele, Sere on the Sere.
Oye gararan zikunet, nyeyonga naibigitaya. Otache sabanwe, oye sionyoru sarunet, oye.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Oye kegochige cheiso, ane gosarwane jolgo. Aniya naginye, oye sinyoru sarunet, oye.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Oye gitieni gilasu, imane mugulelwekyo. Amune baibayet, oye nemite orinyot, oye.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Ole kagibwa kiberuro, oye sengainetab Jeiso. Otai berur tangwong, oye nekono kiptayat, oye.
Kagikwano lingwo, asigi gatke. Kagikwano lingwo, asigi toroige.
Bye bye metole bye bye. Bye bye metole bye bye. Ole bye bye. Bye bye metole bye bye. Bye bye manole bye bye. Ole bye bye. Mite galia tole mite. Mite ni manole mite. Ole mite. Tinye berurole tinye. Tinye chomye tole tinye. Ole tinye. Tinye kondo ole tinye. Tinye ngalie ole tinye. Ole tinye. Ole lang ole lalang. Oye burge ole burge. Ole burge. Ole lalang ole lalang. Oye burge ole burge. Ole burge. Ogo chep chep ole chep chep. Oye chep chep ole chep chep. Ole chep chep. Oye chep chep ole chep chep.
Asanteni sana. That is what you call live recording.
Thank you so much. I think now over to you, Bwana MC. Take it to
Asante.
the next level.
Asante sana. Wapi makofi mazuri ya wageni wetu jamani? Asante sana.
Kogisome, hold on. We want to request our guest. Our guest, Bwana Governor, mitaalamu ni miyu. There is a talamwa. Boyona Windikisumo, there is a talamwa here. So, Agoleji Boyona Lomi talamwa you tabadale. I think now, yeah, Governor, si torete titil talamwa. There is a talamwa here that we want to titil. Alafu baadaye sasa tutaendelea. Over to you, my brother, MC.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ndugu yangu, wakili. So, let's appreciate wageni wetu kwa ile makofi mazuri. Tuitengeneze, tuiweke hapo mbele. Asante. Asante sana. Tutengeneze makofi mazuri. Inua juu, inua juu. Inua juu kama una wifu, inua juu, inua juu, inua juu, inua juu. Tuwape wageni. Tengeneza ingine tena. Tengeneza, rembesha, rembesha, rembesha wageni tena. Rembesha tena moja moja, rembesha tena moja, rembesha tena. Alafu ya mwisho, ngoja Terer bwana usinikuse, ngoja 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 mwisho. Basi asante sana. Nimearifiwa kwamba hiyo taalamwa itulie kwanza hapo. Hiyo taalamwa itulie kidogo. Tunapoenda sehemu nyingine, sehemu muhimu sana. So, Bwana Terer. Thank you. Asante sana. Basi kwa nafasi hii, kwa heshima sana, tunataka kumkaribisha speaker wetu ambaye atatulisha na neno la Mungu pamoja na a word of encouragement. Bwana ama Pastor Cheluget. Ngejopti yeut, tengeneza mkono ya Pastor Cheluget. Tumpatie moja. Tena. Asante sana. So kwa nafasi hii, kwa heshima, Pastor Cheluget. I'm not seeing him. Ngata jita magere. Oh, he's coming over there. He's coming over there. Ale toro jagi jam magi tebe jametab gay. Ye galia weje bioso gimanango wasyo meno galia. Ye ongeta je luget koro gasi kwamto ywe bejuwe. Ye ngot komi jemnesmo imanno leji komanda agosik. Komi jemnesmo imanno leji komanda korok. Asante sana, kwa heshima sana, karibu sana mchungaji Mungu.
The leaders, the governors, all other protocol observed, and all those who are here, good evening. It's a great privilege to be in a great meeting like this. I was wondering, how did someone arrive at my name? Here I am with you, the great people of God. I've learned a lot, And still, we learn a lot. Check your neighbor and tell him or her, may the good Lord bless you greatly. There are people who don't want to enjoy the blessings of the great God. Pastor Chelugate is here with us, and I've been observing and checking the great things that you have written, and everything can be traced back into the Bible. You have written two people here. One is the chief guest, and another one is the guest speaker. And they are both Kimngatich. How did you arrive at the secretary of the team and the way you have framed the spiritual church? What? Church. Have you ever sat down and listened to God when He was creating you? You people, are you busy or you look busy? If we were to keep running, do you have a break to listen to what God is saying? You talk of the power. You talk of the resources. You talk of innovation. You talk of other possibilities that we want to have. Now that we are all running, how much or how great is the space that you want to occupy that you may rest? MC is here. If you were to be given now a certain amount, if you were to be given an open check by these great men, maybe many of us, problem is not to get money, but how to spend. If they could give you an open check, how much will you write on that open check that you may rest? The highest. You are not even aware of which is the highest. You may write something in a computer that the computer will tell you this is an error. The great God that is calling us today is the one who created us. Everyone here has time. Everyone here was conceived in minutes, seconds. And seconds turns into minutes. Minutes turns into hours. Hours turns into days. And days turns into, and weeks turns into, and months turns into, and several of us. Hizi zura ninaona hapa ni saa miaka ama saa shida. Ona sura ya jirani yako. Is it age ama ni shida? And very soon, hello, soon you will reach the Bible limit. 70 for the weak, 80 for the strong. And we will visit each other's home in advance by sending our contribution, and by coming there in presence, in person, just to remind ourselves that we are also on this journey. Is this the bitter truth or the bitter reality? Check your neighbor if he already has some signs of departure. Are we all okay? Are you not feeling some signals somewhere? You check everyone close to you, he seems to be paying attention to something. Those are signs that this is not our home. We are going towards the final touches of world history. But Christ is telling us, occupy till I come. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 to 28, at your own time. This weekend, I know everyone will be visiting a church, either to listen, and you people, you great men, when you go to church, relax. You are always in a hurry when you are in front of a God, in form of a preacher. You always want to be recognized so early that you may rush somewhere. When will you rest at the feet of Christ and listen to the words that he wants to tell us? The heavenly hosts, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit met, and they had a meeting one time, creating the universe that was empty, without form. And they said, let us make man in our own image and our own likeness. He created them, that is Adam and Eve. In verse 28, men and women of God, it is God who told man to take up the responsibility. He is saying this man should have dominion over everything. Are we controlling everything here on earth? If we mess up it, some people will not see heaven for not controlling the resources that were given freely from God, the creator of the universe. He said, let these people have dominion. Let them subdue the earth. Let them control. Let them till the land. That is Genesis chapter 2, verse 14 and 15. He puts this man in the garden of Eden to control everything that is on earth. Is this world controlling you, or you are controlling the world? Can you ask yourself, how much have you utilized the resources that God placed in your hands? Everything and everyone who has just spoken here was just going round, and everything was revolving around resources. This time round, summarized in form of money. And that was, everyone who has spoken here was just going around the verse, that is Ecclesiastes 10:19. That we have three things that we do normally. The first, the great ones, is enjoyment. Calling a party to enjoy and make laughter. Two, for those who take alcohol in the process of destroying God's temple, they also make merry. And many other things that human beings do on earth. But everything revolves around money. There is A, there is B, there is C. But the word of the Lord is saying, but the answer for everything is money. Money. Money is the sixth sense. Without it, you cannot make a proper use of the five you know. Can you check your friend if he has some money? By looking at the face. Do these people have something? In fact, it is said, it is researched and documented that 1 out of every 4 individuals on earth is mentally imbalanced because of economic challenges. Can you check? You being number 4, check 3 around you. Check any 3 to the left or to the right, behind or in front. Is that neighbor mentally balanced? Just check and make a conclusion. Have you found one? Have you found one? Where someone, nothing is balancing. So, allow me to use you for example. 1, 2, 3, 4. Governor, who is mentally imbalanced among you? If you cannot identify quickly, then you are the one. Money. We need what? Money. Everything to move, to revolve, revolves around money. There is nothing that can be pushed to the next level without what? Money. Now that God gave us resources everywhere, everywhere you go, you get what? Resources. I saw this town yesterday over the media, was almost flooding. Mr. Governor, sir, what mechanisms do you have to harvest this resource for future use? For November to March, when the rest of Wasingishu will be supporting their animals to stand for milking when some neighbors arrive. Ama hamujawahi sikia mama fulani akisema Kipkoech, kucha munisimamishie ng'ombe nikamue. When will we have this area of operation conducive to everyone? When are we to get stable financially? The great things that I see myself in my symbol research and other issues of approach. When we talk with family issues and on family agendas and on family conflicts, those revolves in only 2 simple things, according to me. That is my research. You can produce yours in the next meeting. The conflicts that we have here in our families lies only on 2 great things. The age difference. The distance between your age and the age of your spouse is what is troubling you at home. Another one, you might have delayed in getting married. And you found yourself, all your age mates are almost calling you for engagement to donate their daughter to you. So you rushed and picked another babe. In fact, you should be in jail for child abuse. And that is why you cannot match in many things that pertains family agenda, because priorities differ. Your age, her age. Where she is and where you are, you cannot tally. 2, economic crisis. And you know, for men who are here, there is no woman on earth who believes money gets finished in the pockets of men. If no one has told you, get it today. Look for money. Every man is the provider. That is why in Genesis 2:18, you are given a helper. And part of the helping is to consume what you have already produced. Anyone who is not married here, I don't know if there are, don't get married until you are stable financially. I'm almost saying don't donate your daughter to anyone who is careless and aimless in life. Ask that boy who is coming for your daughter, are you a producer, are you a consumer, or you are going to be a parasite in front of my daughter? So men, even if you tell a wife, the spirit to give you money is willing, but the pocket is weak, she cannot understand. As soon as you finish making that statement, she will strike the hand. Do what? So, ambia mwanaume mwenzako karibu na wewe, pole. Ambia pole. Uliza yeye, yako hako sawa. Uliza yeye kama yake yako sawa. Many of these great women of God here, they say their money is theirs. Ya mzee ni ya familia. That is what they say. And they encourage themselves, seriously. They really encourage themselves. Hebu uliza, atakwambia pesa ya mzee ni tamu kuliko yangu. However small it may be, ni tamu. And it is the truth. Do you know that one is a true curse from the Bible? It is a curse and it is biblical. Inya limanu ngotianda ngung empetusha guktukul kote ni sabe. She will look upon you as who? As a man. So men who are here, are you still the head or you are now the headache of the family? Are you still the head or now the headache of the family? The Bible speaks. We need to engage. What voltage is this power? Hello? What voltage here at Wareng is this power? This is the seventh anniversary. I will wish I could be given a book or revert where I can get a documentary where everything has become practical since year one. And I will listen to you the more. Is that time coming? Is it true that somebody said many of the things are under the table? He has not done a good research. You came here to share notes or to compare notes? What are you doing here? Or both? Are we comparing or sharing? For 7 years, I think our youth should be resting now and enjoying the innovations and practical knowledge that has been brought by these men and women. Great people. Why are our youth still running up and down? And make sure to balance the speed. Balance the speed, because every 17 seconds, a child is born somewhere. Every 17 seconds. Since we met in this meeting, So are we controlling, are we balancing the economy and the speed of production and balancing that the new mouths coming around us will also get stable? What have we done to make these young people relax and enjoy the fruits of the innovators in 7 good years, now 6, the 7th? What documented reports has been given? God has given us the animals to control over the hills. That is Psalms 50, line 10 to 12. God is saying, I've given to you all the animals and all the birds of the air. Recently, I was following how you were making a statement, Mr. Governor, sir. The last time I listened to you is when you were planning to have a meeting with maize. Were you in that meeting? I just found this clip when our governor was saying to the maize, you are not so bad, but we need to talk. When was that meeting with the maize? Have you gotten a chance to talk with the maize? Last week, you talked with the maize. And have you come into agreement with the maize? Okay, welcome. All these things, and I was asking myself, somebody was talking there that the other, who was saying he has not planted maize for some good years. I did know that I have a man of my spirit. For the last 24 years, we divorced with maize, myself. There are many people here who saw my trial at Wasingishu when I was there. That was the last one. 24 years, I've not tried. But I'm okay. So what did the maize told you? Did the maize ask for another chance to try? Is it the way we are approaching it? Or it is the strike? Or it is the soil? What is it to do with the maize? My simple research that I found recently is that Central is leading in fish production and supply. How many rivers and lakes do we have in the central part of Kenya? How many rivers and lakes do we have? And they are leading in what? Fish production. I think how balanced are the minds of these people? And how far are we from being, we used to say Trans Nzoia is the granary of Kenya. Are we still there? Are we still there? Are we still there? Is it still the granary of Kenya? What is it? Have you consulted with Natembe? What does he has to say? Is he still proud that he is the supplier of Kenya? What is it that other people are doing? This is why the word of the Lord is saying, come, let us reason together. And you touched about business, which is good. And the Bible talks about too much business. Several scriptures talks about business and money. One was given 1, another one 2, another one 5. And they went into business. A simple research that I will ask. How many millionaires in the villages that you come from who became millionaires through salary? My number is 0722. You will give me the research, the report. 923-629. How many of those people who are running every morning being rained on with the stipend of salary? The cry all over the world is economic crisis. Look at the youth. Juzi vijana wetu mliona wakikimbia parliament bila kualikwa. Na wanaenda kukula lunch ya wenyewe wakilalamika, mbona haina chumvi, mbona haina mafuta. Si wangepeana appointment waundiwe yao ya vijana. Know that we are here and they can occupy here now. They can think on what they can do. Even in our own homes. The youth, I heard of one that followed. Before you give me my share of land. On the hospital bed. Confronting the father. To get out of that bed. To go home and give him what? A share. These are the young people that we have in our own homes currently. After being told the rule, sasa ninajiuliza Bwana Gavana, ni wapi mahindi yalitushinda mpaka tukaanza kuweka mkono juu? Are we planting this as business? The governor, I also followed one of his clips one time. Sasa wakati walikuwa naongea Ziwa. Those statements he made, I have them. Lakini nawauliza, until when? Are our minds operational? Are we free in making everything that we have practical? Are we selfish in sharing ideas? Are we jealous of elevating other people to certain position? What is it? The meeting with the maize. And soon, in Nandi County, they will have a meeting with tea. And in other areas, they will have a meeting with something else. How are we going to survive? The animals that you have in your own homes, are they cultural or they are for business? Hello? Unapata mtu ameshindwa. When the Bible says control and subdue, have dominion. Ng'ombe moja mwenye Gavana alisema, kamoja tu, unakutana anabebana na kupe ya rangi na sizes mbalimbali kulingana mahali ameshika kutoa damu. Alafu ukiona unafikiri ni decoration. Ni kama kwamba mtu wa veterinary amesema wacha hivyo, alafu tuje tutumie kufundisha watu during field day. Ng'ombe kangapi? Kamoja. Are we doing it as business or because we come from a tribe that are associated with animals? Wale ambao mulienda mpaka kule sehemu yetu ya kati, muliulizwa maswali mawili tu. Nyinyi ni wachungaji ama wafugaji? Na kila mtu alilipa shilingi 500 aruhusiwe kuona ng'ombe kwa nusu ega, ng'ombe 32 ambazo wanakamuliwa na machine. Now, the leaders who are here, you are talking of prosperity. 2 Chronicles 20, verse 20 says, listen to God, and you will prosper. Listen to who? Don't be too busy to listen to God. You know, after everything else here on earth, back to the center. Hello? Back to where? Your origin. In Psalms 90, line 12 says, teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. We need to go back to our origin. It is God who is trying to jumpstart his first intention that this world should be maximized and used till I come. For those of us, I'm one of the leaders in the church. And when I saw the vision and mission and all these other things, I don't know who took it from who, because I had never seen yours. But as a church, we discovered that it's very difficult to lead a church full of idle and poor people. So the wall of Acast, we have a theme: maximizing opportunity. I'm the director of that department in Nandi County, and I'm serious on it. I'm serious on it. Very soon, we will call every person to list what great important things he or she has done in the past year. Today, I had a meeting with the leaders from 15 counties. And we were doing the mid-year comparison, last year and this year. The support of mission in the 15 counties. And thank God, there was a growth of some percentage. Very soon, all the men who are non-protective will not be fed by their wives. Iko hivi, very soon tutatangaza ya kwamba mwanaume akifika nyumbani, patia yeye kalamu na karatasi. Hiyo ndio first opening remarks and welcoming remarks. Aandike vitu vya maana yenye ameleta kabla ajaanza ku act on reduction of the savings katika mesa yake. Now, I don't know how many men will survive the test. I'm challenging this meeting the great man of God. When recently I met with a friend, Mzungu, Dr. Taylor, somewhere, he was asking, he visited me here at Baraton, and he was saying, why do you Africans come to America? This man comes from Colorado. Why do you rush there while you have a lot of resources in this territory? Why do you come willingly to a world of living, of willing slavery? Hello? Is it difficult to work for 18 hours here? That he was challenging me. And he said, you know, when you are given a bitter truth, that you Africans, you are poor by choice. You know, that is a bitter truth. Okay. When you are given a dose that fits your brain. Excuse me. He challenged me. Why do you come to the world of willing slavery when you can work for 18 hours here and go to the distance financially where you want to be? Is it true that we are poor by choice? Somebody to investigate. And he clarified, you have 12 hours day, 12 hours night, no summer, no winter. And you are still where you are. You know, when you are challenged like that, you just relax and enjoy. You just relax. What is it? It is this way. Let me give you what I said as I come to the close. Businessmen who are here, teach our youth not to depend on employment. Hello? Let us teach our youth not to depend on employment. I discovered recently on financial binoculars, 100 of us who are depending on salary, 100 of us who are depending on salary. At the age of 60, when you are retiring, 67 of us will be dependent on family and charity. So continue enjoying your job. Welcome to the support of the family and charity. 17 of us will be broke, successfully broke. Anyone who depends on what? On salary. 7 of us will still be working again for financial support. Malisa, kusign mabarua, unapewa pension, una summarize in 1 year, unaenda kuajiriwa kuchunga kishiagi ya mtu mwenye ajui alphabets na vowels. And you are employed for 40 years, 38, 20, where you were. 6 of us will be financially independent. Mabese ni, amabese ndo. Lakini ni independent. Ini isam ko ndaki yo inasi ko giyatinye. Ndenyon wiki non kora ko to sawa. Imagine 1 will be rich. That is the financial in every 100 of any employed person. Brothers and sisters in Christ, let's go back to the Bible. It is not by might nor by power, but by the Spirit of the Lord. Let us plan our future and save where necessary. Do you know, go and do a research, no African riches goes beyond the 3rd generation. do a research on that and bring us the reason and way out in the next meeting. God bless you.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate Pastor. Tumpatie ya flower. Tumpe. Flower. Kivem. Thank you so much. So at this juncture, I'm calling upon Dan Meli to take us through. Okay, sorry. Thank you for that correction. I'm calling upon His Excellency the Governor to take us through the next program. Wapi makofi ya Governor jamani. Twende moja. Governor, Jalele, koti moja, koti mbili. Twende. Karibu, Excellency, Governor, asante. Karibu sana, Excellency.
Asante sana, pigia makofi ama piga ya kofi. Thank you very much. Because of time, thank you, our speaker. You have mentioned very serious things. There's some kind of preaching which is really not good for some ears, but it has to happen. And Cheluget. The first time I heard of Cheluget was in a funeral somewhere. And he made a statement which I thought was not very pleasant, but it was true. That gigas kolil batete kolil daga inigata alenga makwaga alda gore teach. So but thank you very much. That's very great teaching. And I think in our meeting today, everybody is very important. We have Jane Ruto, the president of Kotapka, all the way from the US. We would wish Abuja Salamie na akae chini kwa ufupi. And then, of course, our peers, Treasury. Tomorrow ako na kazi kubwa sana, atusalamie. Alafu tuko na Justice Nyakundi. Nyakundi ametufundisha kukaa kama mawakili area hii. The last time we were hosting the Chief Justice, he told me to say my lady, and when I said my lady, I was not comfortable. Because if my wife could be around there, I tena huyu. So allow me to welcome Jane Ruto to come and say hi. Tulete salamu kutoka Marekani. Agite mingala algutit, onge kwa mdomo.
His Excellency, Honorable Chalilim, distinguished guests, and the powerhouse. Good evening. Ochamge. Ochamge, ¿cómo así? Amigo bien? Powerhouse. Wareng powerhouse. I think I'm too loud. Some of us were given chance to have sauti. Wengine wakachukuliwa kidogo. If somebody has the mic to reduce it a little bit for me, that will help. All right. I bring greetings to you all on behalf of myself, my family, and the organization that I lead, which is Kotapka International. Receiving Gamune Ngwang. Kogile Powerhouse is the powerhouse to be felt everywhere you go. And when I was invited to come to Wareng Powerhouse, I drove all the way from Kericho County to come and witness what is really about this powerhouse. And by the panel, y'all have done great. We begin my coffee yourselves. As my name, so many people have heard, I am Janet Ruto. I am married to one husband, who is still the provider, as the pastor have said. Blessed with 3 kids, and above all, I live in the city of Dallas, Texas. When Buanameli invited me, I thought of what can I encourage the powerhouse to continue producing. Continue being the ones who are producing the power. The next thing, continue being the ones that gonna lead to mentor others to have powerhouses in all the other 47 counties. because you have started a good thing here in Uasin Gishu County. I remember the last time I was via Zoom with Honorable Chelilim. He was not a governor at that time. And Kebene introduced me to you. But today I want to tell you one thing I fulfilled via CEC of Health. There are some people that I was able to sign to come to your county not too long ago, and we are here to hold the vision, the mission that you have for Uasin Gishu County. You go tell el mukubwa gebare beru rot kaingwang nebo Wareng en kainetab Jesu. Ago togot in benchmarking amun karonyon benchmarking. We work smart, we don't work hard. And then kin amge sochi go sochiga. Asegobit koswaita and picture. The star is so wage and everything else shall go as planned. Or receiving greetings agogi chamage gongoi missing go beru rot Jehovah. Asante sana.
Gongoi. Jebiosa ndio una sauti nete na hii. But commit ni tu menge le meta hii nya. So congratulations to your husband. Your husband has really tried. So makofi kwa Ruto, Jen. Asante sana. It's my pleasure to invite the PS Treasury, Dr. Chris atusalamie, karibu sana. You're doing a good job. Na kesho tuko kwako.
Asante sana. Governor and all of you, I'm Jambo. Jamge. I first want to apologize for coming late. And also, further apologize because I seem to have come in and caused a bit of pressure on time. Even for a good message from our speaker and even our lady there. And I blame the organizers because they insisted I must come. I was hosting my colleagues and I did not tell them I've even left because today we were having the precursor to tomorrow's event for 9th edition. We were in Kipkabos. We were led by Head of Public Service, Felix Koske, and a number of my colleague PSS and CEOs. So I left them at a place called Bupe. And I stepped out. He's supposed to be joining us, Mr. Tanui. So I will be brief because I know we have great speakers. I know Julius is going to speak. I like listening to Julius. So I love to get a YouTube. So tomorrow I listen to what you say. I really want to congratulate Wareng Powerhouse because I am a member of many WhatsApp groups. But Wareng Powerhouse is in another class. The level of discipline is very high. There is decorum. You don't hear people throwing each other, words. But even when it happens, there is an army that quickly comes in to restore. So keep it up like that way because in forums, any forums, WhatsApps, social media, there must be some discipline. There's a lot of, in areas sometimes where people talk about you or they talk about things and you have nowhere to defend yourself. And they say things which are not right. So it's good you are setting the standards. So that's number one. Number two is to say that I really wanted to stay long, but I have to go because of tomorrow. The president is going to be our chief guest. And we have a very tight schedule. We will be in Etio Dam, which is in Keio North. Then we'll go to Tirwane, and then we finish at Simoto for the restoration of Kaptagat. He has been a great supporter. I started this initiative when I met with a maize. I had that meeting long time. And I don't know how your meeting went, but for me, I felt I was living in a society. I was born in Kapkoi, and I used to graze animals in the forest and do a lot of hunting, gazelles, Plengwet and Plengog and others. I used to, in that forest, you used to get momonic. You know momonic? Yes, but over time, as I go back, I don't see. I see the forest is degraded, and I just decided to take an initiative. And decided I need to do something. I did that from 2008, it's a long time, 2008. I think I even did earlier than that. But when I became PS Trade in 2015, I think 2017, I decided, why don't I be naming these editions? Little did I know that we'd reach today, which is the 9th edition, 9 years later. And over this period, we have managed to restore 2,300 hectares. And in this edition, we have targeted 550 hectares. So by end of tomorrow, we'll have done cumulatively about 3,000 hectares restoration. And these are 5 forest blocks: Kipkabos, Sabor, Penon, Kaptagat, and Kesup. In the North Rift region, we have 31 forest stations. So I'm just dealing with 5 of 31. And that is an entire 9.2 million hectares. The entire country, which is managed by KFS, is 2.6 million hectares. There is a nexus between conservation and development and economic empowerment. So why a lot of our people have been depending on the forest? Because they derive their livelihood. They take their animals to graze. They derive energy for their homes. Our women have to fetch fire to come and alight food, get fire to prepare food for their children. I used to see my mother carry firewood and at the back, then go, you know, you have to, when you're going for lunch and you're in a hurry, and we said, in this century we must change. Our aspiration must be that every house needs to have light like this, needs to have a cooker, and if we can't reach that level, we can use other means. So what we are doing is we are trying to work on a livelihood empowerment program where we are trying to address demand factors that cause degradation. So instead of having many animals in the forest, why don't you have few? In other words, focus on quality rather than quantity. I normally joke that I tell the people, leave the cows which when you milk, it says, achilili, you know what I mean. Very little comes out, but yet you can have a few that can give you more milk. We have done that in this program, and we distribute cows. Some of you have been donating. By the way, these are donations, and we have seen change in the family. So what are we saying? Those of us who are in farming, because we can't shift our people, have been fighting with Julius, because he tells people, let's get out of agriculture. I tell Julius, it's true, but our people cannot just move out quickly. So let's make sure they shift gradually. So in those who are still in farming, let them do a better farming. And I think the same thing to maize, which I know we have been talking about. So we are now saying diversify. I started working on this project when I was PS Trade, and negotiated for a lot of agreements, China, WAPI, many places. And we have those trade agreements, we can access those markets. So in this tomorrow's meeting, we will be distributing also coffee. We have said we want to go for coffee, and in my program this year, we have distributed about 300,000 seedlings to coffee farmers. I took Tambach, I went to Tambach ward, we gave out 113. And we went to other Soy North, Soy South, and the Wasingishu site. We are working with you, because this program also cannot succeed without the counties. So we are partnering with you, County of Wasingishu and County of Elgeyo Marakwet. I'm seeing demand for coffee like, I don't know, in fact, it's becoming very difficult even to get seeds. That means our people really have understood this issue of diversification. So Governor, continue with that message. We will support you. I think we will meet you tomorrow. But let me not leave here with the impression that I am a forester, because I have talked about forestry. I never trained in forest. My area is economics. And I want to finish my speech by saying I have been PS now for almost 10 years. I did 4 years in trade. I did 3 years in environment and forestry. And then when His Excellency the President came in, William Ruto decided to make me PS for National Treasury. And when I joined Treasury, I did not know the situation, because I was a PS for 7 years. but I didn't know the state of affairs of things. But I found at that time inflation was high, 9.6%, and the prices of commodities were skyrocketing. Our shilling was under huge pressure, especially with the fear of Eurobond failure. For us, there was people who were thinking that we might not settle the maturing $2 billion Eurobond. Then we had challenge of foreign exchange. In fact, oil marketers would go up to 20 banks to get enough foreign exchange to buy, to get dollars to be able to import their goods. And so we have worked very hard with another team. I'm happy to report to you because I don't know, there's so much noise in this country, sometimes you wonder whether it's just the politics or not, because from an economic perspective, this Excellency President has done very well. And the numbers speak for themselves. Inflation was 9.6, we had brought it to 2.7, now we are talking about 3.7%. The moment we settled the Eurobond in February last year, I just checked, because that was for me my major achievement. The fact that we were able to issue and buy back 1.5 billion of the $2 billion of Eurobond, that settled the fear that was there, and the shilling stabilized up to today. It has been at 129, 130. Even with all these demonstrations, have you seen it weekend? Because there is belief. Many of those who deal with Kenya believe in our fundamentals. Over the same time, we have seen foreign exchange reserves go up. We were at 6 billion. Today we are at $11 billion. We are talking almost 6 months, we are 5.something months of import cover. The same time, interest rates have come down. And you have seen banks are adjusting to give us better rates. Our GDP is good. We have grown at 4.7%, up to 5%. We are at 18 trillion now. We are number 6 in Africa. The potential is huge. And I think, Julius, I want you to take this time to really encourage this team, because we can double our GDP. First of all, GDP for Wasingishu, have you estimated? You cannot be 8 trillion. There's no way. But I want to know, we need to know GDP by every county. And we set targets and see how do we leapfrog. Because we have a lot of youth. And I like what Pastor said about teaching our children white-collar jobs. Because one of the things I have now is everybody is coming for me to say job. We have tried. In fact, when you employ a few, is when you get more pressure. So I get a lot of pressure. I try, but even those I employ, I can employ 2 out of 20. What happens to 18? And time is going. So I want to leave you with one thing, that we are on the right path. We just need to give His Excellency the President and his government support. And I want to say also there is so much happening on the road. I'm the chair of the PPP. I want to tell you we are going to commence, hopefully, if everything goes well, the dual carriageway from Mau Summit, from Rironi to Mau Summit. And we are working hard. I just came from China to also extend from Mau Summit to Malaba. And then work on the Kisumu side. And many, many other things. Perhaps Wareng Powerhouse, invite me another day and I can give you more details. This gentleman called Tanui will tell you more about the superhighway. And I don't know if he has the time. I'm sure he'll have time. I can tell the other team that you're on the way. With those many remarks, thank you very much for the opportunity. Asante sana.
I am a Kopekwa economist. Thank you very much. Asante sana, umeokoa uchumi yetu ya Kenya. A man from Wasingishu and Elgeyo Marakwet. We share this man. Mimi na governor wa Elgeyo Marakwet. Tunasema asante sana. Now we have people who are becoming very impatient because of time, and I would want us to listen to the speaker today. Sindio, our chief guest speaker, Wareng Powerhouse. Si vizuri tusikie Dr. Kimwetich akiongea. So kabla hajasema kitu, wacha nikaribishe Justice Nyakundi aseme Chamgai. Nyakundi has been part of this county for many years. and he introduced me to some topic inaitwa AJS, Alternative Justice System, and ADR. Now that's my manual in the village nowadays. Why should you be in court for many years when you can still talk? Karibu sana, let us talk.
Wow. Thank you, Your Excellency. What time is this now? Na wasalimu wa Mchamboni. Chamige. Your Excellency, thank you for this opportunity. Wareng Powers, thank you for inviting me. I'm extremely humbled to be in this gathering. A gathering which dispenses my legal symmetry to another level of economics and other areas of study, because I'm more biased in getting into conferences. Dr. You know, you've spoken to us at the various forums, you know, as justices, and we appreciate you for the great gifts God has given you. And we thank you for, I've learned a lot. I've come here now for 3 years. I want to assure you, Your Excellency, and the entire team of Powers, that the question of the judiciary, we are doing everything possible for us to make sure there is access to justice to the very corner of this county. And the way we do it is ensuring, working with your government, that every sub-county can have what we call a courthouse. We have already ones which have been gazetted, like Jesoi, Chebukorio, Tarubo, and the Moibeni, which has been operationalized. It's my strong belief, you know, working with the judiciary, and the Chief Justice is committed to this, that the courts which we have gazetted can be operationalized, so that our people can come from their shops, can come from their farms, can come from their groceries, and access courts at their local level. One other thing I can assure you, Powerhouse, is that we, working with the governor, that we want every sub-county to have a mediation center, so that our people can have what we call mediation at their doorsteps. And I want to encourage you that the cases we have, we tarmac in our courts, every day they can be solved through mediation. And we want to make sure we build capacity, and we can team up with Powerhouse to make sure that the investments, the disputes, the commercial disputes are actually solved mainly through mediation. You remember the Chief Justice operationalized actually this court. He has what we call small claims courts. Your dispute of 1 million now, in 60 days, is actually solved. You don't have, so in 60 days, you have a claim of 1 million or below, you just have to go to the small claims court. And in 60 days, you have a judgment which you can execute. It's a pleasure for me to be part of you. It's a pleasure for me to be part of your servant and to serve you with humility and deliver justice according to the Constitution. And I assure you that we shall never fail you. And may God bless you as you purpose on this.
Do we clap to charges, really? They might sentence you for some nuisance or something like that. Asante sana wakili, judge wetu, tunasema shukrani. So in our presence again, we have PS Tanui, PS ICT, is a man behind Consa City, something. We store our information in the cloud, and the cloud is in Consa. So sometimes when we have down times, we ask ourselves, what is Tanui? Because we are missing a lot of revenue. And Menja has been on it. Menja, where is Menja, our friend? That he kitu haifanye kazi, ya parking haifanye kazi, so naulizo maswali mingi. Sasa yuko hapa leo utajitetea mbele ya wakazi wa Uasin Gishu. Allow me to welcome our brother DL to say hi, and then we will give time to the speaker. And I want us to relax. We have enough food here. Singapenda muende lazima mkule kwa sababu tumeandaa hiyo as a family called Wareng Powerhouse. Karibu sana DL. Group of companies. Karibu sana director. Chairman.
Thank you.
To give you something, call him chairman. Utapata kitu. So the more you call him chairman, the more in a pocket deeply. Thank you very much, chairman.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much. Wareng Powers, Uasin Gishu County Eldoret City and all Kenyans. I'm Jambo Tena. Mine will be very brief. I'm very proud to be associated with Wareng Powers. When I met first Terrell, and he told you about, he had put me, and I said, which organization is this? The same, some bloggers who have, I almost told you, remove me from, but I didn't know they were doing a great job, and I'm very proud of you. You are educating people, you are guiding our people. Just want to be brief, because this is a youth program, which is really important that we see what we can do to our youth. Currently, our country experiences serious issues about the youth. I've just asked myself, what could be this that we have a lot of youths going for demonstrations? But I realized as a country, we didn't plan ourselves that we have produced, the way Chelugate said, every second, 17 seconds, somebody is being born. But we didn't do, what can we do for those children who are being born, and in the next 25, 24 years, they are able to get employment? Because what we need to do to our country so that we have opportunity for our youths as they are finishing school. I was walking today along the road and I found quite a number of students from the universities. And I realized it is high time as a country, we need to put a database of our youth in every county. And this one I will challenge my friend Jalilim to have a database of all the students who have finished the school so that we can enter and find out if I want electrical engineer, I just go into the database and find out where is this child and how many years he has been at home. For that, we need to build a capacity so that everybody in the world is able to understand and see we have a student in Eldoret who has finished university and immediately get employment. We have to move to that. Technology is very key in our society. We need to build a capacity. And I want to say that, emphasize that we need to create three areas in capacity building. One is manufacturing. What are we doing to speed enough to catch up with the children which are not having employment? Right, as our country, what are we doing? What innovation are we doing? Every county should have an innovation. And nationally, we should have an innovation. So we can start industries, develop innovation for our young youth to be industrialists. Why do we need to import rubbers? Why do we need to import chambers in Kishu County? Why can't we develop our own incubation for our youth to be industrialists? Last and not the least, Cairo right now, as a country, everybody is focused in Cairo. Why don't we learn from Cairo? What is Cairo doing that all Africa is going to Cairo to buy things? What policies that they have introduced that we are able to pick as a country? Last, I believe in our county, or Uasin Gishu County, can be the net producer of food, that any food you want in this country, you have to come to Eldoret. And it's not necessarily that we produce. We can import and store food here, and people come and buy from here. We can also, I must thank today, we are the best in education. After that special economic zone, and we are able to initiate, right now it's now starting to take off. Because of challenges of East and Central, East Africa, which we have. I want also to report today that with CPF, we have been doing some programs that we might be getting 5,000 students that are going to get employment in this county. We are working on that. They are going to be able to work from here. These data centers that have come in, that are able to. So we are working on that with CPF, and I think we are very soon going to commission. And I want to report again that in this county, and why am I saying this? We have to challenge ourselves. We are building the first cancer center the biggest cancer center in Kenya, in Eldoret. I want to tell you, I had 3 years ago, if you must have seen in the papers, we signed with Apollo, one of the biggest hospitals in India. And he agreed that we work together. And through our government and government of India has succeeded now that we are in the process of developing drawings and start the work very soon. So that we have an hospital running here for cancer. So we are not going to be going to India. And also, as we say, we need to develop tourism on medical tourism and sport tourism. Those are the key issues that we need to focus as a country, as a county. I don't have much. Next time when we have time, we'll talk more on business. Thank you very much. Be blessed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. This man has been a mentor to many, many leaders, young leaders, especially MCS and MPs and governors. He has provided a lot of fuel to quite a number of them. I am one of them. That's why I acknowledge him in public. First, I want to say thank you very much. Now that you are ready to listen to our keynote speaker, I want us to be patient a little bit because what he has in his mind, I have listened to him, like we listened to him last year, and this year again, I'm very sure he has something in store. And probably you can talk about us having a meeting with Mace. I don't know if you're having a Mahindi. You know, as a good researcher, you need to have a good research topic. Pastor, you sound like you're in academia. You need very good research questions. Mine was driven by agrarian revolution. Those who have studied agrarian revolution, it is driven by 2 things, technology and the kind of crops that are coming up in the market. And this maize, which is enslaving our people, I see maize as the one who is enslaving our farmers because without maize, they get so distorted, they become hungry and they hate almost everybody, including the government. I've never seen a crop unapiga kelele tangu kupanda mpaka kuharvest kama mahindi. So I was telling maize kuja tuongee wewe ni nani. And I was told it was a type of grass. It got a few grains, but because of Chef Siror, who is here, he has kept on developing this thing into a very serious maize crop. Inaitwa 614, 625, na hizo zote. So we have a conversation. We are telling ourselves we are moving into coffee. Kipkelion area in Kericho is way ahead of us, followed by Nandi. Now Wasikishu, we are coming in, Trans Nzoia. The grain basket is also going into that, so I don't know who will feed Kenya. Because for many years, people clap to us that sisi tunalisha Kenya. Pigia makofi hata ya kulisha Kenya, na hatuna agreement yote ya kulisha watu. But what are they doing wherever they are? Wenye tunawalisha, wanapanda kahawa, wanapata pesa. So we are trying to change the mindset to tell our people we can go for serious cash crop. We need money. We need money. And the economist who is here will tell us why we need money and how we are going to save money. Pigia makofi, Dr. Kimwetich. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much, Governor. A lot of the things have been discussed.
So our good sister here, Magdalene, is traveling to Ethiopia and she will be driving from here to Nairobi before apate ndege usiku ya manane. So we wish you safe drive, safe flight, represent us very well. Tell them you come from Uasin Gishu, a county of opportunities. And yesterday we were rated number 4 in Kenya, having done what? Who knows what they were rating us that we are the best county who practice devolution properly. Real devolution, it is us. Last year we were rated number 1 by the business index whatever. I wish Kenya was here, that we are very accommodative in terms of doing business. There is a lot of ease in doing business in Uasin Gishu. So we are not badly off. So well, will you rate us 1 out of 10 after your speech? Thank you very much.
Okay, Pauline Sana, you have really sat for today. I'll make mine very short, okay? Because a lot of the things have been discussed. I don't know, only one screen is working, okay? So Uasin Gishu, as I said previously, Uasin Gishu, we are sitting on typically the best land in the world. But it is potential until it translates into prosperity. So I want you to remove your phone and Google the following 2 words. 2 words. And those 2 words is creative destruction. Just Google creative destruction. Are we there? So what's the definition of creative destruction? The process where new technologies and innovations replace outdated ones, leading to economic growth and transformation. Tumeelewana? My message today is about creative destruction. Why am I choosing this theme? Is because there have been so many changes proposed. National government is moving at breakneck speed, county governments, but the mindset of the people are in the old mindset. But government has come up with a new constitution. There are so many policies being implemented, Vision 2030, Beta, everything is moving, okay? The PS here is laying fiber. Magdalene is here creating an Eldo hub. But does the farmer in my village understand what is going on? And that is our greatest challenge. We are not moving as quickly because Meditab Chito, in my village, Kutom Gowalak. And that is what is creating that stress. Even these young people who are creating a lot of noise is because they are using the old mindset, which was you sit and you will be employed by just sitting. In other parts of the world, unajitetea and you move. If you look at the Chinese in 1984 reached that critical point of creative destruction, where the old China had to be demolished, and a new China came. And the leader then, Deng Xiaoping, told their people, this thing called communism is useless. Where's the cooler communism? And they told his people, being rich is good. People. Do you know what happened? China created a world record where it grew at 10% year on year for 20 out of poverty. But they had to destroy the old China. The old China, the Communist Party, they forgot all those things and told people, fanya biashara. They attracted now investments from all over the world. That is why they have designed processes which are making things very cheap to manufacture. When they designed those processes, all Americans removed manufacturing from America to China. So China is the world's workshop. And I'm sure some of you even go to China to import things. That is what we must do for Uasin Gishu and Kenya in general. I will give you some suggestions that we must grow at 10% for the next 25 years, by 2050. That is when we could declare Uasin Gishu developed country, a developed county. But it begins now, our lasama, Kewalbik. If you look at the next slide there, I did a projection. The population of Uasin Gishu County by 2100. Next slide. If you look at the population by 2100, the population of Uasin Gishu is estimated to be 6 million. Can you imagine 6 million people living in Uasin Gishu? If we are not careful, we will be a small Kisi. Nigipchi embarenik kotoik slice. We can't go that direction. Okay? So shortly, I want to, so in the next slide, my mention is we were the breadbasket of Kenya, especially wheat. We were number one in the 60s, the 70s, when the colonialists were here, the 80s partially, and then when the settlements began, and then we lost it. So who is number one in wheat now in the country? Narok. But Narok is having also the same problem. If you look at the way the population of Narok is increasing, they will lose that competitiveness completely. And so therefore, we cannot afford to do that. So if you look at the challenges, to me was in Gishu currently, one is land fragmentation. We must change our culture, mindset will be on how we manage land. And I will give you some suggestions. Okay? Mechanization is another problem because there are new technologies which have been invented in Asia over the last 30, 40 years that we needed to adopt in this part of the world. So we must now look at technologies, not of Europe or America, but the technologies of countries like Thailand, like Vietnam. These are new economies and they have modeled Western technology to fit them. We must now adopt those technologies and reinvent them for us to suit us. India has tried. And the reason, and the result is India now is the fastest growing economy in the world. If you just look at the output of India, India has 1.4 billion people, the highest in the world now, but growing at 8%, the highest in the world. They have replaced the Chinese because they have adopted the Chinese methodology of modifying Western technology to fit. And now they can employ their people. So if you go to India now, there's construction everywhere, including even exporting labor. The highest number of people doing construction work in Dubai are Indians. So we need now to start thinking through. So we need to modify the way we do things here. Now, my model, my recommended model is Israeli kibbutz. Now, how many of you have been to Israel? Yes? How many of you actually went and stayed in a kibbutz? Okay? A kibbutz, go quit. A larger one. Okay? Now, if you look at the next, there's a photograph, I put next slide. Yes. That is typical how a kibbutz looks like. Many of you got together, and then they free the land for cultivation, for other activities, okay? And so we must socially re-engineer our society. And I wanted to start with Wareng Powerhouse members. Slice. It should be you collectively staying together and then freeing the land. Because the culture in the last 30, 40 years was Kapchi, we did near 40 acres, Kepche Jigjana, now Gipchi Jigjana, so we must now start rethink. Because if we don't do it, by 2050 to 2100, Uasin Gishu will be a rural slum. Rich agricultural land, but a rural slum. And that is what we must avoid. So we must then look at the kibbutz. We must study, and that kibbutz model has worked in South Korea. Remember, Samsung was a textile company. Because of the way they work now as a kibbutz, in South Korea, it's called a chaebol, chaebols. So if you Google chaebol, it's the same thing, where people come together and they grow a company. Now we must come together. If, for example, DL, you allow these people to invest all the shares in the new company, instead of now, Pandiatke, you now come, I give you 20% shares. People like me now will invest. And then now we create a kibbutz or a chaebol. And then now the company moves. Somebody like Magdalene here, she has created Eldo Hub, but she's short of capital. The capital is here, but every year, Otubakwe capital was in Gishu, Otupchiningwin, Pandiatke. Yet she needs capital to expand so that she creates employment. She's going to add this to expand Eldo Hub. Eldo Hub in Addis, Malaukyo, because we need now to think differently. So let us Google how a kibbutz works. Okay? Now, if you then look at the challenges, okay, so if you now go to the next slide, the next one, the previous one, settlement, no, not before culture, settlements, okay. Okay, so we have, I have some ideas then on how we are going to do it. Number one, through the county assembly. National government has done its job. Big constitution, now it is county. How a county prescribes for the people. My prescription, county assembly must pass a bill into law on the minimum subdivision in the county. County assembly, where are the MCS? Akwejo. Okay? It's going to be difficult. It's not easy. Because everybody will now say, I have rights over my land and I can do whatever I want. Okay? But remember, a title is a lease from the government. Kagon government a right over land for 99 years, it's a lease. And government can prescribe how that land is to be used. So, I'm challenging the county assembly of Uasin Gishu and our neighboring. They must prescribe, okay? But it doesn't matter. So, lasma ke prescribe settlement to save our land so that it can accommodate 6 million people without compromising agricultural production. Point number 2 is income generating activity. Next. Now, if you look at a kibbutz, because I've been there and I've lived for a week, I stayed in a kibbutz. That kibbutz I stayed in had a hotel. There was a 3-star hotel. There was a factory that was processing milk and exporting to Syria because it was near the Golan Heights. So there was a factory, there was a hotel, And those are run by the local people. And the investor was an American. They went and invited an American, but it was on a shared basis. So they had shares, the investor came, brought his money, but employed local people. So every kibbutz, we'll call in a name, Jalil, what to call it? Kokwet or whatever it is required, Kokwet agatul, nagage define must have an income generating activity to employ people. Okay, so income generation activity. The third one is social amenities. The social amenities now must come together so that then it's defined, go to a stadium, go a social hall, whatever it is, the social amenities will keep people busy. Because one of the greatest challenge, nakabar bikyosai, kumayek. Kaya ngiti jita at 4 a.m. ako jengan mayek. Nakatangita at 4 a.m. ako in the factory, nabako quit. Sagete. Because how do you calculate GDP? What is the GDP to us English? What is GDP? GDP is output. So, jita nakakonget sa kumuna moja, ako jengat jaga, kumatinya output. So how can you increase the GDP of Western English? You can't. So we must then have social amenities that keep people away from vices. Okay? Number 4, culture. Culture, the habits, next slide. Culture, the habits, the behaviors, and the values of the people. Now, one challenge we got pull an HB up back is we have failed to distinguish a cultural practice and a cultural principle. Take a note, a cultural practice and a cultural principle. Okay? Let me give you an example. Keating ethic is a cultural principle, but the practice has hardly changed. Defenders of the family by being good fighters. Now we are in 2025. Do we still need fighters of that type? So, Big Up Nairobi have modified it because they are trying to, the key practice now is because that is the defense. The defense of the community now is educated people. And we have modified it to suit. And it's still slow, but we are modifying it faster. Now, our culture must change. The culture, Big Up College, the principles, we must list them and then say, do we still need to practice Kugin or Kewal, the culture? The practice must change faster. The principle remains the same. So the cultures must change. For example, another one is language. We are losing our language so fast. We are not the only ones. But ours, they America, also go America, in America. What are we going to do to save our language? Because if we go like the way we are doing now, by 2050, half of us will not know what our language is. So what are we going to do? By the time we probably will know Nusu. Okay? You know, in Nairobi, Sheng came because it's Swahili English. So it became a language. Now they have another one called Shamateng. Okay? Now by 2050, most likely even Bukusu will have come closer this way, probably Samburu closer. So those kugurene, whatever language. Okay? Language is dynamic anyway. Even justice. Look at how the Rwandese defended themselves. They said, to try these people to give a genocide, if we use the Western model, it was going to take years, and it was not going to resolve the problem. So they revived their cultural arbitration system called Kashasha. Kashasha went much faster than even what the UN thought, and it resolved the problem. Now the country is at peace because they adopted a cultural practice, okay, and modified it to suit a situation, so the principle moved with the practice. Engine which looks at these things so that the mindset of our people moves in tandem with the intention of the government. Right now there is a mismatch because when the country is moving much faster. The next one is security. I know Governor Gele made that problem. Around Giwa Baringo, Giwa Elgeo Marakwet, West Pogot, Wengalek. Now, the Rwandese, we need to adopt their model, Nyumba Kumi. I know Nyumba Kumi is there, but it is not working the way the Rwandese one works. We need to adopt their model and actually the 10 houses. But in the kibbutz model in Israel, they have a Nyumba Kumi, but actually several more than 10 houses. It's almost 100 houses. It's exactly the same, and any visitor that comes, kengen gelgao nyongo, ako majeneji jata, tebe gab ngo. For how long? We must secure, because security is a prerequisite for investment to come. The Israelis are 7 million, those who are in Israel, including the Arabs. The neighbors go 120 million, the neighbors. They have tried to destroy that country and it was impossible. Iran, and it couldn't respond. Just imagine how secure that country is, and they can provoke their neighbors. We need to do the same. A secure county, plus our neighbors, that drives prosperity. Number 6, next slide, is community engagement. Now, Kigenet Chito, Kigenet Picture, to be totally dependent on government. What is government? Government is a facilitator. Government is an enabler. Government is a supporter. The primary driver, Nibakapchi, Kumurneta Kapquata, Pasta. Lagi nagigit oh, Sarkali, Saidia, Sarkali. Everything, we have to change the mindset of our people. Where I do my things, Aribakanyu, and government will just come and assist me. So, in Rwanda, they have some Negure Omuganda. Now, Omuganda is once Saturday every month, the last Saturday of every month, the country stops. And every citizen volunteers to do community work. Every citizen. So, the Nyumba Kumi decides. Now, they have prescribed what happens in every household. Kota gatol gige prescribe ngela nen lasbog migoy Number one, kotab kubatit. Lasima. Maami kotab suswa. Number two, every house must have a toilet. Now, Governor, defecation statistics was in issue. How many households want the toilet? See, we don't have. But if we make it a law, it has to be made law, so that the chami muchege kapka the community. Lagi ni murenne ni muchege last mo take up to it. Toilet. Okay? Every household in Rwanda continue gabungwit. Every house continue gabungwit. For kitchen garden by law. Because magumeje yalot ingwek and you can produce it. You have the energy. And then the most interesting one is every citizen must wear shoes. Last my like by law. So, kira a government nagago prescribe to the citizen what needs to be done, and if you don't do it, okay, so how do you use your time? How do you use your time? So, we must create an umuganda of some sort, okay, where every citizen must contribute, okay? Now, there's something I borrowed from Japan. You know, Japan, after the Second World War, was devastated. Of course, you are aware of, they were the first country to be hit with an atomic bomb, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, they said, we are now abandoning war, and we want to go to quality things. Today, you get anything made in Japan, automatically, in your mind, quality. China is coming close. Now, they went through a quality movement. That quality movement was from a guy, Nugure Ian Deming. So, Ian Deming went to Japan as an American to create a quality movement. Connect peak the importance of quality. So the day we go manufacturing, deal, last maganet pigo the importance of quality. Now, the importance of quality, nega, you can't go to a factory to produce quality if you can't. It's a culture. So last maganet picture through a quality movement. And that is what the Americans taught the Japanese, than the Japanese, the Americans in quality. So therefore, as we invite investors, medita picture, kijana ni just batarno yote, chabo tivet. Last mago genet nga what quality is. Okay? So there are 5 things given the Japanese by the Americans, and we have to figure out in Wasnigishu how we are going to do this. The first one is how to sort things. It looks very simple. If I come to the office, the county government, will I find a well-organized county office, sorted? Or if I come to your house, will I find a house in Pastarabu? Because the men at big Starabu, when they go to work for somebody else, they don't have the culture. That's where the Chinese beat everybody. They had to do a cultural revolution at home so that when the American investors came, they had a worker, ningom, and culturally fitting into what the Americans want. And that is why the Americans went in large numbers to create jobs in China. So, is to sort, is to arrange, is to clean, is to maintain, and continuous learning. That was the quality movement in Japan. The rest of Asia adopted it. Saigu Chumbek. So we need to create a quality movement as a culture. Then we will move. Then we will attract investors. Finally, a few other thoughts. 5 thoughts. The first thought is, in future, the #1 resource in Kenya, copy. So we must find everything possible to harvest water, to store water, to whatever it takes. Okay? Climate change has favored us. Our rainfall is higher. So how do we store that water? So LASMA was an issue to protect itself in future from any war or any fight. Because that fight in Migrio Valley, 2 things. Kuparchinige pay, agiparchinige nyas. There's nothing else. We could import the same problem if we don't conserve water. So we need to figure out. I got ngaleja for tomorrow. Have an interest, because that forest will be a gem in tomorrow. Okay? And how do we distribute that water to every household? Pay will be a critical thing for the future of our county. Number 2 is energy of young people. My proposal is to do what the Israelis do. It's also done in Germany. It's also done in South Korea, which is national service for 2 years. Lagok Tugul Chitare Form 4 are enrolled to do government projects on a voluntary basis, kigo an allowance, for 2 years. Ngumongu jito, kugago machuan, agago responsible, agago tare temet. If you don't engage them from Form 4, pogayaji wirgi, mayeg, kopet, wega menace. Amago employable even, to even an investor no deal nagago with a manufacturing capacity. Because ne, goita ago extra tanjito. So he can't work in a drug factory because he'll be like, you're smelling alcohol. This is precise, precision factory. So we must engage young people when they are, it could be even us, we could even say 3 years, but we must engage young people, so quick disciplined, okay? Moi had the idea, but it was poorly executed. Those of you, pre-university, even was, it was too small, it was too short, it was only 3 months, and the curriculum was very poorly structured. But he had the idea. The recommendation actually is 2 or 3 years of engaging young people to do national work. Quick discipline, like then by the time they enter a TVET or a university or whatever they are trying to do, the mindset is changed. Number 3 is we must then engage our people where they pay tax. Those who are not able to pay cash, they pay tax in time and energy. Let me explain. The people who pay tax on the KRA register got 3.2 million. Yet we are 56 million thereabout. Those on KRA register got 3.2. So 3.2 million people are supporting the rest of the population. Now, Chijota Gumi village, and he expects SHA to work. He wants a road. He wants everything to be supported, yet he has not contributed a single cent himself. My proposal, now County Assembly, MCS Mskiza, is we must pass a bill where every citizen, and we can create a time, must contribute a certain number of hours per month to national service. So what are they going to do? So the chief or the ward administrator, it doesn't matter who, will keep a register of the school. Okay, let's take the school I know, Sergoit Primary. Okay, so even the Sergoit Primary, the parents contribute, say, 20 hours per month. Each parent, give me a register. The headmaster details what needs to be done. Okay? So the children come to school, the parents come. If my job, for example, is to make sure that the windows are cleaned, or my job is to make sure that grass is planted in the playing field. Because in the playing fields, all these schools, 90% kuchangarawe, agumi wasasi chiechanga. You can't have it, no. So the parents must be told, akwejo golo suswe jata, agotile suswe to a certain standard, maagenet quality, to a certain standard, so chezan yalago. Then the same children now will enjoy the playing fields, and so they become world runners. Agage then register how many hours they have worked. If it is a hospital, for example, a clinic, okay, the community, in the village, then Jebiosok will be told, okay, you manage the home largely, or go to 10 hours every month. So your job is to clean the hospital because you benefit from the same hospital. Okay? You clean, and that is your contribution in lieu of cash. We will unleash the energy of our people, and the quality movement will continue. So it's an extension of Omuganda. So we are not creative. So we can't have just 3 million people barbering. In Wasingishu, I don't know how many taxpayers are there. Let's suppose there are 100,000. 100,000 is now supporting around 1.2 million people. Will they support 6 million people by 2050? They can't. So everyone must contribute tax in cash, in time, or using your energy. In that way, we create a fair tax system. We have had a lot of arguments with Kipto over it, and he is figuring out how that will be implemented. But, new thinking. And then finally, we need the support of the county governments and the county assemblies. The county government and the county assemblies must now embrace creative destruction. Let's abandon the old, let us bring the new in a very creative way, because that is, if you look at Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, the core of what he did was creative destruction. And I'll just give you one final example of what they did in Singapore. King at Singapore, so you see they are a route, they are the sea route as you go to China. So you pass to, it's called Malacca Strait. Then you pass through Singapore as you then go to Indonesia, Philippines, Japan. All the ships pass through there. So they said these ships must refuel. But they don't have oil. So they have no oil. So they said, why can't we create a refinery then? We refine it and then they refuel. Because a lot of exchange was happening at their seaport. Today, Singapore has the 4th largest oil refinery in the world. 4th, without any crude oil of their own. They are just resellers. Now, look at Kenya. 40% of our import bill, 40% is fuel. Okay? But that fuel, a lot of it is reshipped to Uganda, Eastern Congo, South Sudan, and Rwanda. But some of it even reaches Burundi. Kasinda na create a refinery, age feed it. We don't have to have our own oil. Uganda now has oil, and then it decided to detour the oil pipeline to Tanga. Why don't we capture that thing in Tanga? Okay, have the same fuel, we have refined it for you. That is the mindset that we must have. With this kind of mindset, I guarantee you, by 2050, between 2050 and 2100, we will have achieved our target, which is our county should be among the counties in Kenya, Chigugure developed. Kongoi missing, thank you.
Makofi mazuri na tusimame kidogo jamani, makofi mazuri. Thank you so much. Asante. Tupige makofi mpaka aketi. Very powerful message. Thank you so much Daktari Julius Kipngetich. Asante sana. So naomba tuketi. Kwa hiyo nafasi Daktari Ignandi ko jito na bagay tabiliwes kailan jito kap kay mota. Anan mongen. Gile kap kay mota jino bagay tabiliwes. Gile ka kunyo sorita kap kay mota. Abuna yunguno. So asante sana kwa hii nafasi. Nataka nimkaribishe pastor wetu, legend wetu, Pastor Joel Kimeto aweze kutuimbia. Wapi makofi yake jamani anapojiandaa? Naona amekamata kitani kama anataka kukomot kidogo.
Wapi mics hawa tunaweza pata? Okay, wapi? Yeah. Yes. Zama zile niliwahi kuimba wimbo ambao inasema walla wole. Yeah. Lakini mbona yeah, ninapata mic lakini
Walla wali, walla walla wali, walla walla wali, oh walla wali. Walla wali, wali walla wali, walla walla wali,
Oh wala wali. Ogongal ge big betu se chugi mi magonge ni binwe. Ogongal ge big betu se chugi mi magonge ni binwe. Ninyoru chebia sande nyaltinde gistage kwange cheae. Inyoru boy se ke osena gichego gosega sari. Menge chembi tugule betu se chutamago michineos. Kisale sume gotu egitu simatoga lwale.
Ibini tangi mi go chamera bise go sirsa bonwe kwa. Pagache mureni kwani kwa go bago chengra indao. Go kwani ga giche go chengera bise mamogengi sabe. Kitururu lago ge sibitali se go ko uyo magi. Niger go meldo ge ilele go gisapka ga go gigo be. Tagitaria ginego ya china potion sigo sira bise. Kigo senge ngonyu sigo tai goroti ke motinye lelu. Mabagache choba
ibinigi mitengot koma irwaki. Mabagache choba ibinigi mitengot koma irwaki. Ko uye girwaki Sodoma Gomora gorwaki nibini. Ko uye girwaki Sodoma Gomora gorwaki nibini.
Aya ninataka tusimame alafu tuimbe tu ile achi chanye. Wewe Angondera galgit achichanye Parongo mitenge
Wala wali.
Angondera galgit
Achichanye
Parongo mitepam
Wala wali.
Pongo tilra sillobo
Achichanye
Parongo tile pokso
Wala wali.
Pongo tilra sillobo
Achichanye
Parongo tile pokso
Wala wali.
Lego gituyechi Wareng inyono baba Kagituye met asigirwo cholimbo tawile Miten kondoik chekakobwa sikotorete Hapo Sasa tunaweza kukaa kidogo basi Woi mawalakse Woi mawalakse Ko change nok fashion Ko mawalakse Mauchoro nok chan Chamu chego wala Chango minya lilda Ko tukte chimbata Woi mawalakse Woi mawalakse Woi mawalakse Woi mawalakse Sawa
Makofi jamani. Check, check. Makofi mazuri tena. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Mzee Kimeto. Katuoguli kita live. Hiyo haikuwa kwa studio, ilikuwa live. So asante sana. Nataka nimkaribishe Dan Meli atupeleke next session.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, let me adopt the protocol that has already been established and say that, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored today to have this celebration being the 7th anniversary of our existence as Wareng Powerhouse. We are celebrating the milestones that each one of us has contributed in one way or another, making successes of each and every initiative that we've put forward. And so today I have that privilege as one of the admins to give you just a brief summary of what we've done and what we anticipate to do in the near future. I want to start by thanking all of us, and more so the keynote address speaker, who really promised us that he will not let us down, and it indeed he has done as well. I also want to appreciate the presence of the governors. It was a great honor. Thank you also our PSS and all who made to this very important occasion. Not forgetting the panelists with a lot of information, insightful information. And I want to appreciate DL, Chairman, for also making time to come, including the judges who've just left, but I can still see Nyakundi. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, Wareng Powerhouse is a dynamic community platform that was established 7 years ago to bridge the gap between leaders, professional, the business community, and the residents of this region. It is rooted in the spirit of dialogue, unity, and action. The group provides a space for open discussions on social, economic, and governance issues affecting the region. With over 500 active members, Wareng Powerhouse has played a key role in humanitarian support, leadership mentorship, business development, and community engagement, driving a positive change through collaboration and collective responsibility. Our objectives are: we want to foster inclusive dialogue and civil engagement, to provide a neutral and inclusive platform for open, objective discussions on key social, economic, and governance issues affecting our region, bridging the gaps between leaders, professionals, the business community, and our residents. Objective number 2 is to promote social solidarity and humanitarian support. We want to mobilize resources among members to support vulnerable communities and to respond to social and humanitarian challenges through collective action and goodwill. Number 3 is that we want to support economic empowerment and development. We want to enhance regional economic development by supporting farmers, entrepreneurs, and SMEs through mentorship, partnership, investment initiatives, and knowledge sharing. The 4th one being, we want to strengthen leadership and governance. We want to contribute to good governance by engaging in policy discussions, which is very important, mentoring emerging leaders, and promoting transparency, accountability, and effective leadership at all levels. The final one is that we want to advance community outreach and strategic partnership. We want to expand community engagement through outreach programs and partnerships with government agencies, private sector, and development partners, advocating for sustainable and inclusive regional development. The group has grown into a strong network of 100 members. It comprises of professionals, community leaders, business people, and other stakeholders with a shared vision for a prosperity region. Key achievements in the past 7 years. Social support. We've cumulatively contributed to over 5 million in member donations to support social needs within our community. We've done humanitarian response by mobilizing over 20 million worth of food donations that we aided the drought-stricken communities in Turkana and Baringo. In governance engagement, we've facilitated in-depth discussions on governance and leadership issues. You remember the other time we engaged His Excellency, the Governor, in a very fruitful discussions, and it was a successful one. We also have a support to farmers. We always host interactive sessions among farmers to promote best practices. I saw Felix Kili here. He's a young farmer who always engages us in matters to do with modern ADR. We also assist the judicial arm by serving as a neutral platform to mediate conflicts and foster harmonious relations among political leaders and stakeholders. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have a vision for future. As Wareng Powerhouse, as we look ahead of economic growth within our region, leadership mentorship program that targets the young people and upcoming leaders, leveraging on the experience of its distinguished members. Community outreach initiatives in partnership with relevant government departments to address social economic issues. Advocacy for region development. Using private sector-led approach and engaging with government and international development partners. A strategic subcommittee will be formed in the next few days to develop a roadmap for this initiative, building on the goodwill of membership and the trust the community has placed in Wareng Powerhouse. Long live Wareng Powerhouse, long live our city. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I welcome Super Admin Terer for a brief introduction, and then we proceed. Thank you so much. My name is Dan Meli, one of the admins and also the treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tumpigia makofi Dan Meli. Asante sana. Kwa majina ni Terer. Nafikiri wengi wenu wananijua. Wangapi wanajua Terer? Asante sana. God bless you. Bwana asifiwe tena. Karibu sana PS wetu Professor Pitok. Karibu, karibu. Protocol, please. We still have seats here. Tumpikie makofi Professor Pitok, PS wetu wa education. Asante sana. Basi, yangu tu ni kuwashukuru sana. Asanteni sana Wareng. Wareng, asanteni sana. Asanteni sana viongozi wetu. Our keynote speaker, Kongoi Missing Daktari. Governor wetu, Governor Weasley ameshatoka, tunasema asante. PS wetu Daktari Chris, PS wetu Tanui, PS wetu mwenye amefika Professor, tunasema asante. Mjumbe wetu CPA, Kongoi Missing. Tunasema pia asante kwa waziri wetu ambaye amefika na ameshatoka kile Ngongoi no. Bas, amechawarta members chama Wareng. Amechawataune maseva got pirigeni, amechawataune wakulima. Acha nianze na farmers. Kama wewe najua wewe ni mkulima, naomba usimame. Naomba usimame. Wakulima gochang, utilisi sige 7 time Tuka hapa na Lakata, huyu ni mkulima wa dairy na yeye ni Unity Homes. Asante sana wakulima wetu. Tuko pale na Raymond Tanui, asante. Tuko pale na CPA Ken, asante. Tuko pale na Keter na Brigen, asanteni sana. Kangiringitu wakulima. Asante sana Daktari Bor. Bor pia ni mkulima na ni profession. Bas, naenda medical. Medical naomba msimame kuingelele daktari itelel. Sota tuharakishe. Kama unajua wewe ni daktari. Ongira wa daktari ektogol. Asante sana. Tuko pale na Daktari Ronald, tuko pale na Hilary Cheserek na wengine pale. Asanteni sana. Engineers, please engineers. Gawe na tana gawe engineer Terekin. Sila. Gametao Terekin unaweza keti kidogo. Gabarta hata wewe unaweza keti waziri. Gabarta engineer. Asante CEO wetu wa kitambo mamaja anaitwa Kemei. Bas mwalimu ini. Ula osere. Oraba kimwalimu ini. Bas chief principal naomba uketi soko nyogo Barten Silas kwa yetu kidogo. Bas asame mwalimu ini gotelelse. Orni nendo tin mwalimu ini negure Belat. Kongo Belat, Joan, Naomi, pale kuna Emma, Florence, ak Nelson na Arab Stifo. Pas nguga atar tugul. Kangen ngo. Bas amisa avarta directors. Wale nye tunaitanga directors Wareng wakina Chepkwony, bas msimame. Msimame wakina Chepkwony. Chepkwony asante. Kama kwa serikali. Kaja ajuk. Bas nilikuwa na wale madirectors wangu wadogo. Asante sana. Kongoi Chepkwony. Mtapata nafasi kupitia Silas. Bas kuna watu ni masau. Aslasi? Accountants. Oh, Chari Verabinik. Aya, hotel Saju. Chari Verabinik, hotel se. Accountants. Accountants. Lawyers, please. Kuna lawyers. Ngoi lawyer ni mimi serikali go sawa itelel. Bas wakili, tuko na wakili Ken pale. Chemu nafikiri hiyo itakuwa upande wa Silas. Hawa ni attorney na judiciary. Bas atakuwa na special. Tuko na wakili Sawe simama. Asante sana. Wakili pale Nairobi. So kaji ni mungaret akina chairman si mwaji office lemi. Bas mimi tena gauti committee. Business community. Anko senge angivi jametin utilisi. Bas airolat nye senge sekcheba maana. Tuko na hapa na Emily, tuko na Sheila Kurgat, tuko na Janet. Gongoi besing. Asante. Aya ang wanasiasa cha mengi chago Dixon. Utelise ako Cheboy. Wanasiasa cha. Asante sana. Bas. Ngone ka utie contractors utelise chaba cha mungara inik. Tuko na watu wako na uwezo hapa kama Wareng. Nafikiri governor na chairman buangalia watu vizuri. Akugirile tuko Mengage meje rip chuta. Asanteni sana. Tuko na Beatrice, Faith na Liz Kibor. Ngana kanget. Ngana ka utie. Gotoma mwai ni ndeut para kai. Awat mararen telelsi. Bas gotoma mwai ni telel. Bas asame committee wote tafadhali obwatayo. Committee asame obwatai. Sige 7 time please. Committee. Orabakini wa committee tafadhali. Osuboda. Osuboda. Order. chairman, alafu treasurer, alafu secretary, alafu watu wangu wa media. Bas, ngasa mabarta ngonget chairman nyo, chairman Silas Aramoyo Sports Club. Soko mwangali agenge, treasurer Dan Meli, na yeye ni admin. Asante. Masi Kemboy, yeye ni secretary. Asante. Silas Tarus, yeye ni mtu wetu wa media na alitusaidia sana. Kongo Silas. Victor Inyota, yusigiri. Aya, wewe ni Victor Tirop, anajiita Finyari. Asante. Alfred, asante. Asante sana Alfred. Gilbert Arusei. Orobaki Gilbert Arusei. Asante. Rono, chef. Kongo missing. Director. Kigure Silas Teregin. Yure Nyangirita. Silas Teregin. Wakati tulienda Turkana, gigo againet. And Arab Diego Isaac. Asante. Senge. Winning Dalut. Orobaki Senge baging. Johnston Kotut. Amchama gongoino tabarta ibi chuk chagaba panel discussion. Amchama gongoino gongoi Kotut. Alton Kogo CPA asante. Kaka ngumaitel latke. Gongoi. Sengeno nimesotilwe mukatiat nigure en respache yo tumpigia makofi. Sengeno gora yeye ni honorable Emily Kigen. Kongoi missing Emily. Gonen go kwanye agotom go baech. Kongoi missing. Calvin asante sana. Kongoi missing goye kazi nemye. Liz Tirop asante. Anafanya kazi pale MTRH. Kongoi. Arab Tanui. Goine. Oh kongoi aibro tugolo. Kongoi missing Arab Tanui. Asante. Arab Stifo asante. Kongoi missing Tarus Albert kongoi. Umefanya kazi kubwa. Bas, Ogiliana meaning lakini ofisi ta Batoni ya ametusaidia sana, anaitwa Chemtai Root. Kongoi misi goroba ki Chemtai. Bas, asame ko ngalal chairman ni hapa nebo big to.
Alene ta ko tok tuni ngane ta chisa le jamge. Kimije ge ki gongo gorok chobo obo betuni. Konge bongo ne yini kundo majobo ko mate sultaguni. Amaja ki gongo committee tugul. Intetet nuko bangan kot konsulta ginuni. Gero Wareng pause ngalek chikagra ageleji ni sa WhatsApp group kumonomege amuga ko ijage. The panelists did a very wonderful thing. Kiba kinja last year lani wagini this year. Mitege kigongo kora viongozi. Ndega maobwa kama taiti yako iti. Kimije to kongoi. Kongoi ndeba man au kongoi Wareng pause and members tukul. Chan bi team following jam mangaldos chagelen karong to namen agesisye amung gileni sir sometimes ko mi bi kesere ko sire lani gemi yata to mamane ke meje gele da ko ngende paman kuzo ga ma to me ki viongozi amu ga patukule ke we ki ngoi Wareng ako bagas ni ko ai atya kirip to ninyo mauno to asante sana.
Bas kongoi missing ko amogo aji chairman deba digital health amezawe ko ngoi de inege ing Wareng Powerhouse negit ko gigay tuguk chechang ko ki Wareng kigetiny kebeberwek chechang chebo biik ko ki Wareng amecha somale ungengetu ak muguleloto atkai kora ngap kobit shida kwachek admins kakolejin chito kabet chito kakobet musasi ibwat anyun ile salia birchi Dan kiliochi Dan kikiris kene ayai ko Wareng amecha magongoi kingebendi Turkana kakitau kitu initiative patron nenyo ko governor amecha abwat biik chekikakibe tugul Turkana kyae kasitab Save a Life initiative. We raised over 15 million chekiimuch kotoret families 5,000 for 28 days kikium beek groupit nebo Wareng Powers. Amecha asom kityo abarta members chekibo Save a Life kotel kondochin governor, simama governor naomba Silas Simoto ulikuwa vice, ulikuwa chairman, Dan Meli ulikuwa secretary, Evans Kili ulikuwa treasurer, ulikuwa secretary, ulikuwa member, ulikuwa storekeeper, Ki nenye. Kongoi mising. Huyo ni Daktari Viola, inetishe ing University of Eldoret. Chief Kwanjelil. Kongoi mising. Kiamwang kandoik chekitoretech kot kisulde ing ngalekab Turkana ako nyikebendi akoi Kabedo. So nawashukuru sana. Ak initiative chechang chekab keibu kele ongetoret nesoe. Nawashukuru sana. Ameche aib boroini ata chairman chokobarta akine chokokoechekitu kidogo. Ngokabarte akalechin top ngweny ko boroindo nitok. Karibu chairman Huduma C. Orobokyi chairman. Chairman Arap Simatwo ak Cheriot. Myone Cheriot. Ko chairman Arap Simatwo ko chito agenge nekecheng ing simet komi kiy nekemeche keteb is the best person to advise. Cham kotoretech kabisa. Akot ngwakebe kele konende neindoi lainda. So kere keng'ololi Nandi ko kemi toek. Kolecho ine toechu ngoi sikechuldan. Awon toek tugul chekiechen komu kikona order kolecho bas ano magano sikosich kechul gaa. Inge machulakse gaa komi toek. Mau notok kwek. Ako shide nemi gaa netom ko kekere. Angen ale nyokomwae akot CPA. Karibu Simatwo. Ngiberure.
Bas kongoi admin. Mabwata leta komini ngemwae muga koimin. Let me just ride on the protocols established. Akamwa ale chamgei tugul. Chamgei kokeny. Mine is just to introduce those who are not been introduced, and I want all engineers who are not introduced to stand up. CC engineer no kali ngomwene guys Mata Cheruto CC engineer Terigin
So thank you so much. So my name is Engineer Kibet Terigin, and I'm a civil engineer by profession and working with the Kenya National Highways Authority as a director in charge of the Northern Corridor. And had you given me this microphone the last 2-3 hours, I would not have spoken because a lot of things have gone on today in the afternoon and this evening about the road sector where I work. What was it? Changes. And you know, you can never be sure whether you are the next or the next to be promoted. And I was praying when I was sitting here that maybe something good would have come. But nonetheless, it is all in the interest of improving service delivery in the road sector. And I know my new Director General is watching. Let me take this opportunity to wish him all the best as he takes over the new role. And now that I have the microphone, Chairman, you know, I've met so many humble people. I know the most humble of them that I've seen is this chairman here. And myself. Yeah. And I say this because when I was still new at the Roads Authority in Kenya, 2011 I think, Chairman Simatwo walks into our office. We were sharing a common space, and then introduced himself as, I am Simatwo. And then I said, the very one I know? He said, yes, I am the one. I told him, you're lying. You can't be the Simatwo that I know. And to confirm, he told me, see my number. And I still remember, 0722 517 998. And then he told me, check the other number that has a 7 at the end. Na nikakubali ni yeye. Isn't that the most humble person around? Thank you, Chairman. But so that I don't take a lot of time, congratulations, Terer. You have made it possible. Asante sana, Chairman Julius Kimietich. I would have said so much about you, about kibbutz, but you have opened up a lot of our thoughts. And I want to put a proposal, because so many people here came not because they had no other things to do. They could have followed these proceedings online, but they came here for knowledge. I want to put a proposal very quickly to the organizers and our leadership that maybe we can do this quarterly, so that we get to hear from so many people here, so many ideas from Chairman DL, from Governor and all that, so that then we can keep this going. Asante sana.
Give us the name of the new DG.
Oh yeah, from this region, Engineer Luca Kimeli.
Thank you. Lawyers who are not introduced. Any learned counsel? Tekla Tum.
Okay, my name is Tekla Tu, practicing here as a Tuman Associates. I'm happy to be here. Nakaribuni for legal advice.
And Rivertex.
Yes, and Rivertex as the company secretary.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jocelyn Cheruyot. I practice as an advocate, legal officer, Rivertex. I'm happy to be here tonight. Sorry.
My name is Grace Ropp. I'm a prosecution counsel for DPP Kitale.
Good evening all. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My name is Zephania Yego. I practice in the name and style of ZK Yego Law Offices here in Eldoret. I'm happy to be here. Happy 7th anniversary, Wareng Powerhouse. Asante.
Please move it to the judiciary.
Good evening. I'm Barnabas Kipto, Head of Station Moiben Law Courts.
I'm Jambo. Emily Keegan is my name, Magistrate Chiten Law Courts.
Evening, everyone. Sharon Okese, Principal Magistrate, Deputy Registrar, Court of Appeal. Congratulations. It's a pleasure and to be here, and we have learnt a lot. Kongoi missing. I now will hand over the mic to my boss, Justice Nyakundi.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm only making one application and a certificate of urgency that it be adopted as a member of Wareng Powers. And I've asked the three bench who are here, and Senior Torre will prosecute the application. I'm hoping the order shall be given as paid. I wish you congratulations.
Thank you very much. Now allow me to introduce my Chief Principal, Wareng High School, Dr. Ngetich. The reason is because myself is an alumni of Wareng High School, 1984 graduate, with His Excellency the President. So he's our principal. Just say hi.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I want to appreciate the work I did. You can see I'm a good teacher to have produced a great man. That besides, I also produced His Excellency the President of Kenya, the 5th President, Honorable William Ruto.
Thank you.
I want to say one thing. Having listened to Dr. I think we need a change of mindset, even from the sector I lead. We have discussed with some people, my neighbors here, and we said it might be a little bit, take a little bit longer time to change those who are already at home. We need to change those who are in school. How I wish such kind of knowledge can be brought to schools so that we can be able to change the young minds. Now that our PS is here, we need to change our curriculum. kabuti yenye umesema. So ulisema kuna kabuti hapa. Thank you.
Now, Bwana Evans Kili, our farmer, our industrialist.
Keep on doing this as Engineer Kibet suggested. We can be doing it quarterly so that we can get as much information as possible. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce directors of government institutions. Any director in any government institution, can you stand up, please? Directors. Just say your name. Only the name. We are late.
Ningependa kuwasalimu mjambo. Chamge. Kaina Kigo Solomon Maritime Governor and Boss Director of Kenya Water Institute, Nairobi. Chairman, allow me to say something. Kokawe China, kata sinaba president, amugi liban deni of China. Deni tiyone liban, kaya appreciate Kenya, agabe China, ipo mutata, pick up China 3 weeks. Chito boss clinic ibo lorit. Kama jali jok ya polemic mamige na president lakini out of that day ni tukuk chuko kumjega Ethiopia jega Kenya age ibu all factories chuko taki rapshak chuko taki invest in Ethiopia jega ibu kwa Kenya and that program is there vijana tukul jo work yadi we shall employ all of them kongoi go wrong
Chebo Marori Poli, Abunu Gapsaret, our director of Posta. Mubarikiwe sana and let's support our government. Thank you so much.
Meanwhile, let me have the county directors and
thank you. Kwa majina naitwa Beatrice Menjo, Director wa Housing County Government of Uasin Gishu, na ningependa kuwasihi nyinyi wote register na itasort ile issue ambayo our guest speaker amesema. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Yes, good evening everyone. Good evening. My name is Sila Kosgei Regin, Director Governor's Press. Thank you.
Chairman, maybe thank you very much for recognizing me. When I sit here, I think I'm a different species. But I just want to echo Your Excellency, you are really the best city. People who are really observing traffic lights in the 5 cities is celebrated. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chairman Kiriot, where is he? He's left. Now let me go to CEOs of institutions. Let's begin with Tony and then Jessica.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Lawrence Tanui, MD LOS. Thank you so much, Wareng Power House, and thank you all of you.
Gavana ameongea sana kuhusu mbegu ni mambo ya mahindi. Mahindi ni chakula mzuri sana, kwanza mkio ugali ni muhimu sana. We are known in this East Africa for all crops led by mahindi, hiyo tumesema. Na tunafuraha sana kwamba Uasin Gishu inaongoza kwa mambo ya chakula hiyo hiyo ambao kama amesema. Mahindi itaendelea kuwa hapa hivi, lakini mfanye hiyo ingine vile vile, msiogope kufanya. Thank you very much. Mungu awabariki, tutaendelea kufanya hivyo. Asante sana.
Asante Lamau.
Good evening. Okay, I'm Dr. Julius Lamau, CEO of RUPAS. I want to say one thing. The first is happy birthday, Wareng Power. This is my I found a lot of reason to associate. So I offer today that we air this event. And the response we are getting is, so I think let them come and explain, and then now they address the challenge about to grow this. Because I think people are finding a lot of interest in that we don't have a lot of politicians, we have more professionals, and I think it's the most exciting thing. There's something engineer said, we talked about quarterly thing. I think we can afford to have quarterly business forums hosted by these guys. Then we can have a speaker once quarterly. You're letting me with a lot of content. Thank you very much, Santel.
Thank you so much. Let me invite our Honorable MP, CPA.
You want me to say anything? Looking at the time, and I'm informed, and as I was walking somewhere, there is a hot plate of food that is awaiting us. But nonetheless, to say, all protocols as established earlier, from the governor through to the two PSs we have, and the organizers of Wareng Powerhouse. Good evening. Good evening. Yes, mine is just to register my presence. When I was informed that today we shall be gathering again, remembering last year we worked together, and the same words we say, I can attest, we are growing. Like any other WhatsApp groups, all of us, we are members in, especially political ones. This one started when I was in county government, and we used to discuss issues. I remember youth participate, explain about revenue raising, ordinary revenue measures. Whenever I put my finance bill, they raise questions, we engage. Today, elated to tell that this thing is growing to be a big, big, big beast. I don't know where it's going, but it's growing beyond our control. This is something that we must embrace. The issues that are coming up here, especially to the two PSS, because you're here, this platform is providing a county and even a national discussion. It is setting an agenda of our county, it is setting an agenda of our people. And if we go this direction, very soon, mulima yetu itakuwa ni hapa. You know, sometimes I envy the other people when they talk of their local politics of Mulima, and because they have real issues and justifications as to why they need to discuss their own people, because they have an agenda, especially economic agenda. We lagged behind, but I bet we will not regret if we go this direction. Namna gani? Lastly, is when Dr. Julius spoke, and I know Pastor, I don't know whether he's still around, I remember the scripture in the book of Romans chapter 12, verses 2, that says, do not be conformed to the patterns of this world, but rather be ye transformed by the renewal of the mind. And the bottom line, the common denominator of every speaker who has come here, change of mindset. Wasingishu, we can be where we can be, but only changing of our mindset. Ama namna gani? But for us to change our mindset, we must make a move, and that move is a change, which is so expensive. It calls for sacrifice. It calls for denying ourselves the comfort zones that we've been there. It calls for denying ourselves the culture that we've been a culture to, you know, so that we can have what we call something destruction of creative destruction. Now, my fear is this. If we go this direction, where will we politicians survive? I'm trying to say we will come for Arambe, and I'm missing. You know, the only way we connect with people is when we come for Arambes. But if we go this direction, where will politicians survive? So I don't know whether we are going to support you, but pray for us so that we support this cause. Ama namna gani? Lastly, listening to this and reflecting on where I am, other than the only caucus, we caucus in National Assembly to discuss Bwana Siror, when he increases the price of seed, he will tell you the other day we had to call him, summon him at night, to ask him as to why he's raising prices of seeds at the expense of our farmers, and the president is subsidizing fertilizer. And he had a lot of time trying to explain to us as to why he's finding difficult to sustain production of quality seeds because of cost of production. But because we are politicians, my friend, you have to lower this price. Definitely he yielded and he lowered the prices because of the pressure. But I think there is something we are missing. When we talk of legislative discussion, we don't have a clear agenda on where to caucus as leaders from this place. Because we don't have that agenda. And the agenda should come from us. Ama namna gani? Other than passing the other bills, national bills, finance bill, where I sit in the Finance and National Economic Committee. I don't know, Committee of Meli and Bitogi is here will tell us whatever agendas they discuss in that committee. I think there is something we are lacking that is directly touching our people. May I believe the beginning of our rising back again is this point. So that when we do our representation in National Assembly, we do the right representation that touches directly our people, like our colleagues when they caucus and protect what is theirs. They really protect. They caucus on coffee, we are now trying to come. They caucus on tea, and you look at their prices and bonuses, it is doing well. They caucus on issues of business. The other day when we took up issues of taxation, they really fight hard not to adjust some taxes that is touching on them. But for us, tunapiga makofi too, because either way, what are we protecting? Ama namna gani? Atas sitasema mengi because time is not on my side. Allow me to represent greetings of my colleagues. We hope to have been here with Senator Jackson Mandago. I see send his manager who is here. He was in Nakuru and he could not make to come. Mheshimiwa David Kiblagat, he was around but he traveled. Professor Phyllis Pastor and Jeb Konga, all along we were with Mheshimiwa Waziri Opio and I the whole day and yesterday commissioning electricity in those constituencies. They have sent me with their greetings. These kibbutz, I see these kibbutz is the affordable housing that William Samuel Ruto started. I see this kibbutz William has started. Ama namna gani? But we don't seem to understand him. We don't seem to understand this. That we young people here, what is the essence of us rushing back to Moiben to subdivide our land than buying this housing? The beautiful housing that is coming up in Paunia. How many of us have registered to even pay slowly? Na nuje hii ile inaitwanga percent, 10%. Benye tu tulishika mashamba yetu ya 10%. How many? When are we going to convert? When are we going to change? When are we going to be refreshed and renewed in our minds? Thank you so much, and may God bless you. We are going to be together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our MP CPA. Umesikia, he was in Wareng Powerhouse before he became MP. Governor was in Powerhouse before he became governor. If you have a friend, senator, na yuko hapa, tell him he's a no-show in politics. Wareng Powerhouse is a place to be. Now, there is one man in this country who is driving digital revolution. Kenya is going places because of digitization. And it's because of one man who is a member of Wareng Powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Engineer Tanui. I know you are a Kalenjin, but you must recognize Mama.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency the Governor, our Chief Case, Kipngetich, DL, my colleague PS, Mheshimiwa, Chief Siror, and members of the Wareng Powerhouse. Good evening. It's quite exciting to be here. This is my first time. Thank you, Terer, the admin, for insisting that I join. And it's been a very wonderful moment. Because of time, I would not want to talk a lot, but listening to our chief guest and the many speeches that have been made here, including what Mheshimiwa has talked about, I've spent close to 25 years interacting closely with China from the year 2000. I've spent closely 10 years working closely with South Korea, including visiting over 20 times. And what I see in Kenya from the bottom-up transformation agenda, the document itself, you read that document, you look at it, go page by page, look at the issues that were identified as the things that have held our country back for many years, and the challenges that we've had as a country.
and the proposals put there, it gives you a light and a hope we are in that transformational point as a country. Looking at what we've done through the leadership of our president for the last 2 and some years, I can tell you those statements that have been made here about Israel, about Singapore, is happening in our lifetime. I can tell you we might take it for granted, but when Kenya's history will be written, 15 years, 20 years, the turning point of 2021, 2022, of going around the country and collecting those issues, putting it in a document, and sitting down, our president spending time, PS here we were together, sometimes until midnight, discussing every issue on how to transform and to plan. Today we celebrate a great transformation that is taking place in our time. I wanted to mention this because at times we can be taken by non-issues and we forget to see the fundamentals that are shifting and changing. In agriculture, Chief Sirora has talked about, a huge transformation is happening, not accidental. Yes, we've had God's favor in rain, but there has been serious planning, decision of correct fertilizer, decision on correct choice on subsidy, the motivation and encouragement that was done to the farmers. Today our country is moving to great heights. You told me from 35 million packs from 2022 to now close to 84 million 90 kg, doubling production in maize, which is our staple food as a country. It's not accidental, serious planning and efforts that has been done. If that's not transformation, it's not accidental. It's not one product. Coffee, tea, sugarcane that we were used to importing. Soon we are thinking about how to export those products. These are some of the things that is happening in our time. Healthcare, Chairman Simotwe here, I happen to work very closely with him. The digital infrastructure that is driving our transformation in healthcare and the transformation in the institutions that were put in place to bring forth the real possibility of having an universal care. For the first time, we have real data as a country on what's happening in the digital health. Chairman here can tell you, he can tell you today how many people went to hospital today, what issues they serve, which health care provided what kind of service, data that was not possible in the past. We have over 24 million people who have registered. Over 5 million people have enjoyed these services. They are personal experiences that they can speak about themselves. The possibility of inputting that curative platform with the preventive solution that government is working with the a transformation that will put this country on another level. Probably in the years to come, our president might get a Nobel Prize for some of these initiatives, topping the continent and unlocking all the possibilities that is possible in that sector. We are attracting global investment in data centers, business process outsourcing. President talked about digital jobs, and it looked like a joke. But today, world's #1 in business process outsourcing is here in the country. These things are real, transformation is happening, and we have a great leader in our president. What we need is to support, and we do our part. I think Kimgetich have talked. Now we need to do our part, each one of us. With this transformation, how to make wealth is also changing. And I like Wareng Powerhouse. This is the reason we need to have those quarterly meetings, because if we don't have conversation, you will find the cheese has moved. And you will find the old ways of Creating wealth and opportunities has changed. Digital economy is growing 2.5 times faster than the physical economy. It's growing 2.5 times faster than the physical economy. Many countries are now reaching 20%, others 40%, 50% of the economy, that we are doing very well. The possibilities is immense, but we've just scratched the surface. So I don't want to speak beyond there, but we have a great country, we have a great opportunity, we need to work, we need to engage each other more, and we will create a great country that our children will not struggle. Manufacturing is happening. TL is one of them. On our sector, electronic industry is something we've aspired as a country to unlock. We've aspired as a country to unlock. It's what transformed the Asian tigers, the Chinese, is technology in electronic sector. In the last 2.5 years, we've been able to unlock that sector in Kenya. We have EDAC, we have M-Copper, we have almost 3 million phones that have been assembled and manufactured in Kenya. A new sector is budding in Kenya, the semiconductor industry and probably the electronic industry. These are premium areas that will create opportunities. It's still at the onset, but it's very encouraging what we are seeing. Digitization in healthcare, my colleague here, we are working on the other sectors. There is huge opportunity, but we need patience and support. Thank you and God bless you.
Engineer, I want you to go home safely.
I've made a common mistake that I made. I'm here with my wife, Winnie. Please. She operates a facility called Kalel at Annex there. So, sinime liba kidogo. Asante, God bless.
Thank you so much, Engineer. Now, we're almost coming to the tail end of our program today. Now, I want to invite our peers, Ministry of Education, who is also doing tremendous things. Daktari Ambassador, I don't know whether he remains, His Excellency, Professor Bitok. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Simatwa. His Excellency, the Governor of Uasin Gishu County, Mheshimiwa Jonathan B., our guest speaker this evening, Dr. Kimwetich, who happens also to have been my lecturer for MIS between 2001 and 2005 at the University of Nairobi. Very brilliant mind indeed. Of course, our business mogul called Dear Lagat, and all distinguished guests tonight. Allow me to greet you all in Jesus' name. How are you? Good evening. Bwana asifiwe. God is good all the time. Thank you. Mine will be brief because I came in a little bit late because we were working on a program for tomorrow. But I had a lot of invitations from the chairman here, Mayo, and several other leaders to join this very momentous occasion where we are celebrating the 7th anniversary of Wareng Powerhouse. We can actually feel the power. I don't know whether you are feeling the power of the powerhouse. It is indeed powerful. So allow me to congratulate the leaders, the people who came up with this brilliant idea of Wareng Powerhouse. And they have been able to do something not many of us are able to do, to bring us together, to reason together, and ask ourselves hard questions of where our country, our county, our people are heading to. So I want to take this opportunity to say congratulations. I didn't know, Simato, that you are part of this. I've been seeing very active. So you are part of this very important initiative. This Simato here, ako na maneno. But just to say that, to join my colleague Tanui, I was appointed in 2022 to be PS State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services. And for sure, through e-citizen, through digital ID, through ETA, this country, I can confirm, is going through a transformation. And this Wareng Powerhouse is coming in at the right time. 3 months ago, the president gave me another opportunity to serve as PS Basic Education. And in basic education, there are many transformations going on. There are quite a number of things which we are doing different. One, we have created a new system called Kenya Education Management Information System. It is a one-stop shop for the entire education department. It is going to cover everything in it. You can know how much is going to which school, which projects are where, what is going on where. It is really one of its own transformation that has happened to our country in the last 6 years. Talk about teachers. This government is the government which has employed the highest number of teachers in the history of this country, at 76,000. And the president has committed. We are going to 100,000 in the next 3 months. And we're also going to 116 and possibly 150,000. We are going to clear all the teachers in the near future so that there's no teacher who is stomaching around. Because we have started now working on a system where we want to manage the supply and demand of teachers. There are many, many other things happening in this government. And I want to say that sitting here for a few minutes, I appreciate one thing, that we have come together as Wareng to sit and ask ourselves hard questions about where we're going. We are here to support. We are here to be part of this transformation. And I want to thank DL. As a country, as a county, we need to do more to be able to attract investment in this county. When I look back for the last almost 10 years, there are only like 1 or 2 companies, AZ here, done by DL and a few others. But this is the forum where we need to find out what we can do, what can we do. And I want to propose one thing, that from this conversation here, I would propose that whenever the president is going to Korea, whenever the president is going to Israel, let us have some of the leaders from this team join the president so that they can be able to engage other businessmen around the world, so that we can be able to attract investment in this country. It is no longer about the government alone employing people. We need to create opportunities. And I was discussing with DL a few days ago. One of the major challenges we have in our country is energy. If we don't reduce the cost of energy, then we cannot attract investment. We must be deliberate about reducing the cost of energy, about ensuring that we have adequate energy. I know there's some solar panels around here, but right now, as we speak, can we say Uasin Gishu County, the city of county, is net producer of electricity? Are we able to supply electricity to other counties and to other parts of this country? That is the conversation that we need so that we can be able to move forward. The other thing which I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, even as we have this discussion and we have this dinner, is that let us get out of politics. Politics is not going to solve our problems. We must come together as professionals, as people of the same destiny, so that we reason together to be able to take this country forward. That reminds me of something Kimyatich taught me, and I read in the book by one of the leaders called Liu Kuan Yew, one of the transformers of Singapore. He came up with a book, and he has this concept, which I want to share with you tonight, called helicopter quality. He was looking for young men and women, people of like-minded. I heard you talk about mindset. And he was looking for people who can change the country, who can change the county, who can change the state of things in the country. And he said, I want to look for talent. I want to look for very good people. And he came up with a concept called helicopter. So as we think about how to transform our country, we need to think closely. We need to mirror what Liu Kuan Yew did in Singapore. He came. Quality number 1 is imagination. And that is related to mindset. What kind of imagination do these people have? Quality number 2, the power of analysis. How powerful can these people analyze issues? Number 3, the sense of reality. Do these people live in utopia or they live in the real world? So I want to give a challenge to Wareng Powers. Even as we sit here, we know we have those kind of people amongst us. Let us have those people lead Wareng House so that they take us to the next level. Even as the president is going, visiting many countries, we are able to get more and more investments back in our county. Otherwise, as I wind up, I want to say, Wareng Power House, you have led the course. We are ready to support you. Where I sit in the Ministry of Education, I'm ready to work with you. Whatever I get in Nairobi, whether it is for teachers, whether it's for education, whether it is for agriculture, I am ready to bring it home so that together, as one, we can be able to take our country forward and take our county forward. Otherwise, I want to wish the leadership of this country very well. I want to wish my brother Chazilime very well. It is not all the time that we must talk politics. We must talk development and move our county and our country forward. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you so much, our PS. Now, let's be ready to welcome our governor, His Excellency Dr. Jonathan B. Makofi. Simusimame jamani. Muko na gavana mwingine? Karibu governor.
Thank you, Brother Simatwa. You can choose to sit or keep on standing. The better option, just sit. Let me again appreciate our guests, all the speakers who have given their contribution here in terms of ideas, and those who have listened since we started listening 4 or so hours ago. Thank you very much. Mine is to thank you that Wareng Power House has really shaped our county. In this group, I have quite a number who are working with the county government, and the latest was is Kotut. He's a man with Kotut. We used to see him as a Simio, but because of the broad-based things, we need to bring people on board because what they are doing is good for us. Janet, we fished her from Wareng Power House as our CEC. I think in the next 1 week you'll have been sworn in. We are still shopping for whoever we need, we will get from Wareng Power House. Even the farmers like Terer, they have a place also in this county. Allow me to say we are moving on very well, and I want to thank PS. This time you didn't speak politics, like you are in the spirit of cooperation and coalition and the super spirit that I always require from you and other team members. Today you are doing very well. It is not politics all the time, but you can see what God has done. Our CEC trade has really explained quite a number of programs that we have. We have EPSED, which is now on. It was not there before. And the chair was here, EPSED chair. Wakili Ajui Kukesha, Amanda Kulala. And then we have County Aggregation Industrial Park, which is now going on in Moiben. But what we are asking our people is, where do we get the raw materials to feed into this park or this aggregation center? Because we have what we call backward linkages and forward linkages. So the backward linkages is the raw materials to feed into this aggregation so that when the aggregators come to add value, somehow we'll have ourselves providing the raw materials to this park. And we want to ask our people that we look at our key value chains. One, of course, is maize. It's almost obvious, and wheat. But again, we want to go into dairy seriously, and we want to go into cash crops. We have talked about coffee, and of course, avocado, macadamia, and the rest. Whatever can grow anywhere, it can grow here in Uasin Gishu. So we are not condemning maize, we are just saying we are becoming slaves so that if you don't plant that time, somebody can hang himself or feel so bad that I was not able to plant my maize, and you can see how much it has trapped our people. So we feel we can liberate them by telling them, let's go diversification. And diversification is working in our county, where people are giving testimonies of the kind of, you know, amount they fetch from other crops like coffee, avocado, and the rest. I want to assure you that you will not go wrong if you go into coffee. Coffee is the only product or plant that is respected in the whole world. We have seen Kiambu coffee. I was in Korea last time, and I saw Kiambu coffee on the wall, and I say, how do Kiambu people come to this year with their coffee? Now we have Baringo coffee in Korea again. We want to get something like Wasingishu coffee in all the Arab world and Europe, and it is possible. So that every family, kama tunataka tufukuze maskini ya ukweli, kila jamii tupande hata nusu eka ama eka moja, tufukuze hii umaskini ambayo imetushika. Na kaunti tunasonga mbele. Alafu, in all the ratings that they always come up, Wasingishu, you are either number 3, number 4, number 5. But sometimes you just appreciate also and say, Governor, you are doing something good. You know, wherever we go to Wareng, I also know the troubleshooters, the likes of Belat, is Belat. Anashikwanga na roho ya kulipua watu. Ndio pale, but we are becoming friends, so usisoe sana. Nataka tukae pamoja as a family. And then, of course, people want to push their political agenda inside, but the truth is, we need to work. It is time to work now. It is time to help the governor fulfill Nguso Kumi. And now that thing is in the open, please, let us contribute, let us help, let us stand. And remember that county of Wasingishu is one of the most envied county by many other counties. Kila mtu akikuja hapa arudi tena, and you can ask our judge, our good judge here. Hiyo nyumba yenye alijenga ni kama arudi. Ni kama arudi huko Nyamira ama wapi alikuwa anatoka, because unaona mtu ana prepare kusettle hapa. Nyumba ile ya concrete, ile ya korofa, mtu atoki tena hapa. So everybody who comes to this place, either through Moi University or University of Eldoret or MTRH, ukiangalia vile wanakuja, hawana mpango ya kurudi mahali walitoka. Kwa hivyo, we have to accept everybody, tukae na kila mtu, tukue county ya amani. County ya amani, na tuheshimu kila mtu vile ako. We have the highest concentration of professionals. That's why we have this team here. And the other people, we have not brought them on board, but they are around. Chaone si moto kupa uroni akijek lakini makumjo kas ngalega muibe ngalega bolinwa wala wabangan ke ajerik. So we need to gengamegitu kidogo as magiej missing. So I want to say pa mangalega si moto ini mat kibarta ge missing. So we have the top brains, Chitanu Kimngetich, kikitnya last year Osea Kili agimwa ngalek yeje ni kwangili pagutit mrejana ngibunonoju. So thank you so much, Kimngetich. Keep on sharing your heart and keep on transforming our minds. And I think it is possible for us to change the destiny and the direction of our thinking because we want to improve. We want to thank Chairman Municipality, it is now City Chairman, because of the traffic lights. The other day, former Governor Elgeyo Marakwet was telling me, sasa nasikia mafanya mambo kule, wekea sisi yetu kule Chambulet, because the speed na kujanga naye huko kutoka Iten, we might come tuende mpaka ngambo ya Sosiani. So hiyo discipline imekuja ni safi sana. Ukiona bodaboda inasimama ikingoja light iende, hii ni maajabu zaidi kwa Wasingishu. So our big plan now is to decongest the city because imekaa kidogo ndani. We are planning how to decongest to create more spaces outside. So we are parking ndio watu wapate nafasi ya kutembea katikati ya mji. Juzi kwa GNC mliona hatukufahamiwa sana kama siku ile nyingine. You know, we thought these guys were armed with water and phones for TikTok and content creation. But we realized they were not serious with the youth. Na wengine wakora walikuja ndani. Wakaingia kwa maofisi yetu, wakachoma hiyo judiciary, hiyo law firm, hiyo law whatever premise ilikuwa hapo, wakachoma magari, wakafanya nini. This time we have what we call friends of government. Waliomba waliongea na Jemba kusaidia mkono wangu nitembee naye, so kila mtu was quiet. Sasa lazima tujunge biashara yetu, tujunge wafanye biashara. Why not of the business community? We will not be called a city. Our own source revenue now already we've hit 1 billion plus. Last year we did 1.4 billion. Hatukuwa tumefika hapo. This time tuko 1.2 na naona time imeisha, but we have tried. Kukonga 1 billion plus was in Kishu. We have the potential of 2.7. Now I've thrown a challenge to my department, finance and revenue guys, to make sure that we hit the 2 billion. Nimeona leo Governor Kiambu amekwanga 5.2 billion. Karibu nashika Nairobi, eh? You can't tell the difference between Nairobi and Kiambu because in a metropolis, at least from this other end, we have to be the leading cities to provide the highest amount of revenue, own source revenue, OSR. And I know we can do it with the help of the business community. So let me assure you that we will be doing our best to make sure that you are comfortable, you are doing your business with ease. Like I said before, that last year we were rated #1 in Kenya, a town that does business with ease by what we call business index something. They gave us position 1 because we normally do our best to make sure that the businessman is comfortable. You do your business easily and you feel that you belong to this greater family called Wasingishu. So I want to say thank you very much. Allow me to end there and thank Bitok and the team. Wanasiasa, once we finish the story, don't go around talking, say, uliba kura, sijui nini, sikuiba. Mimi sikuiba kura, sijui nani aliiba kura, lakini sikuiba kura, so usiseme kitu tena, ukisema mimi na react, na nikireact, na haribu wewe unajua kwa national government, mimi niko kienyeji tu hapa. Hata ukinitukana sisikii kitu, lakini leo utaharibu jina, na sitaki kuharibu jina lako. I went to the same high school with this guy, but I was ahead of him. Then when we were working in Moi University, I went ahead of him and he came. Akanifukuza tena, tukaendelea namna hiyo. So nilipoomba governor alikuwa shaomba mbele, then nikakuja nikajaribu na nikawin. Kwa hivyo endelea kutusupport, tufanyie kazi watu yetu. Ama namna gani? Au mnataka tushindane? Hii mambo ya kushindana kisiasa haisaidii. Hata former governor hata yeye angekuwa hapa sio mbona hajakuja. Last year he was around. And some guys worked in a way that lazima tukue na handshake na governor wa zamani. Hiyo ilikuwa ni maneno ya Simoto na wengine. Ati mwende msalamiane kule mbele. Hii handshake si kujua ni ya nini, lakini lazima ikuwe ni kufanya kazi mzuri kwa kaunti hii, tukae kwa pamoja. Kila mtu ako na wafuasi wake. Si kila mtu ako na wafuasi wake. Na kama hata uona uko na familia, uko na bibi na watoto, na hawa ni wafuasi wako. And they can be little. So tunasema hakuna haja tuharibu majina yetu hapa, lazima tuheshimiane. Kupata mtu kama profesa sio rahisi. Ama kuwa na PS kwa kaunti yenu, lazima apewe heshima yake kama PS. Hata nyinyi mheshimu gavana. Najua mimi nakuwa Nairobi, nyinyi watatu mnaongeanga vitu sana sana, na mimi nasikia vitu yote nyinyi mnaongea inakujanga kwangu zote. Ile mnapanga kusanyana na kunifukuza, naambia mimi siendi. Hiyo mambo ya one term, hiyo ni yenu na Wamunyoro, lakini si mimi. Kwa hivyo tafuta mahali kwingine, lakini sio hapa. So I always get a report vile huyo amesema, yule mwingine amesema, naambia tu raw form. Napata tu hata vile mwingine anaongea, ati tukubaliane tulete sasa huyu. Sasa mnaleta mwingine anakuwa lightweight, kesho mnaleta mwingine lightweight. Sasa mnaamua sasa mnataka kwenda kwa professor. Professor, it is possible unaweza kuwa professor kwa jina but lightweight kwa siasa. So sitaki ukuje kwa hiyo line. Wewe kuja tu because of calling, but not because wamekupanga ati waniangushe. Ni ngumu sana, hata mimi najua ni ngumu. Hata mimi mwenyewe najua ni ngumu niende nyumbani mapema. Kwa nini? Why should I go home? Sijafanya nini? Si tumejaribu mpaka hapo. Others thought that I will not even complete 2 years. I was sema hii mwaka mmoja wataweka kaunti kwa receivership. Sasa tuko hapa, tuko mbele kwa neema ya Mungu. Nataka nisema asante sana DL, umekuwa rafiki mzuri sana, rafiki mwema. Hiyo ASET hiyo, I know what you say, it always works, it always happens. So waja tungoje hiyo kazi ya watu 5,000 na zingine. Nataka nisema asanteni sana. Thank you very much. I wish you would have another meeting like this, and this forum is coming again. Thank you Dan and Terer mtu mwingine mdogo sana lakini mjuaji, anasukuma kila mtu apate ma PSS na ma professors wote tunasema asante sana na Mungu akusaidie. Thank you chair. Huyu alikuwa chairman yetu kwa siasa, lakini ako kwa laini ya senator sana, so saa zingine ako kwa hiyo roho sana, mpaka saa zingine tunakosana. Saa zingine akishikwa na hasira na transfer kwangu, usiniletee shida wengine, wewe panga na shida yako na Mungu atatusaidia kule mbele. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki and good night.
Asante. Wapi makofi ya gavana jamani? Asante, tumpatie makofi mazuri. Moja, tena, tena, tena. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Basi moja kwa moja sababu ya muda, nitamkaribisha Senge Rispa Jeyo akuja akate keki. Karibu Senge. Asaiwe Senge. Jeba. Itagan mama aje. Twende kazi. So karibu sana Rispa kwa kukata keki. I think it's the last event. Alafu tupate photo of thanks. Inakatiwa pale ama inasonga mbele? Inakatiwa hapa mbele. Haya. Iko mesa hapa inatayarishwa kwa ajili ya hiyo keki. Kama utapata Asaiwe Senge itakuwa pema zaidi. Yo. Situamuke kidogo tu, tuchinyoroshe kidogo. Kula ngoma tu bila uoga. Makofi kidogo. Makofi pole pole tu. Aga mama anitenda mwana Asaiwe Senge chema muha itwaga noma anela kweta cheta mwana bongo Jehova yetinde nya kula tu ileru absenge obata mama Asaiwe Senge ini keki kutoka Red Royal itwaga noma anela kweta cheta mwana itutana engo Red Royal. Asante kwa kazi nzuri. Kazi of Red Royal. Asante sana. Twende. Nakumbuka lasia tena walifanya kazi nzuri. Kingo matego tuni saisa perika baka Senge apande juu hapa mama. Asaiwe Senge. Aya. Naambiwa keki ni takriban kilo 200. Kingo matego tuni saisa perika bsa ogi okosara bogop senga sekti. Asaiwe Senge chema muha itwaga noma anela kweta cheta mwana kisore mama sigo nyulian inu sinsanga himangu bataleso yato. Asaiwe Senge. Aya, naomba tutulie sasa. Asante. Tuketi. Naomba tuketi sasa. Naomba tuketi sasa. Winnie Dalut na Lisi ndio wanatuongoza kwa hii keki. Naomba tuketi. Naomba tuketi. Naomba tuketi tukule hii keki. Naomba tuketi wote. Asante sana. Dr. Lamaun, thank you so much. Asante sana. Naomba tutulie na tushukuru Red Royal kwa kazi nzuri. Naona keki imemetameta kweli kweli. Karibu Senge. Aya, tutulie.
Hi everyone. Hi cousins. Naitwa Lizzy Tirop. Karibuni kwa keki.
Hello. I'm Dalutwini Senge. Tirop, wherever you are, atukuja na power, so karibuni sana.
Wamunetugul. Ngai naik chuge guruna Rispa chebichi chebakapcheyo. Happy 7th anniversary Wareng Powerhouse. 7 is the spiritual context, means completion, perfection, and spiritual awakening. Cheers to the objective that Wareng stands for, that is fostering inclusive dialogue and civic engagement, promoting social solidarity and humanitarian support, support economic empowerment and development. Cheers to support economic empowerment and development, strengthen leadership and governance, and advance community outreach and strategic partnership. Happy 7th anniversary, Wareng Powerhouse. So I'll kindly request all our leaders, the governor, Uasin Gishu County, our PS, our chief guest, all the PSS, all the leadership, please step forward.
Kuna kangoma ya kuja naye studio. Next one, Makatiat.
Game tired man.
Ipe sauti. Haya, kimyetinde nyo himano.
Mama kiki kurunji. Kaki kanisha kimatika tilgeki kurungi.
Haya, tuende na hiyo kidogo. Kina mama keki. Kula ngoma kidogo. Dalut. Sikia hiyo ngoma. 1 minute.
Go big to glass, you get to Jenya. As you get to Jenya, go tile magatia, tile. Magatia top.
Wenye wanajua tuipe.
Tile. Go get big to good. Go mama gegi, go tilwe magatia. Ogur we go tilwe magatia top jamye, tile. Magatia top jamye. Tile. Oh, get a big to go big to glass, you get gamati. As you get gamati.
Asante sana studio, thank you. Asante sana. Asante kwa kamati. Watogo tupyo, shika asante. Aya, tuwatie Kim tukiendelea DJ. DJ tuendelee. Oh, tunakata keki DJ. Tunakata keki. Naona watu wako tayari. Ikikatika tuwape makofi.
Governor pia, asante sana, thank you. Our peers to MP cases, asante. PS, yes, keki, thank you, karibu sana Prof. Chair. Karibuni sana. Wareng, thank you. Asante Mheshimiwa Naomi, thank you. Asante. Karibu. Thank you, karibu. Wakili Chemuche Lashau, you still around? We had promised you. Chemuche Lashau.
Chela show.
Asanteni sana viongozi. Actually, the panel. Wakili Maureen, Engineer Terigin, karibu sana. Chair, Haila Zimatwa, Haila Zimatwa, karibu sana. Sio Keme, karibu sana. Maureen Wakili, karibu sana. MD Endowas, karibu, daktari. Director, Mara, karibu sana. Make sure Pastor Joel Kimeta ameanzia cake. Pastor lazima akule cake. Joel Kimeta hajapata cake. Mheshimiwa Nono, sijakuona. Yes, cake lazima ipate. Kwanza Legete hawajapata cake. Marare hajapata cake. Kina Kaburu hajapata cake. Got enough cake actually. Alton, upata cake.
Aya, studio. Studio. Basi nitamwomba mwenye ata move vote of thanks kindly. Vote of thanks kindly.
Yeah. But allow me to move a vote of thanks on behalf of all of us. First, let me thank God for this great opportunity. Pili, let me thank our guest, entertainer, Mr. Kimeto. Asante sana. Wacha nishukuru pia our guest speaker in absence. Yeah. Alafu tuko na Dina, as I move a vote of thanks, tuko na Dina. Tusiache Dina. Tuko na Dina. Wacha nishukuru our keynote speaker, Daktari Julius Kimngetich. Wacha nishukuru viongozi wengine, Waziri Opiyo Wandayi. Wacha nishukuru Mheshimiwa Governor Uasin Gishu, Mheshimiwa Yabi. Wacha nishukuru Mheshimiwa Wesley, Governor Elgeyo Marakwet. Wacha nishukuru PS Chris Kipto, PS Tanui, PS Professor Pitok. Wacha nishukuru Mheshimiwa Wakeses, Mheshimiwa CPA. Wacha nishukuru DL. Wacha nishukuru Professor Kamar. Wacha nishukuru judiciary wote waliokuwa hapa. Wacha nishukuru penalist. Wacha nishukuru County Government of Uasin Gishu. Wacha nishukuru County Assembly. Wacha nishukuru committee ambayo walipanga sherehe hii. Wacha niwashukuru wote members wa Wareng Powerhouse. Wacha pia nishukuru service providers. Najua Ramani walikuwa hapa, Red Royal kwa sababu ya hii cake, Afri Fine Wood kutoka Koilel kwa sababu ya viti. Wacha nishukuru Rupa Mall. Wacha nishukuru pia media. Wacha nishukuru Doli pia kwa sababu ya sound system. Wacha nishukuru security wote ambao walikuwa hapa. Members, nasema asanteni sana kwa kuja. Tukutane tena siku nyingine. Mbarikiwe sana.
Nitamwomba Joel Gimeto. Amenda. All right. Asante sana. Basi yuko. Karibu mzee, tunataka wimbo sasa ya mwisho. Tunapojitayarisha kwenda tupate chakula. All right. Aya, kidogo tu. Pole mzee, nimekatisha. Nataka maombi kwa ajili ya chakula. Pole, madam. Silence, please.
Let's pray. Tuombe. Lord, we thank you for this time. We thank you for the fact that you have brought us. Thank you for the meal that is before us. I pray that you bless it and sanctify it. We receive it with thanksgiving in Jesus' name.
Yani kimsurai mega si legi sawa kabisa. Basi. Basi karibu sana mzee Gimeto. Ungekuja juu baba. Ungekuja juu. Kuja juu.
Ongetieno golenjin Ketienjin Kiptaya Ayene sabe Kipsikisang nandi Oyege yekya Ayene Ehoyele Kila susaruni Kiptaya ndanyo Kigoya cheche Chekigoya yue Kiptaya ndanyo Kila su Lene bikyak patugen Bikyak cheba galenjin Oyengo ngasiso Kalegire kweni Agero ngonyi Ilazu cheiso Aleye Oye laleye Oye Kiptaya Itoror yetinde Kilazu laitoriande Negi goya Oya goribecho Kilazu Anga kwe merweta Ege tumjin Ayango bye bye Kilazu Kilazu cheiso Laitoriande nya Ayera leye Kilazu Oye Kiptaya ndanyo Imanegi ya echo Kilazu Aye laitoriande Saruni ndanyo Ayera leye Kilazu Iko chapa boko Apana kililie Apana kechama Kesala Weto yonyeso Apana lapayo Apana kenyala Owe Ehoye leye Kesala torora Ribecha gopaeche Kesala Werko yonyeso Yaki chamecho Eho ketumji
kesalaita
owoi
kechotaneno
alene kapuga
kangetumji
dikyot chebo sabao
yeindenyo
yeyindenya
angikaste
kikaste
magadandenyo
ye kangetumji no
kangetumji
ketumji ne baibaya
yeindenyo
ye rale ye
angikaste
kikaste
magadandenyo
oh ye ketumji gipaya laitor yandenya kikaste ketumji makariande negi gayeje imanye indenya kikaste ketama yangai nenyi aye agiekyo keterep chumba marisianigo chumba chepkurerego chumba chepkokone kablelach eho yeleyoe tamayanat kainetap kiptayandenya keterep eho yeleye ketiene ngerege ketienchin kiptaya keterep tikyok chebo terik akekalapte eyewe kiptayatap kipsengwet nekikosorwe ongeurerenji imano ehoyeraleye kiptayandenyo laitoriandenyo kekalapte eho baibaye kilosu kiptaya nekikosorwech imano Itieni chibage, itieni goziche atenyi. Eye itieni chibage, itieni goziche atenyi. Eye giziche atenyi, atene gatayar wenyi. Ele giziche atenyi, atene gatayar wenyi. Olele nuro chepkelelo, nuro cheptingende gele. Olele nuro gandagoy. Puro cheptingende geime Oye tegeimet kokoina Oye tingenereng Oye zerengu kongelia Oye uro 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 Ay uro 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 Ay uro uro got ko chamarweni ako tianda gotamne lagokyagoy tos magase got ko gigase arte tianda leye got ko chamarweni ako tianda gotamne lagokyagoy tos magase Go
Tiangi wasire, tome walage.
Uro e uro.
Uro, uro.
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 Ngot konge sigiriet kiptayandanyin akoteita konge chito nebae kokinamne chito simanai kiptayandanyin. Ngot konge sigiriet kiptayandanyin akoseset konge chito nebae kokibane chito simanai kiptayandanyin.
Ongena imanda tewa amutaine. Ongea kiptayete sawana kya sigoberule. Ongena imanda tewa amutaine. Ongea kiptayete sawana kya sigoberule.
Uro e uro.
Uro,
e uro e uro.
uro, uro.
Uro e uro.
Uro, uro.
E uro e uro.
Uro, uro.
Uro uro e.
Uro, uro e. Uro, uro.
Uro uro e.
Uro, uro e. Uro.
Oye zatyenji longenyule. Zatyenji rwandene zabe. Oye zatyenji longenyule. Zatyenji rwandene zabe. Alegi mechango zarwale. Ogana bwanengeringe. Alegi mechango zarwale. Ogana bwanengeringe. Inanda negi goitoge. Oye uro uro. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Oye zotiana ware kya kwe. Zotiana urchi kiptaya. Oye zotiana ware kya le. Zotiana urchi kiptaya. Ola zo urchi longenyane. Urchi rwandene sabe. Oye zo urchi longenyane. Urchi rwandene sabe. Ongetien. Ongetien jisarune. Ongetien. Ongetien jisarune. Ongetien jilaitoria. Ongetien jineboman. Ongetien. Ongetien jisarune. Ongetien jinjaisonya. Ene matingaloti. Ongetien. Ongetien. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Oye zingotie mureni kwe. Gotie mureni gakonyi. Oye zingotie lagokia kwe. Oye zotie nonerani. Ole uro. E uro e uro. E uro e uro. E uro uro. Ye gotien sobo izye. Gotien gipsem gwetagimwe. Oye zigotien malaiga. Oye gola sietindenya. Oye gola sarundinde. Neginyo zigo gaitoge. Oye zigo naimwandugu. Oye sago bamnyindani. Ye uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Ye uro uro e.
magenge Kole tuni yakichitararia Agechire goeng betuno Yakichitararia tagenge Mamundu ngonu chego checha Kobwa twaniendo nekyatienge Ayagisye enurui Yasama mbuguta bisaya Bisa koite tipte magenge Kole tuni yakichitararia Agechire goeng betuno Yakichitararia tagenge Mamundu ngonu chego checha Kobwa twaniendo nekyatienge Ayagisye enurui Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Mama nyune warap kendu Kigo nangi batanya genge Oi wanje moge tagiri Asuru chemago Mama nyune warap kendu Kigo nangi batanya genge Oi wanje moge tagiri Asuru chemago Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Wegu ngo betusiek cheboge Betusiek chu kikororone Yekingo matinye chito tan Ikochin kerania sikogen Ikochin kerania sikogen Kele sikobae lagotik Kikororon betusiek choto Kitom koike chubora Wegu ngo betusiek cheboge Betusiek chu kikororone Yekingo matinye chito tan Ikochin kerania sikogen Ikochin kerania sikogen Kele sikobae lagotik Kikororon betusiek choto Kitom koike chubora Mama nyune warap kendu Kikonon kibatanya genge Oi wanje moge tagiri Asuru chemago Mama nyune warap kendu Kikonon kibatanya genge Oi wanje moge tagiri Asuru chemago Joanna ne tiger gasomo Agoite tamana pisa Nitinye tuguga monyuni Komatiger muguleleng Itare chito ne motinye Asinyoru ne beruto Amungi beruri chitugu Netinye gonda boye bindo Joanna ne tiger gasomo Agoite tamana pisa Nitinye tuguga monyuni Komatiger muguleleng Itare chito ne motinye Asinyoru ne beruto Amungi beruri chitugu Netinye gonda boye bindo Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Kwena o kwena Ongigilgege baigiyagi Chekinyoru nenjego checha Chotongo chego neborote Nemuche keribe lagokyo Kororon tuga chekeboe Chonge kure siro kiresi Kosir tuga chekiyokote Ako makonu chego checha Ongigilgege baigiyagi Chekinyoru nenjego checha Chotongo chego neborote Nemuche keribe lagokyo Kororon tuga chekeboe Chonge kure
kosir tuga chekiyokate ako makonu cheko chetian.
Anza mzuri bwana. Fanya mzuri bwana, anza mzuri. Anza mzuri. Anza mzuri bwana. Hapo sasa. Hakuna kucheza. Kaso. Wewe chichi. Yanga chamgwanda gituni. Yanga chamgwanda gituni. Magi berbere la kweta tita. Matimula kweta tita kogongu. Ngomi gongo sigulago. Ako mecha bati tulakwan. Kenyine bata lakwen waimbil. Kenyine bayang lakwen waimbil. Kenyine basamok lakwen waimbil. Matani ko yam yetagi tulo. Olengo nyosanda nangwayo. Kelen jago kamet ko tom gai gitulo. Kataban verita ke olengi. Kilia la kwani simetuni. Kowal bangi na buate sagoira. Kilen jamite na tajime. Kelen janda somani tabia. Yanga ke chamgwanda gituni. Yanga ke chamgwanda gituni. Malagi oenga managlo. Sini, kaso. Kale Jehova oriba te bosie kwa. Kaso. Amuwe che Jehova besie. Ako mama che kwa berberi sosie. Yanga ge chamgwanda gituni. Yanga ge chamgwanda gituni oh. Manasagot, Hagai, Teta Managawan, Tavile Moganato Sedati, Kobarate Nebunuquanis yet, Agobulu Jehovah Quantanangom, Yoruginem Yagatu, the Yoru so Tianatuni. Young Gage Chamguandagi to me. Young Gage Chamguandagi to me. Agama bichana gole matunise. Amu magomi kwani kedituni. Aga sangwa fi mure. Changwani ketago garara. Ago changwani kemya. Changwani ketago menye. Kisame kwanda Jehova. Yanga ge changwanda gituni. Yanga ichangwanda gituni. Boys yekya. Kogi bendi goita mabuai. Ko kweng murenjwe kasari. O bendi goita Facebook. Matiani itke gose iwache. Wanjam yet koginawe. Wanjam yet koginawe.